Well, good evening. Happy Friday. Good evening, good day, good morning, good afternoon, whatever time of day you're joining us. Hello and welcome to Friday Frenzy. Hope you guys had a wonderful week. Quite the eventful week over here. My apologies for being a little bit late, but again, status quo. Hopefully the microphone is not just completely doing disaster show as it has been more recently. But, you never can tell. So how was your guys' week? Let me hear from you. Let you guys filter in. We've got a whole lot to cover today. And honestly, we're kind of limited to one particular case. Although the reason I was late today was because I was trying to find a specific portion of a certain oral argument offered in the Supreme Court of the United States where Justice Gorsuch, of all people, ripped into one of the attorneys. So I kind of wanted to cover that for a little bit. How you guys doing? How's your week? What is going on? I've had quite the week to fill you guys in on. 9/12, not too bad. Yeah, I know. Not too bad. It was pretty good. Pretty good. 9/12. So, Brady Goat, let's kick it off with the host. Jen did great, right? Jen McCabe did a heck of a lot better than she did in the first trial, than I expected her to do in this trial, and a heck of a lot better than I anticipated in general. Did that hold up over the course of 2 days? I don't know. Day one, we'll get to that in a little bit. It was quite the wild ride. And we had the ups, downs, and everywhere in between of what cross-examination entails, struggles involved, frustration involved, the nitpicking involved, the judge involved. I mean, all of it. Let's see. How you guys doing? How's your week? Rob, would you let us know what app you use to make your funny, entertaining thumbnails? It's not an app; it's a human. It's a human. There is no better thing than a human that can create this type of artistic. And honestly, really good, really good. I've been asking him to help me with my thumbnails basically for past, I want to say 2 years. And he's gotten a sense for style at this point in time, both show and dynamics, so that he what we go with. Very rarely do I have to jump in and say, so that might be a little bit too far. Just a little bit. But good. I do appreciate all the work. Let's see. So we had quite an interesting week. Before we get into the substance of the show today, for those of you who might be a friend of the channel, this week, rather this month, more specifically this week, I celebrated another year around the sun. And it was wonderful. I had a great time. Although I was very foolish with what I did. Oh, Leo's got opinions. Can you guys hear Leo's opinions? I don't know if you can. But I celebrated another year around the sun. It was great. And with one very limited exception. That limited exception is my own doing. And that was, I took a trial that was scheduled to proceed to trial the day after my birthday. Not the smartest thing in the whole wide world. One would actually consider that to be unwise. Foolish, rather. Now, I've reached the point where birthdays are not the most significant thing in the world. They never have been for me, really. It's a day. Great. I'm another year older. Wonderful. I love it. So it didn't bother me that much. But I did have to prepare for a trial on my birthday, which also happened to coincide with the day that movers were packing up all of my office, all of our entire law firm office, and relocating all of that office to another location, a larger building, a nicer building. But for those of you who are aware of what trial entails, preparing for trial, officeless. This was a new task for me. I hadn't done all kinds of stuff. Without an office, it was not the easiest thing in the world. And for those of you who've ever done a move before, you know that the days leading up to the move, you're not getting very much done. And then all of a sudden you're expected to pack and get everything onto a truck. And then the truck takes the things to the place. And then you don't have a computer or printers or what you need for a certain period of time. All of that happened on the birthday. So that was wonderful. Great timing. Well thought out, Rob. Just knocked it out of the park. In either event, on my birthday, as family is apt to do, family asked, can we take you to dinner? Well, of course you can take me to dinner. Well, why not? Why would I say no to that? I don't have an office. I've got my laptop. I have trial tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., but let's do it. It was wonderful. I loved it. Great. Then came home, saw correspondence with opposing counsel to see if we were any closer to settlement and resolution. You know, we'd been discussing settlement for the past 8 weeks, so we thought we would make some progress instead of doing the brinksmanship of trial, but not really much there. Seemed like both parties were pretty well stuck in their positions. So I did the only thing I could do, which was stay up until ungodly hours of the evening preparing for trial, sure that I had all of my ducks in a row and all of my binders and all of my documents. And thanks to my amazing paralegal, my final binders got delivered to me at the courthouse the day of trial. Because again, we didn't have an office. Now I had the binder digitally, remotely, and I used my Remarkable Pro. Not sponsored, would love to be sponsored. Used my Remarkable Pro to go through all my exhibits and make sure I had everything prepped. But I am usually very good at adapting, managing things that are outside of my comfort zone. I was about as far stretched outside my comfort zone as I have been. So, birthday, no office, trial the next day, no binders, no paper, receiving binders the morning of trial, an hour and a half before trial is supposed to commence, having to do all of this digitally, interruption of a lovely dinner, going back and preparing for the remainder of trial, and brinksmanship by the opposing counsel. All in all, not bad. Par for the course, right? Just a few curveballs. Holy crap. Well, luckily, I don't know if it's luck or what, but showed up to court doing my final trial prep with my client. Opposing counsel shows up and says, we close to a deal? I don't know. You tell me. How far are we? What do you have? Well, this is with our last proposal. Where are we? Let me talk to my client. Back and forth, literally outside of the courtroom. Asked the judge for a little more time to talk. Continued discussion. About 25 minutes of discussion. And we get a settlement. It was right where it should have been, which is about, call it 1% off of what our proposal was. After all of that stress, all of that prep, all of that staying up until ungodly hours of the night. But it resolved. Like I am often saying, I recognize in my practice of litigation, I am not my client. I am not the litigant. I don't have to live with the outcome. I am there to advance their case and make sure that they have the best advice possible, but it's life, and I will basically make sure that their life it's their decision to make. I make sure that I respect their decisions and allow that to happen. But we get a resolution. So I got to go over to the new office and assist in unpacking of that new office the day after my. It was great. Although they forgot to turn the AC on in the new building, which was less great because unpacking things in a suit with an AC that's not working is not the most ideal of circumstances. I mean, it's a little uncomfortable. We made it work. Made it through the rest of the week. And voila, we're here. It was great. So the new office is great. The digs are wonderful. I will hopefully have the opportunity to show you guys when there's not so much attorney-client privilege material laying everywhere. The 3D printer did make it. And yes, Part of the deal of packing up the old office was that I had to confess the existence of a second 3D printer to Mischief Man. Now, I didn't do the confessing. I let the minis in on the secret. So I let them do the breaking of the news because, once they become aware of a secret, they know they're on the inside of the secret, then you give them permission to share said secret with mom. They become co-conspirators and they love every second of it. So Mischief Manager is now aware that there's a 3D printer in the office as well as one behind me. We're going to call it self-snitching. Self-snitching via minis, which is the cutest form of self-snitching you can ever do. Because they were very excited to bust Rob, say Rob's got a 3D at the office. And then Mini Mischief 1 decided she wanted to litigate the issue. So you guys might remember a little while back, I had discussed that I have one 3D printer here, and there was an edict passed down from Mischief Manager that said there will only be one 3D printer in the house. There will only be one 3D printer in the house. Well, when I was packing things up, I didn't trust the movers to move the calibrated 3D printer. So what did I do? I put it in the back of the truck. It's great. Put it in the back of the truck. But I had to tote it around until I could bring it to the new office. So the 3D printer was in the truck, and we began a debate, Mini Mischief 1 and I, on whether bringing it home in the truck constituted bringing a second 3D printer home, and if I was in violation with Mischief Manager's edict. That began a lovely argument. And when I say I've got a lawyer, she's my lawyer, she's going to be the whole debate. April Asher, Mischief Manager is my beloved. That is the individual to whom I am to wed. So I don't like it. Names of family, loved ones, and little ones on the internet. Not a big fan of that. So they go by Mischief Manager. Hi, I'm Mischief. She manages the mischief. And then the mini mischiefs, 1 and 2. That is the whole fam. And the debate with Mini Mischief 1 or Mini 1 was, well, you brought it home. And I said, but my car isn't technically on the property. And she goes, but the car is technically your property. And it is next to the property. And it's in the only parking spot that the property has that's not on the property. So technically, you brought the 3D printer home. And now there's 2 3D printers. And I was like, well, that's a better cross-examination than Alan Jackson did on day 1 of Jen McCabe. I didn't say that to her because she would have no understanding of that at all. But I sat there and twiddled my thumbs in absolute shock and going, huh, not a bad argument. Shit. This kid is 10. I am screwed. He's 10. So after, I still don't concede the point. I still don't concede the entire point. I don't think she actually won the argument because the rule was that there was not to be a second 3D printer in the house. I gave her a little bit of leeway because, again, 10, hi, 40 plus trial attorney. I'm not going to expect to go toe to toe and for her to win every argument. So I gave her a little bit of wiggle room on the argument here. But here's the thing. When it comes to push comes to shove, that 3D printer didn't cross the threshold of this home. I didn't violate the edict. So I think I'm well within. There was no violation. I'm good, right? Like, I think that the chat would back me up on this. There was no violation because the directive was there will not be a second 3D printer in the home. It wasn't in the home. It was at the office the whole time. Did I put it in the truck and bring it back to park in the spot adjacent to the dwelling? But it did not cross the threshold of the home. I am going to lose so many arguments to this young girl. It is going to be embarrassing because she's sharp as a whip, doesn't back down on a single point. Sometimes, hilariously, another story coming in a second. Like I said, I'm screwed. She's 10. So the driveway is part of your home, but it wasn't. It was not in the driveway. This was in a common area parking spot that was adjacent to the home. The driveway does not accommodate 2 cars. So this was an adjacent parking spot that can be utilized by anyone in the whole neighborhood. Heck, you'd be utilized by the public. Do I park there every single day? And is it commonly known that this is where this vehicle parks that's associated with this home? Yes. But technically speaking, I think we're okay. JJ with the dog on this, as a former lawyer daughter, I'm with Mini One on this. I figured a lot of people, state suitcase with me, no violation ever came in. I figured a lot of people would be with Mini Mischief One on this particular issue. That doesn't match shirt. Fine. It happens. I can swap the hat out later. Either way, do you want the hat off? Hat can go off. We can just do hair. We'll do that. So I figured a lot of people would still be having issues with that and throwing the issue with that. Am I proud of her? Yes, absolutely. That is until she made the dumbest argument one day later. That gets me to story number 2 before we start getting the substance. Story number 2. There are 4 individuals that reside in this home. 4. Count. Rob, Mischief Manager, Mini Mischief 1, Mini Mischief 2. Mini Mischief 2, 6 years old, dark red hair. Boy, very easily discernible hair. Mischief Manager, dark red hair, easily discernible. Me, brown with more gray than I'd like to see. Mini Mischief 1, dirty blonde. The only one in the home that is dirty blonde. So, what are girls with hair apt to do with their hair when, they're feeling, I don't know, adventurous, and there's objects around that can snip? For those of you wondering, what did they cut their hair? Some of them cut their hair into bangs or all kinds of stuff, right? So they cut their hair. So Mischief Manager goes upstairs, bathroom, bedtime routines, looks into the bathroom, and what is in the sink? But various strands. I mean, guys, this is a better investigation than Canton PD will ever do. Let me tell you this. There were no solo cups. There was no leaf blower. There was we didn't run into any issues here. There wasn't pieces of things showing up days later. We had a full chain of custody, right? So that the hair was discovered in the sink, and the hair was in various lengths from yay long to yay long, etc. And the hair was a dirty blonde color. Mischief Manager yells out to me, Mischief 1. So did we decide that we were going to cut our hair? Immediately defensive. Yeah, we are going to go through some of the cross-examination and direct examination of Jen McCabe. There wasn't a whole lot of direct. I'll go to that in a minute. And when I say immediately defensive, there are things that lawyers pick up on. You don't need to be a lawyer to pick up on a lie when it's just like, I didn't do anything. Oh, no. That was a simple question, and you just jumped back with an aggressive, almost yelling response. So immediately, red flags are flying. You're just bullshit meters going off, and you're like, all right, so am I going to get pissed about this, or is this just going to fly under the radar? And that wasn't my judgment call because I was listening to this conversation from downstairs, which, side note to the dads in the group, phenomenal place to be. Just a great place to be. Listening to this argument take place from outside the immediate presence of those arguing in a safe flight of stairs down, but still within earshot where you can hear everything being discussed. Best decision I ever made. So it wasn't me. Okay. Sure you want to go with that argument? Are you really? Because Leo is a Doberman whose hair is this long and black. Mini Mischief 2, red hair this long. Me, that's not dirty blonde. You're not mistaking that for dirty blonde. Mommy, red hair. You're not mistaking that for dirty blonde. So is this the argument you want to make? Do you want to go down this rabbit hole? is this are you really going to try and say certain things that were passable in the Karen Reed testimony, certain things that were not, right? Passable. I didn't Google that in that particular moment, backed up. If you back it up with forensics, I'll give it to you. Sure. Passable. I overheard something. If whether you did or not, whether it's corroborated or not, sure, I'll give it to you. No problem. Those are passable. Your butt answered a phone and your butt hung up the phone multiple times. Or your butt called somebody and your butt hung up multiple times. Are you sure you want to go with that argument? Only blonde child in the house saying that's not my hair. I didn't do it. Are you sure you want to go with this argument? She was sure. Guys, she was sure. She was absolutely sure. Holy crap, was she sure, because it became so sure that it was loud enough to be sure from the basement to the ceiling to the street down the like. It was Mini Mischief too. She said it was Mini Mischief too. Please, child. See this? This is red. This is blonde. They are different. So 12 solo cups later, a quip stop bag, a forensic data report that found pig DNA, but no human hair DNA. And we ultimately discovered that we cannot verifiably prove that it was in fact her hair. So the mystery still exists. There was a calm though. Like it did calm down in a minute after that. This girl went from one of the best arguments I've ever seen, just great, wonderfully logical, to meltdown style, lost all coherent thought, just caught in a corner. And that's what just reminds you of the child, like just the she is the control of the emotions, which it happens. So it sucks to be a lawyer or a teen girl with a lawyer in the house. I feel for her. Yeah. It was, there was only snippets of hair. That's why it wasn't a big deal. This wasn't a big confrontation. It wasn't like a yelling confrontation of you did this terrible thing. It was kind of just going, why is there hair that's clearly been cut in the sink? And it wasn't like locks of it. It looked like she had just gone to her things, just trying to clean up whatever it was. Whatever she did, it wasn't noticeable after the fact. So she did a passingly good job. How short is her hair? Almost down to her butt. She's got long hair, and it's a constant fight on managing the hair all the time. Book Dragon KSC question was this investigation done after she was informed she had a right to a lawyer? She was not charged. There was no charge. She did not face incarceration. There was no right to counsel. At this point in time, this was a simple inquiry. She could decline to answer the questions. We could take that however we wanted to, but she didn't have a right to counsel. Not at that point in time. No charges pending. Let me see. Get caught up. Today's Cat Queen, a birthday is an opportunity to say thank you to your mom for bringing you into this world, but more importantly, keeping you in the world when you did stupid shit. Yeah, I did. I talked to her. It was great. Yeah. Nick Starrow, happy birthday, Rob. Happy birthday, Nick. Sorry I missed your live stream, buddy. I was unpacking an office and trying to get certain pleadings out the door while unpacking the office, which is not easy to do. Happy birthday to you, sir. I hope you have a wonderful weekend. Lindsay, happy friend anniversary to Rob and Ian 3 years ago today. You all first appeared on a leader stream together. That's a wonderful reminder. That's great. Ian has an obligation. For those of you guys who are asking, he has an obligation. There's a possibility he'll join later. Possibly not. We're going to run with it. Chris Cat Queen. Oh, yeah. And happy birthday. You hit 40, correct? 40 was last year. Welcome to the 5th decade of your life. We're 1 year in. We are happy and loving it. 40 is the new 30. Or at least that's what they say. Jackie Lind, U of A, what? Boo. ASU rules and U of A drools. Where do I send the ASU School of Law shirts to? Not to this address. That's for sure. My parents met at the University of Arizona. This is my dad's shirt. So one of the things that I inherited after his passing. So his U of A shirt. Like wearing. Plus, I will always be a Bobcat as opposed to a Sun Devil. That's just going to be the fact. Just can't do Sun Devil. I do love the maroon, but that's more the Redskins in me than anything else. Chris and M96 brother's truck broke down last Friday, and I missed FNF to rescue him. Oh no. So happy belated birthday. Hope Leo got to celebrate too. Leo did get to celebrate. Leo is chaos monster indeed. Medication is doing great for him, so he's a happy pup. Baby Steps 22, just getting here. Happy late birthday, Rob. Sparkle Fart from day one, 22 months member. Thanks for all you do. Have an amazing year. Maybe a wedding. Got to plan it. And I've been saying that for quite some time. There's this thing that we have limited. It's called time. I'm at a point where I've just got to find someone to, just going to hire someone to do the work. It's kind of what? Rob, did you inform her? Next time, say nothing. Ask for an attorney first. But why? It wasn't in my advantage to inform her that she didn't have to answer my questions. That's not to say her problem, but it's kind of her problem. And plus, I'm not going to inform her at this age that she has the right not to answer my questions. No. I'm going to let her learn that elsewhere and then try to bring that garbage back in the house because nope. This girl is entering teenage years. She absolutely does not have the right to not answer my questions. She must answer every one of my questions. And if she decides she wants to go down the path of lying, then there will be cross-examination. The cross-examination will continue until the morale improves. Just like her mother. I am so loved dearly, like would jump in front of several bullets. But oh, we are in trouble. Gen VR 3D printer limits should be unconstitutional. I agree. I think we should band together and pass an amendment that says no limits on 3D printers. A non-mouse. I'm literally feeding my cat Mischief right now. Oh, good name. See? Tammy Fayette, happy birthday. Thank you, Tammy. Thanks for your remember. Crazy Cat Queen, oh dear God, you are in so much trouble when Mini One becomes a teenager. Also depends on how home is defined. That was what the argument boiled down to. And I didn't have the heart to tell her that mommy literally said in this house, which has a different definition of home, because she was doing so well with the argument. So I let her run with it. Katrina Turner, you sound like me hiding a second wood lathe from dad roommate last summer. Yeah. See, there's these things called just tools and impulse buys. And even when they're not impulse buys, even when they're studied buys that you've spent a lot of time doing or thinking about, you just don't want to have to answer all the questions that come with it. So you do it a little bit shady. Not a lot shady, just a little bit shady. Plus, no harm, no foul. And why do I have a 3D printer at the office? Because I start something printing here at the house. And I go to the office and I unload the thing that had printed from the night before the office while the thing that's here is printing. And I start the thing at the office and then I come home. And then I unload the thing that printed while I was at the office. And then I start it again. And I go back to the office. So there's always something, there's always something printing. There's a revolving printing door. And it resolves. It's a fun revolution. Julie, she should have said she wasn't answering questions without a lawyer, then called Ian. That girl will get Ian's phone number when she has the capacity to get into trouble that might require that phone call. Until then, no. And I am not going to inform Ian of disputes because the last thing I need is someone interfering with my questioning. No constitutional, no rights yet. No rights yet. Still in household, no rights. Well, rights, but limited rights. MLS, making law simple. Hey, bud, good to see you. Happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Hope you have a wonderful day and a wonderful week. Hope you've been having a good time. I haven't caught any of the Lego streams. Still doing those, MLS? Those are fun. MLS is a great channel. So is Nick Lostero. Please check them out. Lindsay, can't wait for stories of you debating a teenage girl about the definition of curfew and the minutia of rules about dating or being grounded. See, the dating thing is just not going to be, there won't be rules because there won't be the dating. I don't need rules when there is none of the thing. I say that now. Here's why. I need to lay out my furthest argument. I need to start negotiations all the way over here because I realize the negotiation is going to get drawn back into here. Plus, I'm going to say just like your mother. They both have me wrapped around their finger. Hey. Jackie Lynn, if 3D printer stayed in the truck, it is not in the house. If it's in the shop, it is in the house. Yes, I would say it is. It's in the house of the shop. Jaragon. Rob, I've watched Andrea's stream on Commonwealth versus Karen Reed today. 8. What is your reaction to Jen saying what happened outside is separate to what happened inside? We're going to go through some of the examination, both direct and cross. Direct, there's not much to cover. And I'll tell you why in a second, but we're going to go through some of that. Dr. Magoo, are you going to teach her to plead the Fifth? Yes, I will. But I will also tell her the Fifth Amendment applies only to law enforcement. And her testimony, well, not law enforcement, her testimony for something that can incriminate her as a crime. And when it comes to answering my questions, nothing that she is saying is going to incriminate her criminally. So she does not have the Fifth Amendment privilege against self-incrimination. So she can say, I plead the Fifth, and I'll just say, you don't have the Fifth. But yes, I will teach her. It's not a Burfoot. Happy birthday, belated birthday, Rob. I'll be joining you in 4 months. Congratulations on the upcoming birthday. Elizabeth Chetwood, it depends on what your definition of is, right? Bill Clinton special. Mildred Katie, happy birthday. Mine is Monday. Happy early birthday to you. I hope you have a wonderful weekend leading up to it and a great birthday week. Jackie Lind, if Family Circus taught me anything, Minnie One did not clip her hair. It was, I don't know, wasn't me, or I didn't do it. I don't know seems to be the going explanation. Fiona W., happy belated birthday. Thank you very much, Fiona W. All right, without much further ado, why don't we get into a little bit of Karen Reed. And where we're going to start is some of the direct examination. Make sure that we've got that. Make sure we've got the audio gained up before we share the screen. And let's make sure we go ahead and swoop to Karen Reed. So for those of you that are wondering on that update, well, let's swoop first. For those of you wondering about an update in the Karen Reed case and the trial continues to progress. We are now into week 2 of the Commonwealth's case. And we are starting to get into the larger witnesses. Larger witnesses, I mean more important and more impactful witnesses. We had Carrie Roberts testify in week 1. Carrie Roberts, who went without cross-examination in trial 1, was cross-examined rather extensively in trial 2. Sometimes the cross-examination felt like nitpicking. Sometimes it felt like it was needling. Sometimes it felt like it was actually hitting the mark. The direct examination was substantive in that it brought to the forefront John O'Keefe's phone, Karen Reed saying, I hit him, and Jen McCabe's Google search, and the cracked taillight. Those are the big substantive that were brought about with Jen McCabe. Was the core or at the core of the defense's cross-examination of Carrie Roberts, trying to tie the two of them together. So the jury had heard the name Jen McCabe beforehand, knew that Jen McCabe was going to be kind of pivotal in this case. They didn't know why. Some of the things they actually had heard from the Commonwealth's experts about the cell phone extractions. That was a large part of the Commonwealth's case that was presented very in the week. And I will say this. Commonwealth's expert presented very well. He did. I thought he was good. I don't know that they made very much headway in cross-examination, but that's kind of what you would expect with experts. Let me tell you why. Experts, well, they're experts. You expect them to hold up to cross-examination. You expect them to be able to substantiate what they're saying. You expect that the flaws that are brought out in their logic and conclusions are not going to be gotcha moments as you would expect with some factual witnesses with consistency. So the Commonwealth's expert, at least after their direct examination, I thought did him well. I was impressed. Now, what I wasn't impressed with was the leading that is taking place right now. And I'll call it out in the defense case if the defense starts leading their witnesses in direct. But holy crap, the leading, the leading, the leading, the leading, the leading, the leading. We stop leading. Can we stop asking argumentative leading questions in your case in chief? Can we just please stop that? Same thing goes with kind of the sniping. Oh my God, it was exhausting. But the direct examination of the Commonwealth's expert on the phone issue was about as well as the Commonwealth could have done. I didn't hate it. The explanation made logical sense to me. I was able to put two and two together, and the jury is probably sitting here with no outside knowledge of anything else. The jury's going, makes sense. Cross examination, it's difficult to cross examine experts, especially when they're experts in their field and they know what they're talking about. I thought Cross did. Alessi, we saw his cross. Alessi's damn good at cross. I like his style very much because he's very specific in his wording. And he forces you to meet him on his turf, and he doesn't let you reframe the question in your terms. He does very well at that. And his pace is also good. He made a couple of really good points in cross, and then not Lolly. Brennan got up on redirect, and Brennan was allowed to show a demonstration on redirect. I thought Alessi thought he was going to win that argument on the demonstration being excluded. I'm not sure, but it seemed like Alessi's recross after that redirect was just realizing you're not going to do as much damage. I thought it was going over a couple points here, a couple points there. At the end of the day, though, with experts, the point is with experts, the reason why we call it a battle of the experts is because it comes down to who the jury believes. Karen Reed's team is going to have their expert. Commonwealth's going to have their expert. You're going to take the testimony from both of them, and whatever the jury believes, whoever the jury finds to be more credible is the one the jury's going to walk away feeling. But no, I didn't think the Commonwealth thought they did pretty well with that. Then, guys, for those of you who are going to be upset at me saying that Brennan does good at during sometimes, that's fine. I call it how I see it. I didn't think it was terrible. I thought it was pretty good. But in walks Jen McCabe. And for those of you who watched the first trial, hang on, let me do this. I'm going to ask a question to you. Put a poll up. How many of you guys watched the first trial? I kind of want to see this. I want to see how many people that are watching this trial now actually watched the first trial. Because I want to know. Chat. Let's see. Oh, did you watch the first trial? Yes. No. Oh, hang on. Did you watch the first trial? And I'm going to say this, or motions before this trial. Yes, watched first and motions. Yes, watched first, not motions now. Add option. No, didn't watch first, but watched motions. Oh, not enough words. Hang on. No. How about no to first? No to first, but watched motions. I think that's going to impact some of your decision. Let's see. And then no to first or let you guys answer that because I'm very curious to see. So I know that there's a lot of opinions expressed throughout the chat, and I love it. I love seeing the opinions and dialogue back and forth, provided the opinions are respectful in nature. But I think that the opinions that we are seeing throughout the internet are influenced in large part by things that we knew before the trial commenced, things that we gained in terms of information from outside this specific courtroom, things that the jury might not be privy to. So we all view these things through a certain lens, and the lens that I have tried to view this through is uh, both the subjective view of me knowing the stuff that's happened beforehand or me knowing the stuff that happened in the trial, but then also taking a step back and trying my very best to view it objectively. How would a third party who had not seen any of this? And then I also try the added twist to this one, which is the more complicated. Actually, it's the easier version of viewing it through a trial lawyer. How are the lawyers stacking up? If I'm grading the lawyers, how are they doing? How would I do it differently? What points are they making? Where do I think they're gaining traction with the jury? How are they pissing off the judge? How are they utilizing all of those things? Ranking those glasses that I'm putting on this, easiest glasses to view this on. Lawyers. I love the theater of the courtroom. I'm always going to love the theater courtroom. So I like seeing good lawyers do their job very well. Second is viewing this trial with the knowledge I have from the past trial and from some of the pretrial motions litigation, because there's no way I can't. It's there. It's the easiest. It's the second most natural thing for me to see. Third, taking a step back and processing this not as a lawyer, not as someone who's watched the first trial, but as someone who trying my very best to pretend like I don't know anything I already know, and collect and gather the information presented to me only in this trial and place it into its appropriate box and measure the cases of the respective parties. Both the Commonwealth's case to prove beyond a reasonable doubt and Karen Reed's case to prove that there was a doubt, there's a doubt to this, and that it is a reasonable one. So viewing the case through that prism or through those lenses, one is difficult to do. Not the easiest thing, especially when the testimony takes place the way it does, or when you have comments being made or attorneys doing things that you kind of piss you off, or witnesses that are either being nitpicked or witnesses that are just very clearly not answering the question, or answering questions. And then there's the stuff we talked about before, which is how much of this cross-examination is actually impacting individuals that are on the jury who have no outside knowledge. The Unity cross of not Flametti, the Unity cross of the friend, where he was trying to get him to characterize a relationship. Who's putting points on the board? How are they putting points on the board? Now, Jen McCabe. Fast forward to Jen McCabe. Oh, those of you guys, somehow that automatically added Sandy. You can see Sandy can look. Everyone, welcome Sandy. You can see that Sandy can enter a live stream. A little comical there. See him on live/scenes. So let's say that Jen McCabe is rather significant because apart from Flametti, apart from Flametti, you have Jen McCabe is the most vocal, assertive person who says that Karen Reed said, I hit him. The phone shows, whether by intentional deletion, by overwrite, and we're not sure on the timestamp, the phone shows a Google search that says, cost long to die in cold. And he's freaking out. She jumped. Sorry, accident. Oh, don't worry about it. Thank you for all you do. You can crash the stream all you want. Thanks for modding all the time. Plus, you're supposed to be out with your husband and enjoying your evening. So what are you doing here? Go enjoy your evening. Say hi to the hubby. Flametti, I think his recollection, you had to impeach his recollection. Jen McCabe is the other one that you really need to impeach. Like, you really have to tear into her credibility if you're the defense. If you're the prosecution, you need to keep her testimony short and sweet and keep it so it doesn't open a million avenues and doors and lanes for impeachment. It's challenging when you have a witness who has testified or presented statements as many times as Jen McCabe has. Prosecutor. Hank Brennan had to approach this. I mean, if I'm Hank Brennan and I've got to call Jen McCabe, and Jen McCabe has given statements to Trooper Proctor in the presence of all these third-party witnesses to the grand jury at the first trial and here, if I am Hank Brennan, I am approaching this direct examination with a thought in my mind of please, judge, please God, just let me lead this witness. Let me lead this witness and try to navigate this without opening some of these avenues. And please let my witness maintain composure. That's my prayer. Honestly, that's the prayer I make whenever one of my clients takes a stand. There's clients I have that I can trust with my life on the stand. They're great. They're phenomenal. Then there's the clients that you have prepped like crazy and you have prayed that they can maintain focus up on the stand and that they don't see red and start chasing cars. And if I'm Hank Brennan, I'm saying, Jen McCabe, you better be on your bestest behavior. Go figure. He was indirect. So let's get a little bit caught up because I did see a couple things come in. Charlotte ASMR, I see a newish, we're not regular here, no idea what's being talked about. We'll get there. You're going to get the testimony. We'll see some of it. Here for the vibes. Vibes are always fun. Vibes are always fun indeed. JB is mother of 4 girls ranging in age from college to elementary school. You have a long way. I know I do. I'm going to catch up on some of these ones earlier. Shay B, thank you for gifting 50 memberships. That is very much appreciated. Thank you. That's very, very, very kind. Wanted to catch up on that. Lori Ross, comment, I don't think Witten stood up on cross due to him saying the phone could be her house, etc. Defense made some great points. See, but I think that was something where you can have their expert. I don't think that was the scope of his testimony was there, but there were always some cracks there. I thought he did pretty good. You're right on that point of the phone could have been in the house. Actually, he goes and suggests openly and it's direct. I don't know why he did, but suggests that the signal might decrease because it would go inside the house or in a basement. Opening that door in the mind of the jury, not the best thing, especially when the timeline becomes part of the issue. So Jen McCabe starts off and see if I can pull this. Why do I say that? Date 7. Complaints of audio cutting out again. I don't know what to do with audio. I've tried very much to get that fixed. So hopefully that works. Is the audio cut out or can you hear me now? That sounds like the touch tinny. Let's see what's changed. The audio changed. It is not. Hopefully it corrects itself. Cuts out certain times. I can hear you right now. We're going to hope that that was me or a StreamYard issue. Hear you fine, but every 2 to 5 minutes it cuts out. That's frustrating. It's remarkably frustrating. I don't know what that issue is. All the cables are attached. All the devices are working the way they should be working. All the privacy settings are disabled. You know what? That is an inquiry for a different day. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to shut down all of our background applications and all the things that are going on in the back. I can tell you what, it ain't the computer. The computer's running like running phenomenal. That upgrade was the smartest decision I ever made. Why didn't you guys tell me to do it before? Why didn't you tell me to get a new computer before? I'm laughing because you did. Eliminate the background processes before we open where we go. And away we go. All right. Jen McCabe. Direct examination. Make sure closed captioning is turned on. It is turned on. Let's go ahead and put closed captioning here so it's not obstructing anyone's view.
You can't pull up, but you connected to the okay? Yeah, I don't know why I did that.
Hang on. We're going to do this.
When you called the 911 operator, had Kerry and the defendant already been around or near John?
Yes.
Do you know if they had begun trying CPR before you called 911?
I'm not sure if they had, because Karen had straddled him and was lifted her shirt, was warming him up, and then Kerry was yelling at her to get off. And I think when Kerry got the blankets and was trying to put him under John, I think as she started to move him and wipe him, blood started to come out. And then Karen was afraid that he was going to choke on his blood and wanted to move him on his side. But then Kerry was yelling at her, we can't move him. And this was kind of all going on while I was talking to 911.
You described what you saw and you said at some point he was bleeding from the face area. Was that before or after he was moved?
After.
Before he was moved, did you see any active bleeding?
No.
After you called 911, what do you do next?
I think I called my sister and she didn't answer. And then I think I called her as I was walking over to John and she didn't answer. And then I immediately got down on the ground and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help?
Okay. So immediately she's doing a heck of a lot better than she did the first trial. She does have a softer appearance. You guys are going to hear me say appearance stuff and how she looks and how she testifies. This is the jury sitting in judgment. They are judging credibility of witnesses. It's going to be impossible for them not to assess how a witness appears. Natural human disposition. We're about to get to the crux of her testimony, which circles around statements made by Karen Reed. So already doing better, softer appearance, pauses that are there, the calm that's there. I don't know if it was told her. One of the tricks I tell witnesses is wait a beat, listen to my question, wait a beat, and then answer. And then this is pretty good direct.
Help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the.
Hang on, let me actually. There was a couple of times during direct examination. This was one of them. I was openly questioning myself because there were times when Jen McCabe would give an answer like this, where it said, "I'm not sure, I don't know," and it was in direct testimony. to a question that Hank Brennan asked. If you are operating under any false assumption that Hank Brennan doesn't know the answer to every one of his questions, and that he doesn't know how specifically Jen McCabe is going to answer every one of his questions, you are delusional, especially with this witness. Jen McCabe was guaranteeing you prepped more than just about any witness the prosecution was going to call. I can almost promise it. Whether she did it independently or whether Hank Brennan was the one that sat down and did it himself or whether it was part of the staff. So one of the questions I had were there were a couple of these moments throughout the course of Hank Brennan's direct examination where he asked a question that sounded like he expected an answer. And then Jen McCabe said, I don't know. I don't recall. And after it happened a couple of times, I was wondering whether those were loaded questions, whether he knew beforehand that she could not recall. And if he was trying to establish a foundation of an absence of recollection, like trying to ask questions that would demonstrate an attempt to recall and an inability to recall as a baseline, right? So if you're observing consistency in behavior and how someone responds to a question asked by one person versus another person, and you're trying to avoid a situation where the jury is looking at how the person is answering questions asked by the defense as opposed to the prosecution, then you might consider interjecting questions in your direct to which you know the witness doesn't have an answer, and set it up so that they can say, I don't know. Now you've established that there's a baseline, that there's an absence of recollection around certain things. You do that to your own peril, though. You have to be very careful because there's a choice to be made. The jury is either left with the impression that this person does not recall certain things, and you have been the one that put that in their mind, and they're allowed to infer that because they didn't recall these things, they didn't recall the things that are important. That is the risk. But if you can do that and you can get an absence of recollection around de minimis or silly things or things that are inconsequential, then maybe you can really establish that. But I was left with the impression that was an active tactic by Hank Brennan. And it was actually pretty impressive. If he tailored his direct, because he mixes them in on, it's not like asking a bunch of questions where she said, I don't recall it. He mixes them in from time to time. And he brings it off like a one-off. So he'll be like down this line of question, be like, well, let me ask you this. And then he'll ask a question that you are left to believe by the tone of the question. You're left to believe this is going to be answered. And then Jen McCabe would go, well, I don't really recall. If you really spaced those out you had planned those spaced out, that's a pretty damn impressive way of salting the testimony so that the impact on cross might not be as significant as you would have feared. So I thought that was pretty impressive, if that's the case. Again, just speculating.
I'm not sure.
How long were you?
I immediately got down on the ground, and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over.
How long did you try to help John for?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
How long were you and the defendant and Miss Roberts there before someone else arrived?
Police officer was the first to arrive. In the moments, it seemed like a long time, but I think it was fairly quick that they arrived.
Any point during the time when you tried to help Mr. O'Keefe and the first police officer arrived, at any point did you see any signs of life from Mr. O'Keefe?
No.
When the police officer first arrived, do you remember what happened next?
I remember it was very chaotic, but there was talk about a spotlight. And I remember, I think I got up and ran to kind of wave to get the police officer's attention so he could see where we were.
And then what happens?
The police officer not sure specific. I do remember him asking about John. I think he said, is he a drug user? He was just asking some basic questions.
And what's the environment? What's going on around you?
Karen's just running around crazy, like just yelling, screaming, kind of like a ping pong.
What are you trying?
That part confused me too. We'll get to that in Cross. But
Trying to do?
I was just trying to talk to the officer. I guess I just went into this like type of mode of, all right, I have to just talk to him, get the information out, figure out like how we can best help John and like what happened to him and try to save him ultimately.
And what happens next?
More officers begin to come, fire and EMT. So the scene becomes active with a lot of different presence. John, I think they lift John onto a board at one point. The officers are asking us questions. Karen's kind of coming over, talking to the questions, and then kind of just running away. And then she just runs back over. She's doing a lot of screaming, a lot of repetitive, is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Could I have hit him? Did I hit him? Kerry, I think, Kerry's off kind of making phone calls, I believe, to John's family.
Do you know what time the first responders lifted John from the ground and put him on that bed?
Look at what Hank is doing too. His pace. This ain't bad. His pace is so slow in the questions. He is waiting long pauses for after the answer is made, waiting a long pause. He is asking the next question in a very slow and methodical pace, very, very precise about the words being asked. And then there's a long pause after the conclusion of his question. And then Jen McCabe begins answering the question. This is well played. This is done. I mean, when I'm asking questions of a witness, I will oftentimes employ one of the most simple tactics in it when it comes to, people believe body language or not. One of the simplest tactics in how to get someone to calm their own mannerisms, right? Or to chill out is, why did that just adjust? I didn't want that. Is mirroring, right? We've done this since we were kids. It's a very natural thing. If you put out an energy, you will more likely receive that energy back to you. If you are calm and quiet, and you are even in tone, you are more apt to receive a response that is calm, quiet, and more even tone. Insert pauses between the end of their answer. They are more likely to insert pauses in the end of your question and their answer. It is classic. It's a very good skill. The flip side of that is the fear you have on cross-examinations when they get aggressive, that the other person gets aggressive. That's the flip side, but this was good.
I don't know a time, but it was.
Okay, that's the only question.
Okay.
You heard your 911 call. Do you know the time of that 911 call?
Not off the top of my head, no.
At some point, did you talk to a number of different people at the scene?
Yes.
And who were you talking to?
The first officer was Officer Sarah. I know I spoke with him. I spoke with an Officer Lank, an Officer Good. There were other officers. I don't remember their names. There were EMTs. I don't remember their names either.
You have lived in this area for a long time?
Yes.
Active in the community?
Yes.
Did you know Sergeant Good from before that night?
I knew of him. I didn't know him personally.
Did you know Detective Lank?
Yes, I knew him.
How did you know him?
We were friendly.
Your children ever associate with each other?
Not until recently.
After you had a chance to speak to some of the officers, did you move around at all yourself?
Yes, I kind of, the officers would talk to us here and then a little bit over to the side. I tried to comfort Miss Reed. At one point, Miss Reed was very upset. And one of the officers thought it would be best if maybe she went and just sat in one of the cruisers for a little bit, because she was just doing a lot of screaming and yelling. And I think they were just trying to, get, work on John and make the scene a little less chaotic. So I went into the back of the car with her, and Kerry Roberts came over. And then we all were just sat in the back of Karen and I kind of were scrunched and sitting in the back, and Kerry was at the door of the cruiser.
Why did you get in the car with the defendant?
She was crying. She asked me to get in. We held hands. We prayed. She did have blood on her hands, and she said, "Could I have gotten my period? Who's going to take care of the kids?" She just kind of was all over the place. And then at one point, we saw them moving John towards the ambulance. And at that point, Miss Reed started yelling to Miss Roberts, "Go check on him. Are they working on him? Is he dead? Is he dead?" And at that point, myself and Miss Reed got out of the car, and she started yelling and pulling on me to Google hypothermia and Google how long it takes for somebody, to die in the cold.
So she's saying outside the car, which would be within earshot of Kerry Roberts, but that's, I believe, not what she testified to earlier in the first trial. It's also just the flow. I don't know that I can really judge the flow at all, because I imagine it was chaotic, and I imagine people said a lot of shit. But that's the Google hypothermia, and this is the hostile on the dying cold.
When the defendant first asked you to Google an inquiry about hypothermia, were you still inside the police cruiser, or were you outside?
Outside.
What was the weather? I know it's an obvious question, but how cold was it?
It was very cold, windy. The snow was blowing. As I stated, I have multiple sclerosis. So when I am out in either extremely hot or cold temperatures, I lose the feeling.
Those of you wondering, when I made a comment of witnesses being prepped and testimony being prepped, this is what I'm talking about. The question asked was, what was the weather like outside? She says cold. He says, well, okay, it was cold. Was it cold? And then she starts going on immediately, understanding where this questioning is going, which is the mistyping of the how long to die in the cold or hypothermia. This is what I mean about, the testimony is practiced. Not give any fault. You got to prep your witnesses. You got to prep it. It's just what I would have tried to do at this point if I'm Hank Brennan, is saying, look, slow down. I will get you there. I will get you to this answer. Don't offer it. Like, don't jump ahead of me, because this is a very awkward exchange. The jury is sitting there going, wait, you were just asked about it's cold. Why am I learning about your fingers? But it happens all the time.
And sensation in my fingers, which obviously made the Googling very hard for me to do because of my, motor skills.
So when you were outside of the car with the defendant and she had asked you to do a search regarding hypothermia, did you try to do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you know the exact time from your memory? Not from reading or learning, but from your memory. Do you remember the exact time you did that?
No.
Was it after the police came that morning?
Yes.
Had you ever attempted to search about hypothermia any time before that moment, that morning?
No.
Or that day?
No.
That week?
No.
Was this the first time that morning after the defendant asked you to search that you searched that phrase?
Yes, it was.
And did you complete your search?
Why did Alan Jackson not offer the objection? He wants it out there. That was objectionable. That was leading and argumentative. It was both. But
Search and get a result.
So I don't know what came up because I think as I entered it, I think I misspelled things. And so then I think I tried a second search. And again, I don't think I even paid attention to what came up because we were already on to the next thing. Karen was already moving and screaming about, the next thing to Kerry. Are they working on him? Is he dead?
Did the defendant move somewhere from the point when she first asked you to try to Google about hypothermia to something else?
She was next to me and then I think she took off. Like she kept kind of running off.
And what did you do?
I believe I think I stood there, I believe as they were putting John into the ambulance, I went back kind of to the original spot where we had been talking to the police. And at that point, a new officer might have come because I remember talking to multiple officers there.
At some point, did you go back towards the area of Miss Roberts' car?
that's important.
Yes, that's where I'm referring to. Sorry.
At some point, were you with the defendant when she spoke to an officer and a first responder?
Yes.
Do you remember if the first responder was a man or a woman?
I remember there was a woman right next to us. Yes.
Remember if that was before or after the defendant asked you to search about hypothermia?
I'd be guessing if I then don't.
Don't guess.
Mm-hmm.
When the defendant was speaking
Did she just go? Well, I think he said that before. So
to the first responder, the woman, were you near?
Yes.
Did you hear or do you remember the defendant saying anything to the first responder?
Yes.
What did she say?
She told the first responder, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
When she told the first responder, I hit him, how did you react?
I was startled, kind of like, what are you saying? What are you talking about?
Did you say anything to the defendant?
I think after the second or third time she was saying it, I was like, Karen, like, what are you saying?
Why were you trying to interrupt her?
Because I thought she was just talking crazy. And I'm saying, why is she saying she hit him?
Were you trying to look out for her?
Yeah.
yeah, this the leading was horrendous, but there it is. Now that's out. Now we know what was there. Now the only other thing that I wanted to get to was this part of the direct. Where was it? It was 602. For that. All right.
To the house, did you?
Yes, I did.
Do you remember what door you went through?
Yes, I went through the front door.
Was the door locked?
Yes.
How did you get in?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said, was it unlocked?
No, I asked if it was locked.
Oh, sorry. It was unlocked.
As you're approaching the house, were there any lights on?
No.
Was it dark?
Yes.
Any sign of any movement inside the house before you went in?
No.
Take us through walking through the front door. What happens?
So I went in the front door. I opened the door. I walked up the stairs into their hallway, and then I think I knocked on their door.
Bedroom door?
Their bedroom door. And then I opened the door. I went in and I walked over to the bed and I was like, Brian, Nicole. Because I was in a position where I felt like the world was going on around me. So much was happening. But I also was aware that I was just about to wake up two people that are sound asleep and they're going to see me standing over their bed and be startled, wondering, what am I doing here?
So what happens?
So it took a minute or two, and then Brian woke up and he immediately was like startled and was like, Jennifer, what's going on? What are you doing? And then I believe I tried the best I could to say what was going on. I think I said, we found John.
You don't need to describe again, but I want to know their reaction and your interaction with your sister and Brian Albert.
They woke up startled and confused.
Did you have a conversation with them?
Yes.
How long was that conversation?
Brief. They got up, got dressed. I spoke to them.
And where did you go and where did they go?
Then all three of us went down the stairs.
The upstairs to the downstairs?
Upstairs to downstairs,
And
yes.
upstairs is the second level, is downstairs the first level?
Yes.
As you come down the stairs, can you see the front door?
Yes.
Is there anybody in the house at that point?
I saw Officer Lank.
In the house?
Yes.
Do you know if he had been invited in?
I have no idea.
When you came down the stairs and saw Officer Lank, where was your sister and Brian Albert?
They were walking with me down the stairs.
And did you see whether or not the officer spoke with your sister and your brother?
He did.
Brother-in-law? I'm sorry.
He did. He did. Yes.
Were you there during that conversation?
No,
How long was that conversation? Do you know?
not sure.
Where did you go when the officer was speaking to your sister and your brother-in-law inside their home?
I was standing at the front doorway, and then my husband Matt had just arrived.
What happened next?
I started talking to Matt, and almost immediately, Officer Lang came, got Matt, and asked if he could talk to him outside.
The one officer that separates somebody. Okay. So that's what we're going to cover in the direct. Then we get to Alan Jackson's first part of Cross. Before we do that, let me see if I can catch up with questions. I'll get to this question, Peppermint. I started. I thought it was good. I'm going to get back to it in a second. Sus. I'm going to get to these questions. This world edge witch. Jen contradicted Whiffen. Whiffen said John was at the flagpole by 12:32 a.m. If true, Jen must have seen John on the lawn, and 12:40 text or sus. The timeline is going to continue to be an issue because the timeline being laid out by Jen McCabe in corroboration with her text money. You look, you have to believe one or the other. You have to believe Whiffen or Jen McCabe. I don't think that based on this testimony that there can be a world where you believe both of them. And what I mean by believe both of them, I mean not in direct, but in what is brought out in cross-examination. And it's not just what's brought out as far as her prior statements under oath. It's what Jackson is ultimately able to accomplish today, two of cross-examination, in terms of what Jen McCabe admits as her testimony about the observing of the vehicle. You have to believe one or the other. You either believe Whiffen or you believe Jen McCabe on the timeline issues. Because I don't see a world where those two can exist where both of them are 100% true. That was my takeaway on some of that stuff. Jordan Patterson, Jen McCabe, shock and awe. Yeah, it was interesting. Some people talking about the minis. I will get back to those. Sergeant Big State. I don't know. Someone watched the first trial. Did they let Lolly out of the? Wasn't Brandon's BSing? It was very interesting. Lolly makes an appearance again today. I was pleased by his appearance. I have found that I am enjoying Lolly in his newfound direct examination style of not asking what, if any, 9 million times in a row. I've appreciated that. Okay, so for those of you that we had talked about how important Jen McCabe was. The direct examination of Jen McCabe began at minute marker 20:58. The direct examination ended at minute marker 1:19. So, in total, direct examination, questions asked by attorney Hank Brennan of Jen McCabe. And I'm sorry, Ms. McCabe, that's an unfortunate, it's not the most unfortunate pause game. That's actually not that bad. In total, Jen McCabe's direct examination was under an hour. What's that, 50 minutes? Just about. Under an hour of direct examination. Now, contrast that with Alan Jackson's cross-examination. So how important is Jen McCabe's testimony? So the jury has heard a little bit about Jen McCabe. The jury just watched the prosecutor ask questions of a witness for 50 minutes. The next almost 2 days of testimony, call it a full day, was cross-examination. 50 minutes of direct, followed by, let's see, we got cross-examination 1 hour and 20 minutes that goes to 1:48, 1:45 for the mid-morning break. So call that 20 minutes. Mid-morning break takes place. 2:43, 44 until 4, hour 15. So now we're at what? We're at an hour and 40 minutes. Lunch break. 5:18 till the end of the day, 7:05. So in total, you got what? 140 plus an additional almost 2 hours. 3 hours and 30 minutes, so to speak. It's about 3 hours, 30 minutes. 50 minutes of direct, 3 hours and 30 minutes across on day 1 of Jen McCabe on the stand. That's day 1. Going to day 2, and Jen McCabe was on the stand for an additional, I think, 4 hours, 4.5 hours. So to give you an idea of how much weight. Oh, am I forgetting she was on the day before? Was she really on the day before? Hang on. Well, how much was her direct? Let me go back to day 6. Day YouTube. She started towards the end of that day, right? Or 50 minutes. Let's go to this one. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I will own that being wrong. I will gladly own that being wrong. Oh, that's right, because the Commonwealth started her almost awkwardly. Let's see. So she began to testify. Ian Whiffen ended. There you go. All right, Jen McCabe, day 1. Jen McCabe, Commonwealth started Jen McCabe, 5 hours, 38. Here, I'll show you.
Kaylee Wood.
Started Jen McCabe, 5:36, 5:40.
Face out quick and raise your right hand.
Recall that. Seven minutes for 7 hours. So 36.
That you pull the microphone.
Hour and 20 minutes.
Thank you.
Hour and 20 minutes plus 50.
Thank
So
you,
2
Your Honor.
hours.
Right ahead.
Good afternoon.
2 hours of direct.
Good afternoon.
2 hours of direct examination. Actually, that's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. 2 hours of direct. Side note, I like the blue for her. That first outfit, I didn't hate it. That was a good outfit. I would have, but I like the blue for her. And I think the blue worked well because I think she wore blue the next day too. Yeah. Yeah. The blue was a softening step. It was a good job on that. Yeah. So C. Taylor's corrected me. It's the white shirt followed by the 2 blue shirts. Yes. The 2 bluish different shirts. So you got 2 hours of direct, 2-ish plus. And then you've got, 6 hours, 7 hours of cross, 6 hours of cross. That's not as outlandish as I thought it was. Usually what I figure is about a 2-to-1 ratio cross to direct. If I've got an important witness and opposing counsel took 30 minutes to direct examination, I will usually budget about 45 minutes, 45 minutes all the way up to an hour and 15 for cross. So I try to do a 2-to-1 when I'm budgeting cross-examination just to make sure that I've got enough time. The reason why cross is a slog, it is difficult. It is a pain because you're going methodically one point after another. Sometimes you choose a tactic of going all over the place. Sometimes you do chronological. Sometimes you have to drag stuff out of witnesses, and every witness is a little bit different. So, yeah, I can see it. Now, what are my thoughts on cross-examination by Alan Jackson? If I'm being honest, day 1 was a nightmare. Day 1 just felt like day one just felt like day one of cross-examination just felt like, I don't know, a whirlwind. Like you're spinning around and you're not getting anywhere. You were just going around in circles and you're not asking the right questions. The answers are well prepped answers. They're evasive, but not in the sense that it is readily apparently evasive. And if you have no outside information, day one of cross-examination, the jury's just sitting there going, why are we here? Like I said, if you have zero outside information, you are watching what you just watched, knowing what you just know. What's the point of you making? It felt meandering. It felt confused at times. Like it felt like you're just never getting the point. Where was I'd pulled up a point of it. Let me see. I was going to start. Let's see. It's 410. Where's my? I have to do math. Because I'm trying to find specific moments. I have the phrase written down. I'm trying to find the specific moment, and it spits it out to me in total minutes of the stream. I have to do that conversion, which is a pain in the ass. It's not fun. So let's see. About towards the end, I mean, they both got worn down. A lot of this, I'll just be honest with you, not worth watching. That cross-examination was, I didn't see anything. Where's love of the jury tires over either side of the argument. I think by the end of day, what was it, day 9? End of Alan Jackson's first day of cross-examination, the jury was going, why the hell are we watching this? Like, what is the point? What are we trying to make? If you're just trying to make her out to be a liar on everything, you're not bringing the goods the way that you would need to in order to actually impeach her credibility. She's dodging questions. She's giving you answers, but it doesn't actually say, you never got something in that was completely inconsistent from a prior statement. You were dancing around the issue. And it must have been exceedingly frustrated for Alan Jackson. It must have been insane for Alan Jackson. I was going nuts. So the FBI was yes, you're right. The FBI was the one thing that we learned that I thought was pretty important during day one. You know what it felt like though? You know where that FBI discovery was? It was buried in the middle of that cross-examination. My thought process is, how many jurors were actually watching when that got stated? The FBI, because you know what didn't follow that? Really harsh, specific questions on that topic. It's like he touched it, got the little admission, and then moved on. And it got hammered a little bit, but if that's the only point you have, then how are you going to undermine the credibility of everything else she said? That was there. So let's see towards the end of this day. Because they go, oh my gosh, this is a slog. This was intense.
As an admission from my client, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
At a grand jury in April of 2022, did you not?
I did, yes.
Before you testified, you took an oath, very much like the oath that you took before you testified in this case, correct?
Correct.
You swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God, correct?
Correct.
And that included the whole truth at the state grand jury, correct?
Correct.
That was only weeks, several weeks, but weeks after this incident, right? April 26th versus January 29th, 2022. Is that right?
Correct, yes.
Things were much fresher in your mind then than they are now.
I wouldn't necessarily say that.
Especially something as momentous as an admission from my client that she hit him. Would you agree?
Would I agree that she said that?
Would you agree that that would be fresh in your mind? Something as momentous as that. You wouldn't forget that.
I will never forget it.
You wouldn't overlook that.
I will never forget it.
You would not overlook that either, would you, Ms. McCabe?
I answer the questions I'm asked.
Can you answer the question that I just asked? You're not answering my question. Would you overlook that?
No.
Argumentative as hell. Jackson didn't just dance on the line of argumentative. Jackson decided he was drinking the whole damn glass of argumentative yesterday. Like I said, I didn't agree with that. I didn't like how it looked. When you use really big words or when you're using larger words to try and impeach somebody, you run into trouble because there's nuance language.
And the reason you wouldn't overlook it is because it was so impactful on you, having heard that. Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ace also drove me nuts.
Thank you.
Take a look at that document. Tell me if you recognize it.
Yes, I see it.
Is that a transcript of your entire testimony at the grand jury in April of 2022?
I believe so, yes.
You've reviewed it in the past?
I have read it about a year ago, yes.
You read it in anticipation of your testimony a year ago, correct?
Yes, I reviewed it.
Have you reviewed it in preparation for your testimony today?
No, I haven't.
Yesterday. Ms. McCabe, turn to the page or pages in that transcript where you recount to the grand jurors that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
This is over.
It was a bad, guys, this is a bad question. Alan Jackson, you know better. This was a bad question. He was trying to get an illustration out of her, but it was a bad question. You get her to admit it's a transcript. You get her to admit that that she's reviewed it. And then you ask her the question, where in this transcript did you relay or convey to the grand jury that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You don't ask her to flip it because it feels awkward. It's not impactful. Not only that, but it's argumentative. And you set yourself up for an objection that's going to be sustained. So you ask the question of where in this transcript do you say you did it? And then they say, well, I don't know. It's a whole transcript. Okay. Well, do you remember if you recounted this to the grand jury on the beginning of your testimony or the end of your testimony, day 1 of your testimony? Do you remember where you might have said this? And they say, well, no, I can't. And then you say this, you say, would it surprise you to know that nowhere in this transcript are the words, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And then you watch the wiggle. But doing it this way, very awkward. It's just not, I mean, you want to dunk on the witness. I get it. You do. But at this point in time, I was really frustrated with Alan Jackson. I was going, where the hell are you going with this cross-examination? Where are you going here? It was confusing. It was
Over 227 pages.
Take your time.
How long did you say it?
that right there, the take your time. If Brennan had objected, that would have been sustained immediately. You don't get to do that. This I understand. And this is what they wanted here, was they wanted fire versus fire. The problem is Jen McCabe didn't bring fire in this go around of the trial like she did previously. She didn't fall for Jackson's bait. Remember what I was telling you about reflecting, or how you go and you match mood or match emotion? And I said, look, if Brennan goes up there calm, he's trying to convey to the witness that what he wants to receive back is calm. And I said, how does that work on cross-examination? If you go up there and I start swinging at you, you're going to swing back. That is a person's natural predisposition. I think we've used this example in the past when I talked about this case, about how why someone would be defensive when being asked questions about their credibility. They're swinging at you, you're going to swing back. It's just natural. Unless the witness is remarkably well prepped and is in control of their emotions, at which point you're fucked, because you have now swung and you have now hit, and what they have given you back is passivity. They're not giving you anything back. I get the 227, but this ended up being a swing and a miss. It did.
It was, Ms. McCabe.
227.
I'm not going to let her read 227 pages.
You reviewed it before, haven't you?
I reviewed it a year ago, yes.
You read the whole thing cover to cover, didn't you?
And he missed that question too. He missed that question. You reviewed in the past. She says, I reviewed it a year ago. Ms. McCabe, you also just testified that you reviewed it in anticipation leading up to this trial. So you reviewed it more recently than a year ago, correct? I don't know what was happening. I don't know if he had a game plan and just completely got thrown off guard, or got completely twisted in the game plan. But it felt like he couldn't craft a proper question at any point in time.
I skimmed through it.
One of the most important points in your testimony yesterday and today is recounting these jurors the phrase, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Is that right?
Objection.
To the form of that, I'm sustaining it.
Was it
Argumentative.
important to
Yeah.
you to tell these jurors that you heard my client say, I hit him 3 times?
I answered the questions and I'm telling the
Was it-
jurors what I know.
Was it important to you before testifying today that you recount to these jurors the phrase, I hit him, coming out of my client's mouth?
Your client said she hit him. Yes.
That's not my question. Listen to my question, Ms. McCabe.
I'm sorry.
Was it important to you before you testified to tell these jurors under oath that my client said, I hit him 3 times?
As a juror, as a witness, it's important to tell the truth and to answer the question you were asked.
And in point of fact,
All right. Okay, Jen. All right. We're going to quibble about your answer on that one a little bit. I'm going to give you credit for answering. You did well, Jen. You did. You did well on day 1 across. You very much did. I'm very impressed with how she held up to cross-examination. Here's why. She didn't concede a single point. She didn't allow Jackson to frame the question. She reframed every answer, and she got away with it. She got away with reframing every one of Jackson's questions because Jackson couldn't come back and effectively re-ask the question. It was like he couldn't simplify his question from a paragraph and then say correct. He was struggling with it. And it drove me fucking crazy. Drove me insane. Now, here's why I'm laughing. Because I'm looking at the time bar at the bottom. And we've got what's that, about 2.5 hours, 2.5 to 3 hours of timestamp that is quite literally Alan Jackson asking questions and Jen McCabe not answering the question being asked. You have Jen McCabe effectively reframing the questions and doing so, like I said, effectively, but ultimately not answering the question asked. So when you get this answer in response, yeah, it's going to earn a bit of a chuckle. This was kind of funny. Just going, it was interesting.
In your entire grand jury testimony, you never said, my client said the words, I hit him, did you?
Again, it's 227 pages.
Ms. McCabe, you were there. They're your words. I'm not asking you to rehearse something. You were there. Did you tell the grand jurors that my client said I hit him?
I have testified a number of times, but I was there the morning of January 29th when your client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
It is
Did you tell that to the grand jurors?
evasive.
I'm not sure.
It's because you didn't, did you?
Again, I'm not sure.
Ms. McCabe, you were asked in your grand jury testimony no fewer than a dozen times, 12 times, 12 separate times, you were asked to repeat words that my client said both before, going to, and at the scene at 34th Avenue that morning. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know the answer to that?
No.
As compound as hell.
You were asked multiple times what my client's words were that you heard her say going to and at the scene, correct?
I was correct.
And you recounted those words truthfully and honestly at that time, correct?
Correct.
Because you were under the same oath that you're under today.
Correct.
And things were much fresher in your mind then.
This is a good lead up. I like this lead up. This is a good lead up. Building, building, building. Good lead up.
Than they are now 3.5 years later. Would you agree with that?
I hit him, I hit him, I hit him is just as fresh today as it was 3 years ago.
Turn to page 190.
But
Keep in mind.
it's not there. It's not there. Jackson didn't jump on that. Like how? It's that part. It's, you know, she's going to fight you and not accept your premise. So you do the great buildup, right? So you build up, you testify truthfully, you know that this is important, you know this is significant. You absolutely would do your best to remember and give information accurately to the best of your knowledge, right? You're doing all of these things. And before you get your punchline out, she goes with the, it's just like, it was like that. Now, I say all of that because we got one of the worst endings to trial on this day. And you know what's funny about this? Here's the funny part about this. A lot of y'all are very much in one position or the other. I actually want to go back and look at the poll. So the poll, let's go ahead and end this. So of those of you who are watching, there's 2,000 votes. I asked the question, did you watch the first trial or motions before this trial? Of the 2,000 plus voters on this poll, 79% of you said that you watched the first trial and the motions prior. Only 6% said that they have not watched the motions or the first trial. So 79% of you, 80% of you that are watching right now have watched and are privy to information that this jury has not heard and will never hear. And you bring that outside information into your understanding of this case. I want to be clear that when you're viewing this case, you're viewing it through that lens. 12% of you said that you watched the first but not the motions for the trial now. 3% said that you did not watch the first trial, but you did watch the motions. And again, 6% said that you did not watch anything. I know that a lot of this stuff can feel like red meat, where you're looking at it, you're like, oh, I love good cross, or yeah, I want to jump on this. I'm going to call good. I'm going to call bad. It was a bad day for Alan Jackson. It was. And it did not end well either. I mean,
It's getting better, even as we sit here today, correct?
Hang on.
I remembered she said,
So he gets,
I tried to.
here's the problem. When you, sorry, Jen, as McCabe, I will do a not. Can you give me a place where it's not an unfortunate pause? There you go. That's better. This is a jury trial. Bench trials and jury trials are very different. Bench trials, lawyers usually can get the sense of a judge pretty early on. We kind of know how to navigate it. Jury trials, it's difficult. It's tough because you've got to appease, or you've got to dance around the sensitivities of 18 people that are watching your every move. And when you start becoming argumentative in your questions, if they're not with you emotionally, if they have not reached that area, if they have not reached that level where, hey, I can emotionally understand why you're becoming argumentative because, damn, this is bullshit, then that argumentative question becomes bullying, becomes very much the negative connotations we as lawyers often draw. So you have a time and a place. When you swing, you better make sure the jury's with you. Because if you're going to start becoming more and more argumentative in your questioning, if you don't have one or two members of that jury, it looks like you're beating up on the witness, especially after 4 or 5 hours. That's what it looks like. So this is where Jackson ends day 1 of Cross.
Did you?
I'm saying I don't remember the specifics of my conversation with Officer Lank. I'm also saying that I was woken up out of a dead sleep. Karen showed up at my house screaming. I went out to help her look for John. And then we found one of my closest friends on the front lawn. And she was saying crazy things and acting crazy and
Ms. McCabe,
acting
that's not my
erratic.
question.
And so every
Ms. McCabe,
police
that is
officer
not
that
my
I
question.
spoke to,
Let her finish.
every police officer.
And now we're at a place where we're now 6 hours into cross. We're any number of hours into cross-examination. And we have established a rapport where Jen McCabe is asked a question and then gives an answer that's not answering the question, but goes off the rails and isn't brought back and reined back in. So you've established that this is kind of the give and take. This is what is normal, which is sad. You are not allowed, you're not supposed to allow the witness to take control like this. Jen McCabe took control of this cross. Like that's your whole shit moment. When Jen McCabe is able to take control of the cross and reframe your questions and get away with it, that's a problem. And it's not the judge's fault. It's not. The judge added to it. The judge added to it a lot. Little comments here, little comments there. I didn't care for it at all. But ultimately, what I go back to is the person who's in charge of asking the questions and controlling the witness is the lawyer. And if you allow this to go on for 5 or 6 hours, I mean, hell, 3 hours. If you allow this to go on for 3 hours and all of a sudden, after 3 hours of allowing this witness to explain their answer, and then now you're cutting them off, then the judge is going to say, no, you've let this happen.
So that I spoke
That doesn't help. It drives me a little bit nuts.
to, I tried to answer their questions the best I could. It took me hours and in some cases days to remember all the things that Miss Reed had said. My mind, I was in a state of shock. But
You know what I would come back with? And the problem is both of them, at the end of the day, if they Monday morning quarterback this, they're both going to be, Alan Jackson probably went home and took himself to the woodshed on this one. He's probably just sat down, cracked the beer open, and was, what the fuck? When she said it sometimes took me hours and sometimes, in some cases, days to remember all that I had gone through because of trauma. You know what the perfect question back would have been? Did it take weeks? Months? And then you go back and you answer each one of these things and you bring up each one of those inconsistencies. At this point in time, you're tired as hell.
The minute I remembered, she said, I hit him. I called Officer Lank.
And your memory is getting better, even as we sit here today, correct?
There are certain things I will never forget, Mr. Jackson.
Including the fact that you never, ever, ever said, she said the words "I hit him" to a grand jury when you were asked about it 3 months after the incident. Correct?
She said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Never told
It's
that to
still
a
not
grand
answering
jury.
the question.
I don't remember specifically that every grand jury and everything I said, but I can tell you with 100% accuracy, she screamed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You never said that to the grand jurors.
I don't recall if I
You were
did.
there to get the truth, correct?
The truth is, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
You were asked that specific question at the grand jury. What did she say at the scene in front of the female EMT? And you know what your answer was? You do, because you just read it.
I wasn't asked what she was said at
What
the
was
scene.
answer to that question?
I'm objecting.
The objection sustained. Ask one more clear question, Mr. Jackson.
What was the answer you gave in answer to the question about what was said by Miss Reed to the EMT, the female EMT at the scene? What did you say she said?
I don't know if I was asked specifically what she said to a female EMT.
All right, we're going to end this now.
Your Honor, may I have one more question?
Go ahead.
I can't end it like this.
Okay,
She
jurors, ignore the comments of counsel.
By the way, Judge Canoni would have been well within her right to take away that question. That part was, you don't do that. Judge Canoni would have been well within her right and completely grounded in saying, Mr. Jackson, that was your last comment for the day. You know, we're going to reconvene on Friday. Would it have been really not good to look in front of the, like, not a good look in front of the jury? Yeah, it would have been terrible looking in front of the jury. But again, you have to realize where you're playing. You gotta, there are games. I was a lacrosse player. I played all kinds of sports, but I was a lacrosse player in college. And, there were games when the refs would call damn near anything a penalty, literally. And there were games when it would feel like the ref was calling the penalties in one direction or the other, right? You would feel like, I'm going to touch this guy, and anytime I go for a check, it's going to be a penalty. And I could sit there and blame the refs, but ultimately I wanted the game. And if the refs are stacking the deck, and if the refs are calling everything a penalty, what's more important to me? Making the point with the ref or winning the game? What was more important to me was winning the game. So I found another way to win the game. I understand the frustration with how Judge Bev is cutting things off or how Jen McCabe is doing. But as a lawyer, your job, your role is to be the zealous advocate and find a way to win the damn game. Alan Jackson did not have it that day. Now, for those of you who are beating the hell out of me in the chat right now, which I'm sure there are, and for those of you who are in the chat going, oh my gosh, yay, I love this. I don't know if your opinion is about change or not. Let's see.
Ask one question, Mr. Jackson.
You said that she said, could I have hit him? Did I hit him in the presence of the female EMT? That's what you testified to under oath at the grand jury, isn't it?
Yes, because she also said that.
All right. So, folks,
You know, even Judge Bev right there was like, all right, you didn't answer the question. Like, you got a question. That's not an answer. All right, we're done with this fucking shit show right now. I'm sorry for the profanity, but that's what it's going to be because that's what it was. Oh, that was frustrating. I felt for Alan Jackson right there because there are times when you are doing a cross-examination and you just can't seem to rein the damn witness in. They are so all over the place and you're just going, how do I fix this? This is a clusterfuck. What am I going to do? the number of times that I've walked out of a cross examination and literally just looked back and said, what the hell just happened? It's there. And for those of you who disagree with me on whether Alan Jackson did well in day one across, I'm sorry. You must have been watching something differently than I was. That was a disaster. That was a train wreck. Now, what do good lawyers do? What do? They go back and readjust. Actually, good athletes. So, little side comment. There's a quarterback, Jalen Milroe, who I think he played for Alabama. Jalen Milroe. Let me see what his. We're going to talk sports ball analogy here for a second, because it's important. Jalen Milroe is a quarterback, and he was just drafted. Where was the quote? Because there was the report that I had seen. He was just drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. And what ended up happening was during his interview, they were asking him his quarterback. So sports ball, quarterback. Drafted Seattle. During his interview, he was asked about what his talents were, what his specialties were, what his areas of strengths were, and then he was asked about his weaknesses. And he literally starts going off about all these weaknesses he has. He starts going down this rabbit hole of things where I'm improving on. And he went so far that the coaches actually cut him off and they asked him, well, why are you going down this avenue of telling me all the things wrong with you? Why are you telling me all the faults? Because you got to understand what your weaknesses are. It means you're not working. And I'm not going to be so arrogant as to walk in here and think that you guys haven't looked at the damn tape and seen what I'm talking about. Self-reflection is remarkably important, especially in law, where you go home and you reassess and you say, holy shit, was I missing the mark? It happens all the time. And this is why you strategize and you game plan and you go through these situations with your team and you ask for people who have very different opinions, sit in there and pick apart your argument so that you can see it from their perspective. Honestly, the chat's doing it right now. The chat is slaughtering me. Some of the comments I make about Jackson. Okay. You take that criticism, and the stupid person ignores it. The smart person uses it to help evaluate themselves and figure out what they want to do the next day. The person that we saw come out of the gates in cross-examination today was an entirely different person than the person that we saw at the end of yesterday. And I mean entirely different. Because holy crap. A. Hettinger, I disagree. Bev is actually preventing him from controlling this. Not the other day. And my point will be made more clear during today. I want you to, for those of you who watched Alan Jackson's cross-examination on Wednesday, I want you to have in your mind how many times Judge Cannoni told him to move on or move beyond this, or that you have to let her answer or finish the answer. How many times she did that in Wednesday, and how many times she does it today? Love you to do the comparison, do the math, and show me the math. Because when you do this right, you control the courtroom and you control the witness, you do a lot better. Cheryl Reed, why do you think that AJ didn't do well on cross? Day one, I don't know. I don't know that he anticipated the softer side of Jen McCabe. That is the only thing that I've kind of been able to focus on, is he expected some fire Alan Jackson responds to fire. Probably one of the more aggressive cross-examiners I've ever seen. Spyro, who's another one? Holy shit, Morrissey was aggressive. But he builds on fire. So if you don't give him fire back, I mean, how do you kill fire? You suffocate it. You take away the oxygen. If you don't give him fire back, he's got nothing to operate off of. So he probably walked in, this speculation, probably walked in, didn't get anything back from Jen that was argumentative. Instead, it was just purely evasive. It wasn't arguing back, wasn't challenging him, didn't give Jackson the ability to escalate that further. And it was a strategy shift that kind of forced him to recalibrate. And he didn't do well at getting back on the rails. I don't know. All of that kind of changed today.
That you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
Can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25, going to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so.
Wait, come back. What's caption?
Actually, 1 through 3.
Oh, no, damn it. No, I want that.
Remember my exact words of every testimony.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry.
Okay. So already off to a good.
I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think my husband and I, so there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Notice the shift in demeanor. Just notice that. You want me to show the posture difference? Maybe this could be helpful. Let's see. All right, let's just look at a posture here. Ready? Posture difference. I watched all of this testimony, all of it. Yesterday, the day before, or not yesterday, Wednesday, Tuesday. I ended up playing catch up, but I was watching it kind of fast. Watch the shift in posture. Ready? Yesterday, the posture existed in this fashion almost exclusively. Hands in lap, shoulders hunched. Some people refer to it as turtling. It's not anything. It's basically, it is a passivity. It is a calm. It is all of that posture that existed all day yesterday, every day, all Wednesday, everything. Not once was there an aggressive posture taken by Jen McCabe. Look, all the same, every single one of these. Doesn't matter where you skip around, all of it. Ready for this one? Hello. Hello. Anyone else notice that? No, just me. It was the first time that Jackson boxed her in effectively using the transcript, using prior statements, and using them as a lawyer and litigator is supposed to do it. Again, you've got yesterday, Friday, rather, Wednesday, Friday. Guarantee you, go back and scan it. Just go back and watch testimony again. And it happened because of this. We're going to go back a little bit and we're going to actually break this down again. Because I made the comment of start strong, end strong, right? So you want to begin strong, you want to finish strong. You want to make your best point first or last? First, what is one of the strongest positions they need out of Jen McCabe? Timeline. They need timeline. So they need timeline. They need her to clean up the timeline. Oh, by the way, this is great. We can actually watch it in real time. Transition.
Good morning, Ms. McCabe.
Morning.
I'd like to draw your attention back to the time that you were watching the SUV out of the front door, through the front door at 34 Fairview. You have that time in mind?
I never watched it, but I went and looked at it.
Saw it.
Sorry, yes.
All right. I just want to clear up one of the time frames that you indicated you last saw that SUV. You saw that SUV for the final time at 12:45 a.m., correct? It was up past the flagpole at that point.
I can't be sure of a specific time.
You indicated at a prior hearing in June of 2023 that
Shoulders slouched.
you, in fact, did see it for the last time at 12:45, and you know that because of a text message that you sent at 12:45. Is that right?
I did send a text message at 12:45. That is correct.
Did you say, quote, and by the way, for court and counsel, this is at 782 lines 24 through 25,
Cutting
or
off
to 783 lines 1 through 13 or so. Actually, 1 through 3. It's 782 going to 7.
See how he's doing this before? He's doing this before he asked the question. He's doing all of this in leading up to this because he's going to quote directly from the transcript. He's not going to do the refresh because you don't have to. He's going to literally just read back the words that she testified to, which is how you effectively impeach a witness based on their prior inconsistent statement. Where was this on Wednesday? Where was this on Wednesday? Anticipating the objection. Objection, can we get an understanding of what he's reading from? Anticipating the objection. Objection, she hasn't made a statement for which she can be impeached. He's getting ahead of it, laying the foundation. This was good. This was different. This was like, oh, well, welcome to the show, Mr. Jackson. Glad to see you finally woke up.
8-3. May I approach you on it?
Yes.
Mr. Brennan.
Sorry. Okay, thank you very much.
No problem. Actually, Ms. McCabe, and for court and counsel, I'm going to back up just a little bit up to line 20. You stated, quote, "So I think my husband and I were talking just like about what they were doing." And then I sat back down, and then at one point, I think I said, hello. And then I said at 12:42, "Where are you?" and then flip. I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45. Hello, because they were still there. And then question. So the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45. Answer, at 12:45. Do you remember that question and answer colloquy back in June 2023?
I've been asked a number of questions.
Let me tell you why this strategy is better. Why is this strategy better? Because Jackson doesn't give a shit if she remembers the colloquy back in 2023. Because he just read it out loud. He doesn't care if she remembers what was said back then. Because he just read the important part of that out loud. That is now in front of the jury, that Jen McCabe testified under oath that she went back to the window, looked outside, and saw the SUV at 12:45 a.m. Why is that important? Why is that important? Why are people... Brady Goat, I'm not avoiding ARCA. I don't understand what the ARCA thing is. I don't get the comment here. Why is that important? Because 12:45 cannot match up with the Commonwealth's theory of when the incident occurred. Can't. Karen Reed's vehicle can't be there. From my understanding, she actually connects to the Wi-Fi at John O'Keefe's house at what, 12:36, 12:37? 12:45 doesn't work. By 12:45, the vehicle is gone. The vehicle is... Karen Reed is back at John O'Keefe's house. And why is this important? Because she's not just testifying that she saw or heard certain things. What she's saying is that she actually remembers seeing it because she sent a text contemporaneously with seeing it. So she's actually attributing it to the time. This isn't a little inconsistency. This isn't a, you know, it might have been off by a minute or two. No, she said, I saw it and then I texted. Is that credible? I don't know. So 12:45 doesn't work. Why is Jackson starting with this? Because he needs it. This is important.
Specifically those words, no. I do remember testifying. I believe I said, I think in there. I think that.
Oh, I get the point. The ARCA stuff. Hang on, we'll do this. This is going to be easy. This is going to be really easy. The ARCA stuff. I didn't have a problem with Hank Brennan going as hard as he did. Fair game. Thought it was argumentative at times. The jury's not present. It's in front of the judge. Doesn't really matter. I didn't have a problem with that. I thought the judge was going to let him in. I didn't think there was a world in which the judge is actually going to exclude ARCA. I think the judge opens up a world of appeals that the judge can't walk away from by excluding ARCA. The only surprise I had was that there was no constraints placed. It seemed like all the constraints placed on that were reasonable, and the judge's admonishments on the rules of professional conduct as far as maintaining text messages and communications were just wrong. They're just not, they just weren't wrong, but they don't have any impact. So there was a lot of yelling by attorneys. ARCA is testifying at the trial. Judge Cannoni scolded the defense. Scolding was inconsistent with what the rules were. I don't see anything wrong with using signal to communicate with witnesses at all. At all. Honestly, I've seen a lot more shady stuff happen than that. I routinely purge my text messages of prior communications, period. Especially if those communications end up like somehow connected to any personal device. So that's my take on ARCA. I didn't view that to be, yes, the hearing was explosive. It wasn't the highlight of my week. Effective cross-examination of an adversarial witness is, though. I will. If you want me to give credit where credit is due, Hank Brennan came in swinging. We saw a side of Hank Brennan in cross-examination of the ARCA witnesses that I didn't see before. I mean, he wants to go. If he wants to go, he can go. Like he's got another level to him. I don't know if I can guarantee he's not going to do that far in front of the jury. I don't think he'll be that far. I think he'll take on more of a sarcastic approach. We'll see when it happens, though. That's kind of putting the cart in front of the horse. I was saying with my clients, let's leave the cart right where it is. Let the horse go where it's going, and the cart will get there when it does. There's the answer.
And to be honest, I'm not sure of exactly the times. I didn't pay close attention to when I was texting and when I was sitting. I was going back and forth to the door.
But in June of 2023, at a hearing under oath, you did say that it was at 12:45 that you last saw the vehicle.
I believe I said, I think.
Refresh your recollection, take a look at the transcript I just read from.
I believe the word I think is in there.
You believe, but you're not sure.
Okay, I'll look at it.
Refresh your recollection.
Oh, this is a fun question. Who has the better one-liners with the sarcasm? I don't know.
Sure.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So is the Commonwealth repeatedly, again, without penalty. Welcome to litigation. Honestly. I'll talk about discovery like it should be the be-all, end-all. Discovery violations happen all the time. All the time.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes.
Thank you. Does that refresh your recollection, Mr. McCabe, what you said in June of 2023 about seeing the SUV at the location at 12:45?
I see what I read. Sorry. I saw what I just read. I don't remember my exact words of every testimony, but I did just read that. Yes.
And in fact, what you said back in June of 2023, quote,
that was a better adjustment. That was good. She should have kept with that. If she had kept with that line, that would have been better. Because she at least admitted that she read what she read. Like, there are times as Jackson goes forward in this where she is fighting on what she just read. It's like you just read it. Like you literally just stared at it. And I asked you if that reminds you of what you just read. And you just finished reading that sentence, looked back at me and said, I don't remember. The answer here was she sees it and she goes, I don't remember every time I've testified, but yes, I just read that. Now I think here's the challenge. He gets that rammed back down her throat. And that's why we don't see that resurface too many times. Hey, Scott. Struck by the number of times she asked to see the report. And then moments later, seeing the report won't have her remember because she wasn't using it to remember. Well, she was using the report to remind herself of what she said so that she knew where the attorney was going. And try to figure out how to get around it. To be fair, well, I just realized I said, to be fair, I looked up and I realized I was very unfair to Ms. McCabe with this pause game. Again, to borrow a line from myself. To be fair, this kind of matched the mood from today. If Jen McCabe were a mood today, I mean, I love the blue blouse is phenomenal. Blue blouse is phenomenal. The death stare, a little bit less so. God, what do you think that she and Alan Jackson would say to each other if they saw each other in a bar? What do you think they would say to each other? Holy crap. Wrong answers only. I mean, oh, baby.
Oh, I don't know if it's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there, period, correct?
That's a part of what I said.
And then the question was, so the dark SUV was still outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45.
And then I said, I think, my husband and I. So there's more to that conversation.
Okay, what I read you is what the transcript indicates. You said on June 8th, 2023, correct?
So can you answer that? Is that correct?
That I saw it at that time.
Ask the question again. Mr.
Sure.
Who was the one that commented about Bev cutting him off and Bev preventing him from answering the question? Who was the one that said that? This is Bev helping. That was an objection that was asked and answered because he did ask it. He didn't give an answer, but he did ask it. And the judge looked at Ms. McCabe, and her version of overruling objections is to ask the question again. And then Ms. McCabe dodges, and then she gives Jackson another shot. Do the job right. Ask the questions the right way.
That what you testified to in June of 2023 was you saw the SUV for the last time at 12:45. That's what you said, at least back then.
That's part of what I said.
I don't know if that's my last text or if I did one more. Yeah, 12:45, hello, because they were still there. Question, so the dark SUV was still outside outside the house at 12:45, answer at 12:45. That's what you actually testified to in June 2023.
That's what that says, correct.
Thank you.
Sweet sigh of relief. Cross-examination that has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We have closed the loop on a question. We can all feel better now. I feel better personally on the inside. Like my heartstrings feel better because I actually saw a question that was asked and I actually wanted the answer. I waited for the answer and I was hoping for the answer. And all of Wednesday, I didn't get the fucking answer. It was horrible. But today, the sweet, absolutely beautiful use of stating, not allowing the reading of, but stating quoted testimony to impeach. Because at that point in time, let me tell you the truth. I don't give a shit what Jen McCabe says after I have read verbatim from her transcript and used the lovely words, quote, 12:45, yes, end quote. Jen McCabe doesn't have to say anything. It's just an added bonus if she says, that's what that says. Who is this Alan Jackson? Oh, he needed to start strong today and he did good. Good job. Good job. Oh, a wild Emily has appeared. Emily, are you giving spoilers? I've given a few spoilers. There's some spoilers. I'm trying, Your Honor. No, we haven't gotten we haven't gotten that part yet. But we have gotten to the fact that Jen McCabe has taken a completely different posture, like aggressive. This is arms on table. I'm ready to fight you. Not this. This was all of Wednesday. All of Wednesday was this. Who's this? Who's that? Every part of Wednesday was this. And Alan Jackson was not able to get the fight. Today, within the first series of questions, we went from this to this. Big difference.
You've been asked about with whom you communicated first thing in the morning when you received that 4:53 a.m. call. there at that call and thereafter, shortly thereafter, within those next few minutes, correct?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, you were asked by Trooper Prince in a formal interview on February 1st, 2022. I know that was a while ago, but in that initial formal interview 3 days after the event, Trooper Prince, the female trooper, asked you who you called or who you communicated with during that important few minutes after you received the first phone call from Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm not sure of our exact conversation, but she did ask me a number of questions.
Do you remember telling her, I spoke with Karen Reed, obviously?
Again, I answered whatever question she asked me. So
Okay,
if she asked, I did speak with Karen Reed that morning, correct?
Okay, Ms. McCabe, my question is, did you tell Trooper Prince 3 days after the fact, I spoke with Karen Reed? Yes or no?
If you have a report, I don't remember the specifics. I met with many, many police officers.
Sure.
I'm gonna send this to Spidey. I'm gonna send day 1 and day 2. I'm gonna find some clips from day 1 and day 2. I'm gonna send it to Spidey. Spidey at the behavioral arts. There's too much gold. There's too much gold and too much distinction you can draw between 2 damn days of testimony that wouldn't at least make some of that analysis entertaining, because you are seeing 2 different Jen McCabes. Very different Jen McCabes. Day 1, you saw hesitation. Day 1, you saw cautious and guarded. Day 2, you see aggression. Day 2, you see some. I mean, this was different. Yes, Rosewater. So do I. He is condescending.
Let's take a look at her report.
I'd
Is it
like
effective
to
or
take
not?
a look at it.
Depends.
Yes, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, you can familiarize yourself with that report, and there's a tab if that helps you, because
Okay.
it's somewhat lengthy.
Okay.
See if that refreshes your recollection.
Thank you.
You ever think that you ever think that when these two say thank you to one another, you think they're actually saying fuck you? Anyone else? Me? Am I the only one? Am I the only one who has replaced the word thank you when these two talk to one another with fuck you? Thank you very much, Mr. Jackson. Fuck you very much, Mr. Oh my God, it is great. Even just it's both of them too. I'm going to blame both of them because they both say thank you in that lovely little dagger tone. Maybe it's a California thing for Jackson, because I have seen some of that California come across, but thank you. Thank you. It is. They are both. And to the point that was being made earlier about Jackson being aggressive and off-putting. Yeah, he is. That is the style that he has. Yeah. That is the style that Jackson has embraced, and that's what he finds effective. It's all a matter of perception. And I tell attorneys all the time, stay in your comfort zone, stay in your lane. If that's where Jackson, if that's his pocket, if that's where he's comfortable being, then that's where he is. You can be condescending. Now you have to earn it a bit. The question is, has Jackson earned it yet? I don't know. We're not in the room. We can't see the jury. I don't know if he's earned it. There you go. He might be. I don't know. Long-winded crosses might make you your own worst enemy. I don't know. Today was different than yesterday. Thanks. Thank you. Thanks. I don't know what one's supposed to be what. Oh, you know what? Where is it? Hang on. This reminds me, Alex Kana. I didn't even think about this. The slow mode is killing me today. you guys, I have forgotten to ask you to do something because it actually alleviates the problem of Alex Kana here. Slow mode is on for non-subscribers. If you like just the content, there's no charge to it at all. If you just hit the subscribe button, doesn't charge anything, doesn't do anything. It just hit the little bell and it might remind you when I'm live if you want it or not. I don't know. But it's hit subscribe and you know what you don't have? Slow mode. You can chat it all you want. Just refresh page. Wow. It is. Just consider subscribing. Subscribers are not subject to slow mode. Shouldn't be. Or I'm going to fix that now. Hang on. Oh, no members. Hang on. This is what I'm going to do. I'll do this. I'm going to try and alleviate the subscriber issue. Let's do this. We are going to see, we're going to start doing this. We're going to start gifting memberships in our own stream. Don't bypass this crap. So I want you guys to participate. There you go. For all the contributions you guys have given, there. A whole bunch of you guys can now talk without inhibition. I think I just gifted 55 or something memberships. So we'll unload a couple more. There you go. Look at this. Oh, it's kind of. Now you're exempt from the slow mode. So, and that is because y'all do so much for the channel. Y'all do so much showing up. I appreciate everything you guys are doing. I am sorry I can't always reciprocate by doing all the time that I would love to do. I am a practicing lawyer, folks. I do have trials all the damn time, and I am in court all the damn time. And I try to watch the stuff on the side. I also manage 2 associates, several paralegals, full office. So I do my very best, and I appreciate you guys being here. And I do appreciate the input from all of you, whether you agree or disagree, as long as you do it respectfully. Do it respectfully, and we're good to go. So let's continue on.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, did that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
I know what happened, so I just answered
Yes or
the
no?
questions.
Yes or no? Does that refresh your recollection as to what you told Trooper Prince?
That's
Yes.
How you
Okay.
That's how
You
you
told
walk
Trooper
these.
Prince that you had a conversation on Kaylee's
how
phone
you-
with Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
That you also called Julie Albert after you got off the phone with Miss Reed the first time.
Yes.
And then thereafter, at some point, you talked to Tom Beatty, correct?
I never spoke with Tom.
I'm sorry, my mistake. I misspoke. You called Tom Beatty.
Yes, I called Tom Beatty.
Did not get through to Tom Beatty.
I didn't. No one answered. Yes.
Okay. Then you spoke to the grand jury about the same issue. Who did you talk to and who did you call in those minutes after the initial call on Kaylee's phone, correct?
I'm going to object that I can be heard.
Right, come on up.
Sidebar. Y'all, don't thank you for gifting memberships. I am happy to do it. I am very glad to do it. I appreciate all of you very much. I wish I could do more members only content. The members only content I have is from the shop. The shop is actually in a place where I should be able to start live streaming from there shortly. The computer setup is in there. Camera is in there. It is just a matter of getting some shit off of a damn desk, rather off the workbench, where I can actually go back in there and start working the lathe again. I had a very special gift I've got to make for one of the glorious individuals that keeps his chat clean. So I've been working doubly hard to get that shop cleaned up and ready to go. We should be ready for live streams in the shop very shortly, which are fun.
Commonwealth,
Yes.
that You spoke with Karen Reed.
I spoke with Karen Reed that morning. Again, I've been at many grand juries and different things, so to remember specifically, I don't remember specific questions and specific answers. But yes, Karen Reed did call me that morning on Kaylee's phone.
My question is, what did you say to the grand jurors? And you're saying you don't remember?
What question are you asking me?
Whom did you attempt to communicate with in those first few minutes after you first received the phone call on Kaylee's phone?
If you're asking me now, I can answer you.
I'm asking
I don't remember this. I'm sorry, I don't remember the specifics. If you want to show me and then I can review it. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
Well, that is what we're trying to iron out. Now, Jackson became a little laborious at this point. I think you can let me pull this down for a second. Here's what I would have done. I would have had every quote. I would have had every quote that I wanted pulled up, highlighted, and read the damn quote. And the second she starts to waffle on, I don't remember what I said that damn day. I don't remember. Blah, blah, blah. I would have actually pulled the quote up and said, "Isn't it true that you stated to the grand jury, quote, this?" Now, this is, you have to do a little bit to lay the foundation to try and impeach her, because you have to get her to say a statement that's inconsistent. She kind of already has indirect. So it should be a little bit quicker, a little bit punchier. I'm not going to fault it, though, because this is also probably one of the, I'm going to put Jen McCabe in a category of witnesses that are probably the most evasive and damn good at it that I have ever seen. Damn good at being evasive, where you cannot pin them down even when you have the goods. So I'm putting her in a category of her own. About as good as you can get at being difficult to pin down. Let's see.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified.
Row. When the judge helping out backfires. Did that come off as evasive to anybody else?
Multiple
Rewind. Hang on. We're gonna
on that day. I know the answer to the question. I'm just not sure of my exact words on that day.
I didn't ask you what your exact words were. I'm asking you about your memory. You're testifying based on your memory, Ms. McCabe, are you not?
Object.
All right, go ahead and answer that question. Are you answering these questions based on your memory, Ms. McCabe?
So I'm answering questions based on my memory of what happened on the 28th and the 29th. I've testified multiple times. I've been interviewed by multiple police officers. So to pinpoint one conversation is a bit of a challenge for me. But what I can tell you is what I remember from that day, which was, I'm sure, very similar to however I answered, because it's the same.
Yeah, refresh your recollection of the transcript.
That part at the end.
Sure.
That part at the end.
188, 189, thank you.
Thank you.
I didn't get an answer to that question, Mr. McCabe. Would it refresh I just have to do this for the record. Would it refresh your recollection to look at the transcript?
I'm going to.
You know, you didn't have to do for the record, Jackson, that you just wanted to do for the showboating was I didn't actually get an answer to that question. You didn't have to say that part. Like you could have gone to, just to clarify the record, can we just close this loop? That was a little bit
I'll look at it, yes.
fun to say. Ready to go all of Wednesday. Well, half of Wednesday. A lot of reading. A lot of reading.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that refresh your recollection about what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince, when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report
I like this.
like you're doing here.
I like
Well, I'm
this.
asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is
Good.
always going to be the same.
Good answer. I liked the question. I liked the answer. Not bad. Not bad. This is not bad. I was hoping that Alan Jackson would have done this a little bit more. Of ironing back on the, you have asked to review this report. Is there something on this report that you need to see? Because you are testifying from your memory, right? Like you do remember the grand jury. Honing in on this prior testimony of going, why do you need to read this fucking report every single time I want to ask you a question? That's one. However, Jen McCabe fires back with an answer that I think was quasi-canned answer. It was that different lawyers ask questions in different ways, and the words given in response to those specific questions might be different. But if you read through the lines, the sum and substance of what was relayed as far as an answer was not. This is going to read this part here. Hang on, I'm going to pull this up. The other Jules sounds too much like explanation from Jen. This is going to read two ways. One, argumentative from Jackson. Two, too much explanation from Jen. It depends on where the jury is. But that was a good question, and it was a good answer. And it depends on where the jury is as to how they view that back and forth. Because the point that Jen McCabe makes is that depending on how the question is asked, you might see different words in the response. Doesn't mean that I'm giving you different information. You just see me phrase it a different way. But Jackson can iron this down a little bit. I think he tries to too.
If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
Yeah. Finished? Does that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying to remember. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen Reed, I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty. Correct.
Sorry, I stepped away at the wrong moment. That part. Remember how I said, if you're reading this case one way or the other, you're going to read that. You're going to read that exact dialogue how you want to read it. You're going to hear it how you want to hear it.
Yeah. Finished? Does that answer?
I didn't catch that though. Holy shit. Look at her eyes. Oh my God. I didn't catch that one. Maybe that's the first. Is that the first like openly hostile sarcasm that Jackson pulled with her today? Might be. That might have hurt Jackson. I don't know if that hurt Jackson or not. I don't know. Because her reaction to that comment. Let's see how much credibility Jackson has with the jury. whether he's allowed to get away with that or not. I don't know.
You done? Finished? Does that answer?
That was that.
Yes, I am.
Okay.
That is
Wait.
surprise and being that. That is surprise and being offended. That is surprise and being offended. Wow. Come on. Got her. I don't know if you're going to like it or not. Oh, that can cut both ways. That can very much cut both ways. If any member of the jury was viewing Jackson as being argumentative or bullying, that just shored it up for them. Huh. That's a challenge. That's a tough one. What's the timestamp? If Ian surfaces, I will ask him that question. Timestamp was 39 and 49. Just making it. That can cut both ways. That can really cut both ways.
Answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but
And she's looking straight at the jury. I don't know. But if she's got a connection. That was high risk for both parties involved. Let's just call it that.
the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done? Finished? Does that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
That
I'm
was
going to allow that, but let's move on.
I'm trying hard. When the Commonwealth asked questions about who you contacted that morning at the grand jury, you didn't need to have your recollection refreshed with anything. You said, I talked to Karen
good
Reed,
follow up.
I called Julie Albert, I called Tom Beatty. Correct.
Correct.
And that's exactly what you told Trooper Prince as well. Karen Reed, Julie Albert, Tom Beatty. Is that right?
Uh-oh.
Yes, correct.
But you did make another phone call that morning that you left out of both of those statements, didn't you?
I'm not sure.
At 5:07 a.m., you called over to 34 Fairview, didn't you?
If it's in my phone record,
You had to know that was coming, right? Like you had to know that question was coming.
then I must have.
It's in your phone records that you're aware of. Well, let me ask it a different way. You're aware that your phone records actually show that at 5:07, you called to 34 Fairview, Nicole Albert's phone, correct?
Correct.
It shows also that that call lasted 38 seconds, correct?
5:07. After Karen Reed calls, before Karen Reed and they get in the car and head over that way.
I'm not sure what it shows.
You actually spoke to your sister, Nicole, that morning?
I did not speak to my sister, no.
So that 38-second call went to voicemail?
I'm not sure. All I can tell you is I never spoke to my sister, Nicole, that morning prior to waking her up.
But you do acknowledge that you made a phone call at 5:07 to Julie Albert. I'm sorry, to Nicole Albert, your sister, over at 34 Fairview in those early morning hours, correct?
Yes, I learned after. When I'm first being questioned, it's days after. It was a chaotic morning. I remembered the waterfall, Julie, then Tom Beatty. Calling to my sister wasn't as important ingrained in my mind at that point. No.
And then you testified at a grand jury, not hours or days later. You testified at a grand jury months later, correct?
Correct.
And at that grand jury, you also left out the fact that you contacted your sister, correct?
There's nothing nefarious. I remembered who I called. I didn't go back and look at phone records.
I'm gonna quibble with Jackson on this point. Jackson's about to go down this line of questions, and I think it's just not the payoff he really needs. And I would have let the nefarious thing maybe ask a question about it, but not go into it with the depth he does. But he really does say there's nothing nefarious about it. Let the jurors make their own conclusion. They're right there. They have just heard you draw out. You didn't say this to anybody. The grand jury wasn't days after, it was weeks after. No one walks into these interviews and testimony without looking back at their fucking phone to see what they actually did.
I didn't say it was nefarious. Why would you use the word nefarious?
Because there's nothing about me calling my sister that is nefarious, and I feel like you're insinuating it might be, and it's not.
He is.
Because it sounds nefarious.
No, I just use the word because I think that's how you're trying to portray something that is nothing.
Or did you use that word because you think that's how it's coming across? That's nefarious.
No.
Argumentative.
No, not at all.
Later that morning of January 29th, and by the way, you do acknowledge that your phone records show that you called at 5:07 a.m. to your sister's cell phone, correct?
I don't have them in front of me, but I believe that is correct, yeah.
Okay. Were you calling your sister's phone to alert her of something? Is that why you called?
No.
Later that morning on January 29th,
It's so tempting to ask her why she called, right? Like, it's so tempting to ask her why she called. But you had to know that she knew that question was coming up. You open the door for an answer that's clearly going to be a canned answer.
after those initial phone calls and after the scene had been cleared, at about 11:30 in the morning, you did have a formal interview with Massachusetts State Trooper Michael Proctor, did you not?
I did, yes.
The day before yesterday, you testified that Karen Reed, actually I think it may have been Tuesday, you testified on direct examination that Karen Reed just showed up at your house screaming, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, you told Michael Proctor in that 11:30 a.m. or thereabouts, that interview that morning, that on January 29th, when Karen was on the phone with you, you told her to come to your house. Isn't that true?
No, I never told her to come to my house.
She told you she wanted to go search for John, and instead of saying, I'll come meet you or I'll go wherever you want to go, you told her, no, come to my house and pick me up and we'll go together. Correct?
No, that's incorrect.
Go to.
Do you remember talking to Trooper Proctor on that day?
I do, yes.
Do you remember exactly what you told him concerning the plan to either come to your house or go search for John?
There was never a plan for Karen to come to my
Do you
house.
remember exactly what you told him with that regard on that issue?
No, I don't.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a police report that he drafted on that issue?
Well, those are his words or summary.
That's not my question. I know these are his words. He wrote it.
Mm-hmm.
My question is, would it refresh your recollection about what you
Good cross. That's a good distinction. Like that.
told him to take a look at his report?
I know what happened and I know what I told him. I don't know what's written in that report.
Yes or no?
I don't need to see the report, no.
Because it would not refresh your recollection to see a report.
Tay, this is a comment I appreciate more than you would imagine. I know you see a lot in the chat. And people in the chat, respectful. Didn't see the first trial. After a week, I think Jackson's bullying and trying to make a jury hate a traumatized witness. I think Jen is credible, just my opinion. That is a perspective you are absolutely allowed to have. Absolutely. And that has been my concern with some of the cross. I have thought you pick and choose when you go at it. Now, Here's the thing. I will agree with you on a bunch of it. I'll agree. I'll give you that. I can see how you do that. No problem. My question is, were there parts of Jen McCabe's testimony where it felt like he wasn't bullying and you actually got to a place where there were inconsistent statements made? My question. Because I completely understand that perspective. However, I think as this cross goes on, there are more and more and more and more and more holes poked into it, and they're not inconsequential. Very interesting to see that.
Where he indicated that you told him that you directed Miss Reed to come to your house.
That's a good question too. Why do you have a concern with the cross? Be objective. As it goes on. And because he doesn't make the point and get out. Make your point, make your strongest arguments, get out. Quibbling, it's the comment I made about the nefarious comment. You said the word nefarious. You do that for a reason. If there's anyone on the jury who views you as a bully, that enforces the bullying behavior and mentality. You're not winning brownie points. If you view this kind of like politics, which God forbid you ever do, but you have people on your side, you have people on their side. Who are you talking to? You're talking to people in the middle, very middle, talking to them. You got to sway them to your side, right? Are you going to get a hardliner to come to your side? Probably not. So you're talking to the middle. How do you convince the middle? Quick points, important points, significant points. Boom, 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 boom.
I object.
The objection is sustained, and I'm going to strike that.
You also told.
I'd like to be seen on it.
Okay, we can decide that first.
Seen
Crack, or she saw a crack in it.
I do not remember saying that, no.
Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes?
Those are his notes.
Ms. McCabe, we can do this all day. Would it refresh your recollection to look at a copy of his notes? If it wouldn't, just tell us.
No, it wouldn't.
As you sit here today, are you telling this jury that you deny saying to Trooper Proctor, you saw a crack in it? Are you denying that statement?
I'm not denying it.
So you could have told him that.
He asked me multiple times different questions. I spoke to him at my house, and then he had called me. So maybe one time I said it had a crack in it, and another time I said it was broken and missing pieces.
So it's very possible that that's how you described it on the 29th, Ms. McCabe. It had a crack in it, right?
And missing pieces.
I'm not asking you to finish my sentence. I'm asking you, is it possible that that's what you told him that day? It had a crack in it. Yes or no?
Yes, that was
Okay,
one
thank
way. Mhm.
In the days following January 29th, in the events of January 29th, 2022, were you and your family coordinating your versions of the events that occurred on that morning?
No.
That was an objectionable question, by the way. That's an objectionable question. That was argumentative in nature. It's inherently argumentative. Are you coordinating your testimony? But Jackson's about to go into a subject where I think he scored a lot more points than I thought he was going to get.
Were you and your family coordinating some sort of damage control
I'm going to go to 1.
in terms of
This is 1.5.
the language that your family would use to the public, to the press, to law enforcement?
No.
Did you and your family use
It's 1.5 acceptable chat. Please let me know.
a group chat? You and part of your family use a group chat to text each other to coordinate your communications with either the press or the public or law enforcement or family?
All right, 1.5 is a little quick. Jackson speaks like I do. That's fast. 1.25.
Friends.
I have multiple like group chats with family and friends.
You had a very specific group chat that included yourself, Nicole, your sister,
Mhm.
Brian Albert, and Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, if I may.
Okay.
To those of you who did not watch the first trial, you have to tell me. I need to hear from you. For those of you who did not watch the first trial, pay special attention to this next part, and you have to tell me if you think this sways you one way or the other. It gave me some thoughts.
I have a 2-page document that I'd like to have marked.
Funny story. Yes, I have YouTube Premium. Yes, it has 3 times speed. Y'all have no idea how fast Alan Jackson sounds at speed. It is impossible. I mean, I did listen to half of today on 3 times. Holy crap. I'm used to 2 times. 3 times is nuts.
Ask to approach.
Sure.
Thank you.
Did you show Mr. Brennan what it was?
Mr. Brennan, I failed to show you. It's okay. Thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you.
Can you tell me if you recognize what's depicted or what's contained on that 2-page document?
Yes.
Don't read it at this point. Just tell me, what is that? What are we looking at?
This is a, looks like a group chat with me and my sister, Nicole. Oh, no, just actually conversations with just myself and my sister, Nicole.
Can I approach?
Yes. Yes, I think it's mine.
Oh, sure.
Okay, for identification.
Did you happen to catch the date of these chats? I just
I-
took the document away from you. I apologize.
That's okay. I didn't know.
Can I approach?
Do you have an extra copy so she has one of you?
I'll just leave that one. I've got an extra copy for myself. I'll leave that one.
Thank you.
Do you note the date of that series of chats?
Yes, it says 12922.
Okay. Is that a chat just between yourself and yourself and Nicole, or is that include others as well?
I think it's just myself and Nicole.
There was another series of chats, we'll get to that in a second, that does include Nicole, Brian, Matt McCabe, correct?
Yes.
On this particular set of texts, do you see the first text starting in the green box? That is a text from you to, it says Coco, correct?
Yes, that's my sister, Nicole.
Okay. And you recognize this text?
I do, yes.
And you recognize the texts following the following bubbles?
Yes.
I would ask that this be marked moved into evidence.
Is there any objection?
I could review it briefly.
Sure.
I gotta be heard on that. Oh, she hit
Why don't I see you tie back for a minute, please?
hearsay. They're I think it's coming in for impeachment, not the truth. So I see it coming in.
All right, so the objection is noted and overruled. So, Mr. Jackson, you can put that K for identification is now an exhibit.
May I approach?
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Before
All
I
right,
proceed,
so, jurors, before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, and you heard,
The objection was hearsay, and it's not coming in for the truth of the matter stated. So it's not technically hearsay. It's coming in to establish the state of mind of the participants to the chat. That's why it's coming in. So you're supposed to read it and disregard the substance of the communication. You're just supposed to use that to inform how the individuals are perceiving the events surrounding them sending that communication or receiving the communication. State of mind.
Trooper Garino read a lot of text messages the other day. I didn't interrupt him. I probably should have. But before you consider any electronic communications in your deliberations, you must first find that it is more likely true than not that the person who either authored or created or transmitted the communication was in fact the person alleged. So here we have communications allegedly between Ms. McCabe and her sister. Before you can consider them, you must find that it's more likely than not that they were the people who sent and received those. If you do not find it's more likely true than not that the person alleged to have created or sent them, then you may not consider the electronic communication in deciding your case. Now, when you read or hear about these text messages, you may not consider the statements for their truth, but you may consider them solely for the limited purpose of understanding the state of mind of here, Ms. McCabe, when she sent those messages. All right. So now that's what I needed to do. Mr. Jackson, your turn.
Thank you, Your Honor. With the court's permission, I would ask that the January 29th text be published.
Yes.
Mr. Wolf, is there a way to, there we go.
Margaret, the witness might need that exhibit.
Your Honor, may I approach just to retrieve the exhibit?
Yes.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I was just going to say, could you please enlarge that?
Any way to make that bigger? We'll take one bubble at a time.
Ms. McCabe, do you need lights on or are you okay?
Oh, I'm okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Ms. McCabe, does this appear to be a representative copy of what you're looking at? It's just been marked for evidence.
Yes, it does.
Starting at that top text, which is the
Right here, J. Marie. Nail, meet hammerhead. Yes. Which is why we make the objection. Because it is one of those where it's basically saying, Judge, come on. We know that they're not trying to introduce this for her state of mind. We know that they're trying to introduce this for the truth of what's being stated in these texts. Like, come on, Judge. And the judge says, these are the rules. I have to let it in. Hank used that to his advantage in redirect, although I don't know if it was too much of an advantage. It was, but yes, you are right on.
the green bubble here. Can you see at the very top where it says from, there's a redaction?
Yes.
The last four digits of that phone number, do you recognize that?
Yes.
Is that your phone number?
Yes.
Do you see just beneath it, it says to, and there's a line that says Coco?
Yes.
Is that your sister?
Yes, it
That's
is.
Nicole.
Yes.
And if you look down on the bottom right corner of this exhibit, do you see a time and date stamp?
Yes, I do.
What is that time and date?
It's 1/29/22 at 7:54.
Is that 7:54 p.m.?
Yes.
Okay. Can you read for the jurors what you texted to your sister at 7:54?
Sure. Carrie talked to the cops and kept it simple.
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
And this is a text that you sent about Miss Roberts's interview with the police.
Yes, it is.
If Mr. Woke, can we pull up the next text, please? Do you see the response in the blue bubble?
Yes, I do.
Who's responding to whom?
I'm responding to my sister, Nicole.
Can you please tell us the time? And we know it's the same date. What time is that?
That would be 7:56 or 58. Sorry. I'm not sure if that's an 8 or a 6.
I may have misheard you. The blue bubble is from whom?
It's from my sister, Nicole,
To whom?
to me.
Okay, I may have misheard you. I thought you said the reverse. I want to make sure we're very clear. The blue
sorry.
bubble is from Nicole. The green bubbles are from you.
Yes, correct.
Got it. And this text says, I'm sorry, read that for me one more time.
Sure. Okay. Try and get some sleep. Talk tomorrow.
Next text, please. What's the time of this text?
7:57.
This is from you to Coco, to Nicole.
Yes.
What does that text say?
Any update?
What did you mean by any update?
I meant had she heard anything or learned anything new?
Next text, please. Do you see a response from your sister to you?
Yes.
What does that say?
We'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it.
Next text, please.
those that didn't see the first trial, didn't see any of this. I told you be mindful. I want to hear your opinions on this part specifically, because that part made me a little bit uncomfortable. Just a bit.
Is this a text from you to your sister Nicole?
Yes, it is.
What does that say?
It's
Right.
not- it's just
Next
the
text,
right.
please.
It's
What is the date and time of this text?
It is 1:29 in 2022 at 8:01 p.m.
And this is in response to the text that you just read from you to your sister. And this
Yeah.
is now a text from your sister back to you, correct?
Correct.
What does this text say?
Okay, text me in AM, or if you hear anything later.
Thank you. We can bring the lights up in just a moment.
it's not that bad. Like all of it together,
One of the
it's
texts,
just,
the
but
third from the bottom text on the second page, in other words, the top text on the page, was from your sister to you. We'll get more info, TOMM, correct?
Yes.
Don't want to text about it, correct?
Yes.
TOMM means tomorrow.
Yes.
This was January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
Tomorrow would have been January 30th,
Yes.
2022. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm holding another document. This is a multi-page document. Eight pages in total length. There's a base page on the bottom, 02148. You got a copy. May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can you please take a look at that document, flip through it, and let me know when you're finished?
This is the document we discussed at sidebar.
It is, Your Honor.
good question. Uncomfortable how, Rob? They're traumatized in the morning. That's why I was wishy-washy on it. Just those texts. One of the reasons why I asked people who didn't watch the first trial, because I think these did come out in the first trial, but there's a time and a place when you introduce those texts to try and get or make them more persuasive or less persuasive than they are. What you have is 6 messages exchanged, right? So don't want to text about it. I don't like that it doesn't say don't want to text about it right now or busy or can we talk tomorrow. It was don't want to text about it. And then it wasn't just a statement of sorry, like I'll talk tomorrow. It was right. Makes me uncomfortable. But I also see the other side where it's logical. I'm telling my client not to put shit in text messages. So it depends on where you are in the jury. If you have established an understanding that Jen McCabe is shady, then this is shady. If you don't think that she's shady, then this isn't shady. You can view this in both ways. I personally, based on everything else, it feels shady to me. That's me. But again, I'm one of the people that watched the first trial, saw the motions practice, saw the back and forth. I don't know. She really does read all of it. Is anyone under the impression that she has not read these messages in the days prior to this? Are we supposed to form that understanding that this is a surprise to her?
Thank nice at this one and ask that this be marked. Just a couple of foundational questions. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what was depicted in these documents?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a group chat between and among yourself, Nicole Albert, Chris Albert, and Matt McCabe?
I don't believe Chris Albert's on that.
I'm sorry, my mistake. Brian Albert.
Yeah, Brian,
Okay,
sorry.
So the four of you?
Yes.
Okay. And does this appear to be a group chat that was engaged between and among y'all on February 1st, starting, I'm going to try to bookend it, starting
Okay.
at about noon, ending at about 5 or 5:30 that evening?
I didn't look, but I'll take your word for it.
You just look at the first one or two.
Oh, yeah.
Ignore
February
the top
1st,
one,
yeah.
the top one has nothing to do with this.
Okay. Yeah.
And then the last one, same date, around 5:30.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
How does this be marked?
Say, for identification or in evidence?
In evidence.
Same objection, Mr. Bryan?
Please.
Yes, that concludes. 48.
Oh, can I?
And jurors, the same instruction regarding the electronic communications and the same instruction.
This one I didn't think was as
Next
impactful.
read.
It says, I assume it's just to eat, but Brian, if she is there, ask her what the deal is.
Next text, please. Before I ask you about this text, the last text, that was from whom? One more time.
My sister, Nicole.
It was from your sister Nicole,
Yes.
and she mentions a she, a pronoun she.
Yes.
Is that referring to Julie Albert?
To be honest, I don't know who she's referring to.
Well, remember the first text started, or did the first text start with someone reporting that Julie said that Channel 4 was in D&E?
Yes, it did.
So would that prior text mean get Julie Albert to get some updates on what's going on? Let's go back to that last text one more time.
Yeah,
You see where it reads, if she's there? Does that mean if Julie is at D&E, hence she just reported that Channel 4 is there?
I'm truly not sure if who she's referring to as the she.
Okay, fair enough. Let's go to the next text, please. Mr. Wilk, I think you missed one. The one above it. Who's this text from and who's it to?
This text is from myself, and it is to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
And what does this read?
This says to ask if we heard if she is in a mental hospital.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, and to Matt.
What's the time on this text?
2:55.
And what does it read?
Carrie is here going over timeline.
Who's the Carrie referring to?
Carrie Roberts.
What is here?
I would assume here would mean my house.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from Brian to me, to Nicole, to Matt.
And what does this text read?
I did hear that.
Next text, please. Who is this text from and who's it to?
This text is from me to my sister, Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
And we handed the phone to Carrie,
Who's Carrie?
Carrie Roberts.
What phone are you referring to?
Mine.
Who was on the other end of that phone?
On February 1st, I believe it could have been Michael Proctor.
Next text, please.
Okay.
Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What does it read?
She is telling him everything.
Everything is in all caps with an exclamation point, correct?
Yes, it is.
What's the timestamp on this, Ms. McCabe?
2:55.
Who's the him that you're referring to in this text?
I believe it was Michael Proctor.
Next text, please. Who is this from and who's it to?
This is from me to Nicole, to Brian, to Matt.
What's the timestamp on this text?
2:55.
Same minute that you sent the last text?
Yes.
She's telling him everything?
Yes,
And then you follow up with what?
all the stuff.
Next text, please. Who's this responsive text from?
This is from Matt to myself, Nicole, and Brian.
And what's the timestamp on this?
4:35.
What does this read?
Yep. If she pleads out, it will end. If she fights it, it will be an episode.
Who's she?
I'm assuming that would be Miss Reed.
Oof.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Nicole to me, to Matt, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
She liked the text about
the previous text,
Yes.
meaning like a thumbs up or a like.
Yeah, it just says liked. So
The one that reads, yeah, if she pleads, it will end.
Mhm.
If she fights, it will be an episode.
yes.
Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is from Matt. Oh, sorry, to me, to Nicole, and to Brian.
And what does this read?
Brian, sitting separate.
Is that a period or a comma? I honestly can't see. Is that a period or a comma between Brian and sitting? Or can you tell?
I can't tell if it is or it's just like the way it printed out. I'm not sure.
Next text,
Edie,
please.
that's what I've been saying the whole time.
Who's this from and who's it to?
Brian, to me, Nicole, and Matt.
What's the timestamp on this?
That is 4:55.
And what does that text read?
Okay.
And the next text. This is another green bubble. Who's this from and who's it to?
This is me, Matt, me, Nicole, Matt, and Brian.
And what did you say? What did you write in this text?
I wrote you listening.
And what's the timestamp on this?
That is 5:15.
I'm sorry, it would be what time?
Oh, I'm sorry, 5:15.
And in fact, at 5:15, Ms. Roberts was in your house being personally interviewed by Massachusetts State Police, correct?
They were there. I'm not sure if this is the exact time, but yes, they did come over.
Just to be clear and to orient us, there was a phone conversation that you were privy to between Carrie Roberts and Michael Proctor telephonically, correct?
She was
Earlier in the day.
yeah, earlier in the day he had called me and then Carrie had asked to speak with him.
And that's the handing of the phone.
Yes.
Let me put it this way. If there was a police officer or a trooper interviewing someone in my house, would I very much want to, in some fashion, overhear what was being discussed out of sheer morbid curiosity? Probably. Yeah. Would I ever put into a text message to someone else that knew that there was a police officer or trooper interviewing someone in my house that I was listening in and could hear that? No, I would not, because it gives the impression that we have. It is not unreasonable for someone to want to listen to a discussion happening between a trooper and a witness. I would want to hear too. But my texting my buddy like, hey, are you listening to everything this person is saying to the trooper right upstairs about this thing? Get the fuck out. No way am I saying that in a text message. That is nuts. Doesn't mean anything. But holy crap.
And later, a couple of hours later, 5-ish or so, she was still at your house. Dr. Proctor came over and interviewed at your home.
No,
I'm sorry.
sorry.
Massachusetts State Police.
Came over and spoke to myself, her, and Matt.
No, Rosewater. I'm actually kind of clarifying. I think I'm walking the line here. The line I'm walking is that if you in the jury are perceiving at this point in time that there is something nefarious, then you are listening to these with that lens on. If you in the jury are not perceiving anything nefarious, then you are listening to these without that lens on. This, I think, comes down to how the jury has been persuaded to this point. And I don't know who on the jury is viewing things one way or the other. I really don't. Because you're right. If one of my friends died under circumstances, like let's play this out. Like, let's say that I've got a really good buddy and someone died in their front yard and I knew that person and they were really good friends with me. I would be texting all kinds of stuff, probably things that would not read great in court. I've made this comment before in the past about how I can take your phone and make you into a monster or a saint, depending on the day. Hell, I say this about Karen Reed when she calls John and leaves a voicemail on his phone that just rips into him. You can spin information in any direction you want. But I want you to take that lens and try to view it from another perspective. Just try. Just take it, because I'm doing that for you. I'm viewing this from another lens as well. Trying to. So I think that's where I am. There's things that I can hear that are, I can excuse that, but there's certain things that we get to where it starts to bother me a lot more.
And you wrote you listening to the group, correct?
Yes.
Who was that specifically directed to?
I honestly don't know.
Was there anybody else in the house during her interview other than you and the troopers?
My husband, Matt, my daughter, her friend, my other daughter.
So of the people on this text chain, the only person that would have been in the house that could have conceivably, quote unquote, listened would be Matt. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Next text, please. Who's this from and who's it to?
It's from me to Matt,
Yeah, I agree.
Nicole, and Brian.
And what does it read?
Cops here again.
You were reporting to the others on this text stream that the police had arrived at your house. They were in your house with you and Carrie that you just described, correct?
Yes, I was just telling them that they were here again.
Next text, please.
This goes on for a long time. And I have to fast forward because we can't watch all of Recross. Because again, it's like 7 hours of it. But I want to go to this part. So 3. So we're going to fast forward quite a bit. Oh. When I talk about how it's difficult to get things out of difficult witnesses, it is difficult to get things out of difficult.
You never met Trooper Proctor before September 2023, that you can care of by him, correct?
You have to ask for an instruction.
So again, that is sustained. Ladies and gentlemen, I instructed you on previous questions regarding the same type of thing, whether another witness is lying or not. Disregard the question and move on, Mr. Jackson.
If you had told Trooper
23, I believe.
Oh, that's going to be in the close. Yeah, come on. I'll go back to that. Hang on. You want me to have them read that out loud? So, because I can also make this one completely innocent. Want me to make it innocent? Here. Find a way to spin it for you. Let's see. 78:37. 1 hour, 18 minutes, and 37 seconds. Ready? You want me to make this innocent? I'll make it innocent.
and D, is it D and E or D in E?
D and E.
D and E. Okay,
Yeah.
that's just the name of the pizza sub shop.
Yeah.
Thank you for that context. Ms. McCabe, can you read what this text says, who it's from and who it's to?
This is from Matt McCabe to myself, my sister Nicole, and Brian.
Can you read it for us, please?
Sure. Eating, I assume. Ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went into the house.
Yeah. You want me to make it innocent? Here we go. Let's go ahead and make it innocent. Just like we can make the I hit him innocent. Words are words. They need context, right? Tell them the guy never went in the house. Could that potentially be, hey, don't forget to remind them the fact that he was never in the fucking house. Or, I don't know why this is a big issue. He was never in the house. Why don't you remind him of that fucking fact? Why are they asking questions? He was never in the house. Just like someone who overheard or someone who's freaking out about what ended up happening sees their significant other in the fucking snow, has been pondering, did I hit him? Did I hit him? Did I hit him? And then has reached the conclusion, oh my God, I hit him. Did they actually do that? I don't fucking know. Was that an admission or an exclamation? I don't know. They're very different. The comment of the guy, I don't know what their relationship was. I can't read into anything there. I know you guys want me to. Just like people who are On the Karen Reed is absolutely guilty. She admitted fault. Want me to read into the I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I don't buy very much of this at all. Is it cold? Yeah. When was this? This was on 2/1/2022. I don't know their relationship. Imagine you're asked the question 9 million fucking times. And you've said, John O'Keefe, John O'Keefe, John O'Keefe. For the 9 millionth time, you're like, the dude never came in the fucking house. There is a way to say these things. There are ways to say these things that make that nefarious or not nefarious, depending on context. All of it, depending on context. Why I don't buy into a lot of the text messages and communications and all the back and forth. I don't buy into a lot of it. Here's where my brain is. Timeline, vehicle, injuries. Boom, boom, boom. Timeline, vehicle, injury. Just, I can pick up your phone. I can make you a monster. I can make you a saint. I can take a word that you said out loud, put it in quotations, and convey it to you in a fashion that makes you a sinner or a saint, depending on the day and the moment. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Oh my God, I hit him. I hit him. I hit him. Context. Delivery. That's what I'm getting at here. I understand. A lot of this is, I don't know if it's confirmation bias. I don't know if it's that we have heard so much about this case that we need to believe something or the other. What I am telling you is that some of this stuff hits, some of it doesn't. And if you're a juror, there's a way of viewing this completely neutral. And personally, I think a lot of people are paying too much attention to so much going outside of court that they're forgetting the fact that these are jurors who haven't heard shit, who are actually listening to this being presented in real time, limited to the evidence presented in court, who have a very real likelihood of splitting, finding her guilty or finding her innocent. Hell, based on the circumstances and the simplicity and how jurors view this, I would not be surprised if the jury finds her guilty. I would not. I wouldn't be surprised the jury was hung. I wouldn't be surprised the jury found her guilty. I wouldn't be surprised the jury found her acquitted her. Honestly, generally speaking, it's easier for a jury to find the conclusion of guilt because they generally have a predisposition of believing, based on inherent biases, the person in the bad chair did the bad thing or a bad thing. Otherwise, they wouldn't be in the bad chair. So if I'm leaning in just likelihood of guilty versus innocent and what is the easier of the outcomes for the jury to find, easier is always guilty. So people sitting here and hanging all of their cards on two things: text messages by these parties after the fact or statements by Karen Reed. I don't give any of those credit one way or the other. That ain't shit to me. It doesn't mean anything. Is this sketchy? Huh? I like it. Makes me uncomfortable. So tell me the timeline, baby. Tell me the timeline. Tell me about the vehicle. Tell me how this happened or didn't happen. To quote Hank Brennan, give me the science and the fucking data, please. I haven't heard very much of either of those so far. I would love the science and the data because I really need that to help, consolidate this amalgamation of shit and people testifying one way or the other. So I just need to. I need to hear that. Yes, Greg. Yeah, I'm with you. They don't know the timeline. I'm 100% with you. I get it. That's where I am right now. Like The timeline keeps moving. It's moving all over the place. We have a timeline where the vehicle is still out front at 12:45. We have a timeline where Karen's vehicle reconnects with John O'Keefe's house at 12:37. We have a timeline where the car arrives at 12:32. We don't know where shit is. We have no fucking clue. Y'all can be disappointed all you fucking want. I know. I get it. Y'all can be disappointed all you want. I am telling you that if I take my hat off of individuals that have knowledge of the other shit, I take that off and I put on the juror hat and I walk into this courtroom and I exclude all of the other information from the world around me, and I am just analyzing the information presented in this trial, this cuts in both directions. It absolutely does. And if you're delusional enough not to believe that, then I present to you the hung jury in the last fucking trial. There are ways that this plays out in both directions, and you guys need to start wrapping your head around that to understand that there's a world in which Karen Read absolutely is convicted of this. There's also a world where she's acquitted. There's also a world where this is a hung jury. We are watching, observing, and trying to analyze the information as it's coming in real time. This is one of the best questions of all time. But Rob, was it snowing? Based on my information gained in the first trial, I know it was snowing. Based on the information provided at this trial, I'm not sure. I don't know that we've heard 15 witnesses testify about the snow. Oh, I mean, I'm good with however you guys view it. I know that Ian and I have different opinions. I'm trying to give you his perspective too. For me, I'm in the whole, I don't see how you can possibly get beyond a reasonable doubt. That's my perspective. I don't know how you can convict beyond a reasonable doubt. Is she innocent? I don't need to get there. It's not my job. My job is explaining the burden of proof that the jury is tasked with determining. She did this beyond a reasonable doubt, or they have not proven that burden. And if they have not proven that burden, that is the end of the inquiry. For the purpose of this trial. Some of you guys don't like that. I understand that. We are not a crime solvers. We are a trial legal analyst. That's what we do. That's what I do. Now, do the statements get more inconsistent? Uh-huh. Yeah. I do.
You tell Trooper Tully, quote, you had never met Elizabeth Proctor or Michael Proctor prior to September 2023, end quote.
I had never met Elizabeth
That's not my
Proctor
question.
prior. Well, was it,
Did you tell Trooper Tully, Lieutenant Tully, that quote?
if I can break that quote up because it's two thick parts.
No, you can't.
So
My-
this
my
has been
question is-
asked.
That kind of cuts him off. This isn't really fair. I'm with him on this one.
And answered. Move on, Mr. Jackson.
Do you deny, as you sit here, telling Lieutenant Tully that quote that I just read? Do you deny it?
Sustained. Move along. The question's been answered.
Let's talk for a second about your phone calls to John O'Keefe on January 29th, 2022. I'd like to go through those calls with you briefly, if I could. Your Honor, this has previously been marked Exhibit 26.
Okay.
Mr. Brennan has a copy, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you. Do you want this one?
That back.
Thanks.
You've indicated on direct examination and earlier on cross-examination that you had multiple phone calls to Mr. O'Keefe.
Sharon, I needed that so much. I shot the clerk. I needed that so much. Yes, exactly. If you haven't seen My Cousin Vinny, then see My Cousin Vinny. Shot the clerk? It's an admission. Yes. Absolutely. That is what I'm trying to prevent myself from pigeonholing into. I'm trying to prevent myself from falling down the rabbit hole where it becomes easy to view words in a context that are presented by these attorneys.
In the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, correct?
Correct.
Those phone calls ranged from about 12:14 a.m. until about 12:50 a.m., correct?
There was a call at 12:14 and then at 12:18.
I'm sorry, I'm bracketing it. The
Oh,
calls
I
were between,
apologize.
that's okay, 12:14 all the way to about 12:50, correct?
Are you saying 15?
50,
Oh,
50.
50. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Wow. The first exchange between the two of them where they're actually talking logistics and trying to figure out what's going on without shooting daggers at each other. That wasn't bad. I appreciated that dialogue. That was, you know what? They can be nice to each other, really.
Yes.
You called John O'Keefe at 12:14 and 31 seconds, lasting about 49 seconds, and that call was answered, correct?
Yes.
And you see that reflected in Exhibit 26, is that right?
Yes.
Going in reverse chronological order on this exhibit, you also see a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds, wherein you call, I'm sorry, John O'Keefe calls your phone lasting about 36 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
You know that that call was answered, even though it says, it says unknown in the document, correct?
It does say unknown. Yes.
That 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th column over. That's where it says unknown.
Yes.
But it also indicates that that call lasted 36 seconds, so you know it was answered.
I don't know from this record it was answered, but I know from my memory that I spoke to him a second time. Yes.
You also made a call, moving out to the page before this, starting at the bottom of the page, at 12:29 and 44 seconds. There's a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone lasting 7 seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny speaking.
What the fuck was that noise? You know what that was? That was straight up like wood bottom of a chair on an old linoleum floor. I gotta hear that again. That was, oh.
Seconds, correct?
That's what it says.
And the record indicates that it was an answered phone call, correct?
According to the record, it was answered, but I never spoke to him.
You deny
This is horrific.
speaking to John O'Keefe at 12:29 and 44 seconds.
Yes, I never spoke to him after 12:18.
Okay. Moving up, 12:41 and 10 seconds. There was a call from you to John O'Keefe's phone indicating that that was missed. You see where it says missed?
I do.
12:41 and 59 seconds. There was another call from your phone to John's phone, and that was also indicated as missed.
I have a good story about these. Again,
Correct?
Correct.
At the next break, I'll tell.
12:43, 19 seconds. You called John O'Keefe. That was a missed call.
Correct.
12:46 and 16 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds. You called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call.
I'm sorry, which one was that?
12:47 and 52 seconds.
Yes.
At 12:50 and 37 seconds, you called John O'Keefe's phone, and that was a missed call as well.
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, there's 7 calls. That you indicate you made to John O'Keefe's phone and that were missed. Is that right?
According to this record, yes, they were
And
calls
that
missed.
comports with your memory, correct? You indicated that you'd called him multiple times that morning and there were missed calls, right?
I called him, but I also think that some of the calls I might have done inadvertently.
Well, we're going to get to that in a second. My question is, that comports with your memory that there were several calls, according to the records, there were several calls made to John O'Keefe's phone, including 2 calls that you say you spoke to him, 12:14 and 12:18.
I spoke to him at 12:14 and 12:18, yes.
But you indicate every single call after that was missed, and you deny making those calls.
I'm not denying it, I just don't remember.
You've previously given explanation for what those calls were, these 7 calls that were missed between about 12:29 and about 12:50. That's 19 minutes. You'll agree, correct?
Yes.
If you divide 19 by 7, that's about.
Okay. Where is Jackson going with this? Right now, the jury has been presented with this rationale of, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but I just don't remember. Don't remember the calls. I don't remember the calls. So the jury has this narrative that they've been presented with. Where Jen McCabe is trying her very best, but she can't remember those phone calls. Well, would it sway the jury's opinion on her credibility if they learned that it's not that she just can't remember, but she actually called him something else beforehand? That part is starting to bother me a bit.
About every 2.5 minutes or 2.7 minutes, your phone is calling John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
You previously explained what you attribute to those phone calls. Is that right?
Yes.
What's your explanation?
I think I was going back and forth to the door. I was texting him. I think I put my phone in my pocket. I think I inadvertently maybe have called him.
What did you call it at the last hearing?
I believe I called it a butt dial.
And it's not just one butt dial, correct?
There could be multiple, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music, being with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct. But I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct? Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Once you confronted
That part. Like, I'm trying to put my juror hat on. I really am here. I'm trying to put my juror hat on my head and just put myself in the position of being a juror that has no fucking clue what has gone on in any prior litigation or any of this. And I'm sitting here as a juror and I'm saying, all right, butt dials. Sure. I've butt dialed someone and it's rolled the voicemail, and I've, woken up to somebody texting me saying, hey, you left me a 10-minute voicemail yesterday. I'm like, oh, damn, I didn't realize that. That's awesome. And then I'm trying to reconcile my brain with the calls exist on his extraction. And then as a juror, I'm perceiving, well, wait, she answered that question real fucking quick. Like, why did she instantly go to, I turned my phone over when it was asked about my, like, we didn't get there yet. And we got the butt dials. And I'm trying very hard to understand or put myself in a position as a juror where I might not view that as being kind of shady. Or just saying, yeah, it's shady, but it doesn't prove me shit. Doesn't prove shit. I think I can get to it's shady, but it doesn't prove shit. I might be able to get there. But I don't know if I can get to it's not shady. Like just the way the question was answered. Trying. Yeah.
with that was because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct. But I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone.
And it was delivered straight to the jury. Straight to the jury. She doesn't even look at Jackson. She just fucking goes off. I'm going to slow this down to real time. I talk fast. I talk fast all the time.
Well, yes.
7 butt dials in the course of 19 minutes, less than 20 minutes, correct?
That evening, I wasn't paying attention to butt dials or calls. I was going back and forth, listening to music,
All right, I'll give that to
being
you.
with family. So if I inadvertently called his phone, I did.
Not inadvertently called him once, 7 times, correct? According to you.
According to the record.
Don't like that answer either. According to the record. According to the record. According to the record. Not according to you. According to the record. Ooh. Bro, if my butt called someone 7 times. Okay. Funny experiment. Funny thought process. Imagine, hypothetically speaking, that you've hired me in my capacity as a divorce attorney or an attorney that represents one of the parties who are significant others and raising children together. Imagine that you are coming into my office and you are explaining to me that no, you did not call this other person who is alleged to be the paramour with whom you are sleeping / the mistress or adulteress or whomever. Big bad word. But you're telling me, no, I did not call them. The records say that I did, but I didn't call them. My butt did. 7 times in 19 minutes. And hung up 7 times in 19 minutes. Do you think, is that the craziest lie a client's ever told me? Don't know. I don't think so. I think I've probably heard of it. But let's say hypothetically that that is absolutely and unequivocally true. Does anyone believe you? Anyone. Just anyone. Then you add on top of that and say, the records say that my butt called her, but my phone does not. Why does it not say that I called her via my butt? Because I deleted the phone. Now, and any person that believed any part of that doesn't. And then I have clients that come to me and say, but they can't prove it. They can't prove it. And I look at that client and I say, God, I love your innocence. You're amazing. You're phenomenal. Please never lose the innocence. But they don't have to prove shit because they don't believe your version. They don't have to prove it because they just don't believe you, honey. Sorry. I'm sorry. They have to prove it. It's a courtroom. Proof is credibility. Proof is what you believe to be true based on the presentation of evidence. You know what evidence is? Evidence is testimony. And you can testify and you can tell me, I can have a single witness up there, a single witness who testifies to a jury that says one witness and only one witness. And the only thing I have to prove is someone was drinking booze. And the witness gets up there and says, I have never had a drink of alcohol in my entire life. They make that one statement. And the jury comes back and said, I don't believe that. You were a liar. You know what the Court of Appeals does? All we have is testimony of that individual, and the jury is there to assess the credibility of the testimony. They believed he lied. I don't care. The only thing that was presented was a single statement by a single witness saying, I did not drink. The jury found that person to be a liar. That's the world that we're in. How courtrooms work, especially with juries. So the talented butts of Canton. Thunder from down under, but in just the worst possible iteration of it. Butts dial phones. Don't get me wrong. I have left my fair share of butt dialed voicemails, and I have received my fair share of butt dialed phone calls that have been transcribed. I have answered the phone when someone has butt dialed me and done that. Have you done this one? Have you done this one where you get a phone call that's clearly a butt dial and you try screaming into the phone in hopes that they might hear, like, you telling them, your phone has called me. Hang up the fucking phone. Hang it up. I can hear you walking. I don't want to hear what you're about to do next. I can hear you walking. Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone. Hang up the phone. And then I just usually go into some form of song and dance and just start singing at them in hopes that they will somehow listen to it at some point and feel embarrassed and mocked all the time. Now, if actually I could spin this in favor of Jen McCabe. Not based on the timeline I can't. Based on the timeline I can't. Because based on the timeline, the Commonwealth's timeline is that John O'Keefe has already passed. So in the Commonwealth's timeline, I cannot argue that John O'Keefe was like the me in that, like who picked up the phone and was like, "You're butt dialing me," and then hung up. On the Commonwealth's timeline, that didn't work. And these are these butt dials. This is just Jen McCabe's butt dials. This isn't even getting to Higgins, Brian. I mean, guys, wait till you have not seen the first trial. Wait till you hear the testimony about the butt dial that takes place during intimate actions. And the butt hang up that takes place during intimate actions. Just take your boots, laces, strap them on, tie them up. We gonna be in this for a ride. Oh, all right. Back to the butt dial.
And we only know about these calls because you're looking at an extraction of John O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct. But I also turned over my phone, so you could have gotten all of that off of my phone as well.
And you're well aware that an extraction was done on your phone and not one of those butt dials appears on your phone extraction, correct?
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am not aware of that.
Next question.
Weren't you confronted with
I have the lawyer, see the juror in me. If I'm the jury hat, I'm like, I have to give her the benefit of the doubt on that. She's not aware of it. She hasn't seen it. The lawyer in me goes, there's no fucking way you are not aware after an extraction was done of your phone that those appear as deleted. Like there's no way in hell that you don't know that. So you lose credibility on that. That part really, really, really bothered me. With Jen McCabe, I cannot assess her credibility because as a lawyer who has done, I can't count how many cross-examinations. The answer of I am not aware or I do not recall when you have just looked at something that actually literally shows the time, date, circumstances of everything I'm asking you, you've lost all credibility. But the jury doesn't see that. So it's very different. Very different.
with that at the last hearing a year ago, whether or not those phone calls actually exist on your phone logs.
Objection.
Do you remember that?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
Yes.
When you
Did someone fart? Did someone fart in court? Was that a fart? Was that a fart? Did someone fart? No, I'm not letting that slide. That was a fart. I have a 6-year-old boy in this house. I am not above calling out random farts that occur. That was a fart. Right?
when you
Remember that?
Ready?
I remember you asking previously, yes.
when you
I'm sorry. Someone else tell me what that is. That's not a chair squeak. That is not a squeaky chair. You can try to say that it's not a squeaky chair. That is not how squeaky butt, not squeaky chair. That is not a squeaky chair. paper flip? No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. Nope. We get 2 sentences past the butt dials. Mm. No, it's not paper. Come on, that's not paper.
When you
Play it a third time. That's not paper. The paper's been flipped when you boop. Just saying. Now, I will tell you the funny story. Funny story. Old courthouses. There's a courthouse in Greene, Virginia. Greene, Virginia. I had one hearing in fucking Greene, Virginia, where I was supposed to be litigating a case in Orange County, Virginia, but the judge was rotating and I had to drive to Greene to see the judge for this particular motion. And the courthouse was so old that they had to install a metal detector. And by metal detector, they didn't really install it. They just had to wheel it out in front of the courthouse every day. They had to wheel the fucking metal detector outside. It was hooked up to like an extension cord. You had a metal detector on an extension cord wheeled out front of a fucking historic courthouse. So you would pass through the metal detector that was outside and walk inside the courthouse in Greene, Virginia. And I remember it's my first time ever being in this courthouse, first time in front of this judge. That's the B-O-U, not Bouchon, Bouchon. I can't remember the name a while back. But past the metal detector, bailiffs really didn't give a shit. The deputies, they saw a person in a suit. They were like, okay, you're clearly a lawyer because no one shows up here in a suit. And I walk in the courthouse and every step, I mean, like the wood screamed from the back of your heel to the tip of your toe. It was just freak for every fucking step. And of course, I walk in. I walk in when there's someone actually arguing a motion to dismiss because my hearing was not for another hour. I was there early because it's in Greene Drive. So I got there an hour early. So I am walking in, they're arguing their motion to dismiss, and every step that I am making on this fucking floorboard in a small courthouse with 2 attorneys litigating in front of a judge is screaming on the floorboard. Holy crap, I have never been so uncomfortable. And it's one of those things where it's like you're a kid again and you don't know whether you should start sprinting because maybe if you move really fast, it's not going to squeak that loud for that long, right? It's like running in the rain. So you're in the courthouse, you're going, do I just try to make a break for it? Like, do I try to walk really fast to this pew? Or if you do the opposite, where you walk that awkwardly and very, very obvious slow heel to toe roll, trying not to add pressure, and you're actually like trying to oscillate your feet, where you're putting one foot over to the side on the other floorboard and the other foot over here on the other floorboard, and you're trying to make your way to the front of the courthouse, front of the courtroom, while every floorboard beneath you is screaming in pain that, oh my God, please don't walk on me. I am a historic floorboard. What did we do? We did the slow, awkward tactic. We didn't try the sprint. I'm not going to do that. We did the slow, awkward walk, and the floorboards were screaming the whole time. And what's worse is the judge looks up. Like, the judge looks up and stares at you because you can't not. I don't care who you are as a jurist or a lawyer. It's like the part of the courtroom. You can't ignore certain things, like the noise that is coming from the screaming floor as this attorney, whom I have never seen, is walking into my courtroom in the middle of Greene, Virginia. When I'm trying to pay attention to this attorney who's arguing about a motion to dismiss, all I can hear is the crack, crack, like just as he's walking. Can you please sit down? Can you please sit down? Can you please sit down? Well, not to get ahead of the story, but then you sit down. And if you thought the floorboards were bad, these courtrooms were filled with like church pews that must have been built in the fucking 80s. You sit, and there is not a noise like that I think I've ever heard. One, these old courtrooms are echo chambers. They are wood, open, cavernous spaces where everything screams and echoes back and forth off the walls. Two, old pews have that natural echo factor. I mean, the noise is resonating off of every surface. So you go and you sit down. Now multiply that by like 1,000. It was like, I don't know, a bomb dropped. It was so loud that even the attorneys were turning around at that point in time. Now comes the worst part of the entire ordeal. I have now learned that sitting in this pew has caused the loudest noise known to man. But I can't sit still. I don't like sitting still. I need to do something to either actively like cross my legs or like ride on a pad or do something that it just, I'm now seated in this pew and I feel like I can't move, because if I shift in one direction, you're going to hear the creaky, noisy pew, shift in the other, creaky, noisy pew. So I'm just sitting there trying to be like a damn church mouse, not moving anything, but it's just not possible. So you're shifting around, and as you're shifting around, the noise is just getting worse and worse and worse. And there's no way to not feel extremely awkward in that setting, especially when the lawyers or the judge are looking back at you, because again, you're an hour early for a hearing that apparently no one is early in Green, Virginia for, and you're there and you're the only other person in the courtroom when there's a motion being argued in front of you, and it's fucking loud as hell, and you just have to sit there and wait. You're not doing anything wrong. Oh, it was fucking miserable. I hated it. It was terrible. It was so bad. Now, I was saved by opposing counsel. Ooh, God damn it. I should have learned from him. The opposing counsel had practice in orange and green. Walks right in and just does the quick walk. Sits down at the pew. I was like, son of a. I made the wrong choice with the slow walk. That is my old courthouse nightmare story, and it came right as we talked about a courtroom fart story, which might have been a fart, might not have been a fart, who knows. Oh my God, it was so terrible. I will never forget that moment. There are things that will live with me for my entire career. That day, walking into that courtroom under those circumstances with the fucking metal detector outside. It was a day. Now we won our motion, which was good. We won the motion. Phenomenal. But now I know. All right, moving on.
When you dial somebody by mistake, it requires several steps, doesn't it?
I'm not sure. A lot of times I just put my phone down, and the next thing I know, I think it's very common to do butt dials.
So you have an iPhone, is that right? Or had an iPhone?
I do, yes.
And that iPhone required a biometric or a passcode to get into to open the phone. Mine's not open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John.
Are you fucking kidding me? Okay, I'm the lawyer again. Watch her give this answer. I'm not a juror. I don't understand how the juror is perceiving this. I have no clue how the jury is receiving this information. But the lawyer in me is screaming because this answer is so canned. And look how she delivers it.
Open right now, right?
It's not open, correct?
And it requires requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone.
Your phone requires some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, right? That's the question. Watch the
Otherwise
answer.
known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
It also,
God. Oh. Is that nitpicking? Yes, it's nitpicking. Yes, it is nitpicking. I am nitpicking. I am being the lawyer and not the juror. I understand that part. But come on. Come on. Especially with how you ended that answer. I could have, but I could, wait, hang on. Listen how she ends it.
Correct.
and it requires, your phone required some sort of biometric interaction with the phone, otherwise known as Face ID. Or you put in a code, correct?
Yes, or I could have been texting, and then after I texted, the phone was open, and I could have accidentally called John. That happens to me all the time.
Or I could have accidentally been texting. I could have actually called John. And that happens to me all the time. But does it happen to you all the time where you're calling John all the time or somebody else all the time or anything else? Because it seems like you created that to fit this circumstance. And the uncomfortable delivery makes me uncomfortable in seeing that. But I don't know because I'm not a damn juror that's sitting in the fucking courtroom watching this happen.
Also requires you to open the phone app, correct? For instance, if you're texting, you're in the text app. Is that right?
Actually, I'm not. I'd have to sit and look at it
Well, how often make phone calls? Okay.
every day. Every day.
Every day?
Yeah.
Hundreds of times a day, right?
Not hundreds.
Dozens of times a day.
Yeah.
You have to open the phone app to make a phone call. You can't call somebody from the texting app, right? Is that right?
I'm not sure. I don't know what to tell you.
There's a list of apps at the bottom of the phone.
Yes.
Messages,
Mhm.
phone, right?
Hmm.
Is that yes?
Yes, and maybe
And
I-
that's it.
This part right here, if you're on the jury, if you haven't seen this trial before, if you haven't seen or have any knowledge of this, I need to know what your opinion is. You can leave it in a comment after the fact, but I need to know what your opinion is. Does this seem as fucking evasive as it does to me? Why? And this I think is effective cross-examination, right? You pick a common sense point, one that is so obvious to everybody who has ever interacted with a damn phone, and you're just going, we all know how a damn phone works. I've gotten the number of phones like butt dials you get from your mom or your dad, like those in your life that are a little bit older. We all know how this works. We're asking, it seems like a very, 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 very obvious answer. Just give me the fucking answer. Not hard. And I think this is effective because Jackson, my favorite style of cross is where when the witness fights me for a little bit, and then I break it down to the dumbest, simplest things in the world. Was it a day? Did the sun rise that day? Did you get out of bed that day? Did you put on clothes? And you break it down to the most minute, stupid details where when they still fight you on I'm not sure if it was a day or not. It might have been a full moon. I don't know. And you're like, really? Really? This hill? You want to pick this hill to die on? Like, all the different hills we could choose. You want this one? Fine, let's do that. Oh, it drives me nuts.
accidentally hit the last thing, the last call. Like, since I had talked to John,
Your Honor, at this point, I would ask the court to instruct the witness to answer my question.
I believe she is. Go ahead and finish.
She's not, Deb.
Okay.
No, she's not. She is not. I'm with Alan Jackson on that one. She is not. Now, the question itself was a little argumentative, so I'll give you that a little bit much. Oh, Emily Ippolito, if you think that's my kryptonite, no. And don't mistake anything. I deal in family law here. Family law. So I'm very used to witnesses who have been through any number of traumas and handling testimony that they provide, inconsistent statements, things they remember and don't remember, traumatic experiences and how it impacts memory. I have done any number of those crosses and direct examinations. So don't mistake for a second that I am somehow conflating those issues. This ain't that. That's not what this is. Sidebar.
Jumping the gun. Ms. McCabe. I'm
Yes.
sorry. Jumping the gun.
So let me, Ms. McCabe, answer only the question that's being asked of you, okay?
Ms. McCabe, you're aware that when you're in the messaging app, you have to do something else volitionally to open the phone app, correct?
Correct.
You have to touch the phone, is that right?
Yes.
That would open a separate app, correct?
Correct.
Then, once that phone app is open, then you have to choose the person to call, correct?
Yes. Sometimes the last dialed.
Right.
Yeah.
And if that happens to be the last dialed, scroll through, pick a person, make one tap, and that calls the person and initiates the call, correct?
That is one way. Yes.
But if you get out of the app, I'm sorry, if you close your phone, hit the
Oh, I am clarifying 100%. Emily Ippolito, I apologize. I 100% because this is, yeah, no, that's my bad entirely. Talking about more about when there's days when I don't get up or I get dressed or even remember what the day would. Yep, nope. Fair. Again, family law. I've done with that too. I completely sympathize and understand that there are people that go through that, and I'm sorry that you do. That was not, but we can agree that's not Jeb McCabe, right? Like we can agree with that a little bit on this hypo, hopefully. Sorry. My bad. The point stands though, right? A little bit. Oh, made me horrible. I'm sorry. I misread that comment. See, context matters. What did I say? If you read the statement out of context, point made with an embarrassing moment for me. Even better. I love it. So, see, you help me make my point even better. Context can make us all fools. Today, the fool is me. Comes to that comment. Continuing on.
the lock button after a text message, none of that can happen without you having to open the phone and engage the phone additionally, correct?
If you hit the button to lock it, yes.
Right. So you indicated that these are all missed calls. Is that right?
That's what the records show, yes.
In addition to a missed call, you've had missed calls before. You both received a missed call and you've made calls that were missed. Is that right?
Yes.
When you make a call that's missed, generally goes to voicemail, does it not?
It does, yes.
So then you have to do something additional with that call. Push the end button, correct?
Correct.
Otherwise, voicemails just go on forever. And actually, they go on for 4 minutes,
Okay.
right?
I don't know how long voicemails go for.
So if you had missed
Jackie Lynn does. Sorry, Jen. Hang on. Let me move you a little bit.
calls,
There we go. Jackie Lynn does. I used to work in IT service. That was perfect timing. God, I love the timing. Jackie Lynn, thank you. I used to work at IT service desk. Quote, hour-long butt dial, and quote, voicemails were common call we'd get. Want to know when those calls were hung up? Over 15 minutes before the voicemail system kills the call. Apparently that's been shortened. I don't know. I don't know the answer when are those to get hung up. It ain't 36 seconds. I can tell you that. Because I have at least a couple of like 2 or 3 minute ones on here that I save for a rainy day. You know, when one of my friends is an asshole and decides they want to make a joke, and I can pull out the rainy day but they left me voicemail. Great blackmail. But thank you for the answer, Jackie.
7 missed calls, that's at least 14 interactions, double it, because you got to make the call, then you got to end the call. 14 interactions with your phone for a single missed call. I'm sorry, for 7 missed calls.
It could be, yes.
And your testimony is you don't remember making a single one of those calls to John O'Keefe between 12:29 and 12:50, correct?
I do not remember making those calls, no.
As you sit here, do you deny making those calls between 12:29 and 12:50 to John O'Keefe?
Oh, I'm not denying that, no.
I'd like to ask you a few questions about January 29th, a little further on in the morning after you got home from 34 Fairview. Approximately what time did you get home?
I'm not sure, maybe around 11:30, 12, I'm not sure.
11:30 or 12?
It could be 11. Are you talking about, I'm confused, are you talking about,
Let me rephrase the question.
okay, sorry.
On the night of the early morning hours of January 29th, 2022, when you left Fairview.
Oh, I'm sorry,
What
okay.
time did you get home today?
It was after 2, I believe. I'm not positive.
You went upstairs, is that right?
Yes,
You began to engage with your phone at
yes.
that time. What application did you open up on your phone once you got upstairs?
It could have been Hockomock Sports.
I'm sorry, I'm backing up foundationally. What
Okay.
application on the phone? Was it Safari?
Oh, okay, yes. I think, yes.
Do you use Safari as your browser?
I'm not sure what I used.
You opened up a search engine as well within that browser, did you not?
I just know I Googled Hockomock Sports, I believe. I'm not sure what app I opened or how I went about it.
So Google is a search engine. You use
Okay.
Google.
He almost backed her into this question. He almost gets her to admit to Googling something at 2 something in the morning. Like he really does walk this line and almost gets her to admit to Googling something at 2:30 in the morning.
Possibly. I mean, that's just an expression, but I'm not, if you could show my record, I'm not sure what app I opened
Well,
or
Ms.
what.
McCabe, you've seen this record many, many times about that search early in the morning hours, correct?
Good
You
question.
know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and
Is that what the fucking AC sounds like when it kicks on? Did y'all hear that? What the hell was that?
something about the Safari app.
It was-
search early in the morning hours,
Quiet.
correct? You know that it was a Google search.
It was Google. Okay, it was a
Okay.
Google search.
Okay, so it was a Google search using the Safari app.
Okay.
You indicated that you were Google searching Hockomock Sports and something about
Do you hear that? That motor? Holy crap. That is what they.
Ozone,
Yes.
Ozone Sports or
It
Ozone
was
Basketball.
yes.
What time was it that you did that Google search?
It was when I was home up in bed. I don't have an exact time.
About 2:27 a.m., correct?
I'd have to look at a record. I don't recall
You
off the top
certainly
of my
recall
head.
that time frame, don't you?
I know I was home and I Googled that, but I don't remember the exact time.
You do recognize 2:27 a.m.
I do recognize it, but it's not from me remembering it from that night specifically. It's from me learning afterwards.
And what you learned afterwards was there was a Google search at 2:27 a.m., right? I mean, that's a layup, to use a basketball term, right?
There's a record, I think, of one.
Right. the record is of a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone. Is that right?
I'm not a phone expert, so I don't know. I can't read.
You're well aware. You don't have to be a phone expert to know that there was a Google search on your phone recovered at 2:27 in the morning. You know that. You've been told that. You've seen it. You've been asked about it dozens of times, haven't you?
I have been asked about it dozens of times, yes.
So let's set the foundation. There was a Google search on your phone at 2:27 a.m., correct?
Which Google search are you referring to?
It doesn't matter, Ms. McCabe.
Well, I know I did Ozone and I did Hockomock Sports.
And I didn't ask
and
you
those
that.
were the only two things that I Googled.
I didn't ask you what you Googled. I haven't gotten there yet. We're going to get there. I've asked you, was there a Google search at 2:27 a.m. on your phone?
If you want to show me a report.
Sure.
Okay.
You don't remember, as you sit here, you don't remember that.
I don't.
You have no record. You have nothing in your mind about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's what you're testifying to in front of this jury right now.
Are you asking me if I made a Google search at 2:27?
Yes.
I don't know what time I was searching for Hockomock Sports and Ozone. I have no idea what time that was.
Okay. Putting my juror hat on again. I'm trying to put my juror hat on again. Does the jury know how significant this is at this point? Like, have they reached the conclusion in this trial, limited the evidence they heard? And I think this might be a Hank Brennan own goal here a little bit. Of last time they allowed Jen McCabe to testify first, and then they brought the phone expert on after the fact, right? So you had Jen McCabe, you had the cross on the hostlong, the die in the cold, and then you had the Commonwealth bring in their phone expert to try and say, or to say that this was done at a different time, right? So I can see the risk there, which is you allow the defense to do the damage first, and then you've got to try and undo it. That's really hard. It's very difficult to try and undo that damage. That said, does this come across better? Like, the jury has just heard from the expert, Commonwealth expert. The jury just heard about all this hostlong the die and the Google and the searching and the times. They heard a lot of it. How much was retained, I don't know. But here's the other problem for Jackson. The problem for Jackson is this is coming after how many hours of cross? How much more impactful would this have been if this question was asked in a shorter cross-examination period, right? Where it's like there's more that can be retained. So as a juror, I don't know. For me, this is insanely evasive. I'm looking at this and going, you fucking kidding me? It seems like this trial has been about two things. One, I hit him. Two, hostlong the die in the cold. How are you telling me, this jury, that you have not gone through this before and known how you're going to answer? Like, how are you getting me there? Because this drove me insane.
You're well aware that your records have been pulled, correct?
Yes, they have.
You've been confronted with those records many times, haven't you?
I've been asked by you, yes.
And by others, right?
Yes.
I mean, the police have asked you about it. You've been interviewed about it.
I've been asked by you.
And Mr. Lally?
Yeah, Mr. Lally asked about it, yes.
And every time you're asked, it's about a Google search at 2:27 a.m. That's all I'm asking.
It is, but it's not one that I remember doing or making or did. It's not one I did. It's just one that is in a record that was misread.
Are you denying that you made a Google search at 2:27 a.m.?
If you could show me this Google search, I'd appreciate it.
This is fucking pain.
I have a moment. Yes.
I don't understand this. Like, why are we fighting on this? What is going on? This is what I mean about when you have to drag witnesses across certain lines. Like you have to drag them kicking and screaming of, was it a day? Was there light? Was there a clock? You see the clock. Were there numbers on the clock? Did the numbers say 4 digits or 3 digits? Was it a weekend? It is ridiculous.
Your Honor, I need a quick minute to find the record that I did not make aware.
Yeah, this is Jackson. This is right here. I can sympathize. This is Jackson saying, I can't believe I can't get her to admit to the fact that there was a fucking search. Someone find me a document that I can put in front of her where she has to ultimately admit, having seen this document, that she did a search at this point in time. Because it was offered in the Commonwealth's opening, it was offered with the expert prior to, it was offered everywhere else. But I can't get this lady to admit that there was a search performed at a given time that we all agree occurred at this fucking time.
Fine. Can we take this brief recess? 5 minutes.
Wild to me.
And ask, Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. McCabe, I don't have a paper copy, but I'm going to ask you to take a look at something that we display on the screen and ask you a couple of questions about that.
What is Google?
Can you
Yes.
zoom in?
I object to the way it's presented here.
Okay. Take it down.
Celebrate it.
That's not how it appears. You need to get rid of it.
But it appears that's the Celebrite data. That's how Celebrite displays it. Or is it Axiom who displays it that way? One of them displays it that way. Levy, she's agreed to the search. She just can't remember the exact time. Oh no, I understand the difference. I do. She didn't even admit that much. No, she didn't agree to the search. She didn't agree that she can't admit anything. That's what I mean. Like there's any number of proffers being offered to her. This is painful. Oh no, I get this part. The field deleted. That is an issue. I get it. But I think when they presented it to the judge, they said, Judge, can we show her the Axiom report? And I think Axiom still shows Axiom's column, if we remember. Oh, it's Celebrite? One of them. Axiom or Celebrite. Even Richard Whiffen, Ian Whiffen testified that the column where this still shows up says deleted. This is testimony the jury's seen before.
Column. Right?
That's exactly how it appears, Your Honor. That's the record.
Counsel, it's at that.
Yes, that's what I'm getting at. Now, I understand the objection. It is objectionable. I very much understand the objection. So if I was the judge and had been presented with that, like saying, can I refresh her recollection based on this? I would have said, you can show her the time to refresh her recollection, but I'm not going to let you put on there and show the jury the deleted column. Like, I get that argument. I don't get the fighting. It's know the important moments. The one other part I want to get to.
Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You indicated you wanted to see a record, Ms. McCabe.
Bro, listen to the words I'm saying. I just agreed that it shows it in the report, but if I'm the judge, I'm not letting them display that. Just listen, okay? I get it. I have a take on this case you disagree with. It's fair. But I do try to call balls and strikes when I see them. Both sides. Side note, scroll back to the beginning of the stream. A lot of people hated me for the other reason. So cheers.
Dave, did you see a record that indicated a Google search? Not what the contents of the Google search is, but there was a Google search.
I just saw a Celebrate record, yes.
And did you see the time of the Google search?
On that record, yes.
Is it 2:27 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Ultimately, you will agree that there was a Google search done, and now I'm going to ask about the content of Hoslong to Die in Cold, correct?
I believe it.
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there was a search?
Remember we talked about those courtesies that sounded like hostilities? Like we can all hear the bullshit. Like we can hear. This is great. This is great. So let's do a translation. Wrong answers only. Oh. Context matters. That's the lesson for today, right? Context matters. God, Rob. This is the courtesy that is just let's do a translation. Wrong answers only, okay?
Correct?
That was done in the morning at the request of Miss Reed.
Ms. McCabe, I didn't ask you that. I asked you a yes or no question. Did you understand my question?
Could you repeat it, please?
Sure, I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Did that record indicate that there
Could you repeat it, please? Sure, I'd be happy to. Thank you. My God. It's phenomenal. My translation here, let me see my translation. Could you repeat it, please? Come on, asshole, bring it. Sure, I'd be happy to. I don't know. That is probably the most aggressive. Sure, I'd be happy to. You want me to give you a knife to stab me with it? Thank you. I'd love the knife. Please put it in my hands. What the hell?
was a search at some point done, at some point, for Hoslong to Die in Cold.
I object to her reading the record. I'll look at the poetry.
So was there a search?
Nice. Hank Brennan with a technical objection. God, I love it. Hank Brennan with a technical objection to prevent her from actually just reading the record out loud. Not bad, Hank. Pretty good style. Pretty good move. But Judge Bev's like, I'm not doing this fucking bullshit. The question is really simple. There was a search that said Hoslong to Die in Cold, right? Can we just admit to that? Fuck.
On that at some point.
On that paper, was there a search that said that? Is that the question?
Let's start with that.
Yes. Yeah, there was.
Okay. Now let me ask you a different question. You Google searched
Didn't need
the
that.
phrase Hoslong to Die in Cold. Yes or no?
Yes.
On January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Man alive. Oh my God. We have a yes or no question with a yes or no answer. Phenomenal.
So you agree that you were on Google, correct?
Yes.
You agree that there was a search done at 2:27 a.m., correct?
I don't recall doing a search at 2:27. The paper says it. I don't.
Okay. And you also agree that at some point that morning, you plugged into that phone, Hoslong to Die in Cold. Is that right?
Yes. After we found John O'Keefe.
Now you claim
Oh my God.
that was at 6:23 and at 6:24 in the morning. Two iterations of How Long to Die in the Cold. Hoslong to Die in Cold, How Long TI Die in CIKD, correct?
I'm not claiming it. It's the truth is what happened.
You're testifying to that.
Yes, I am.
You also testified that at the time you Google searched those phrases, it was Karen Reed screaming and yelling at you, shaking you to Google hypothermia, correct?
She was pulling on my sleeve.
Is that
Yes.
yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You have discussed this Google search and the issue of the hypothermia with Carrie Roberts, correct?
I told her in the days
Yes or
following.
no? You discussed it?
Yes.
You discussed it in the days following January 29th, correct?
Yes.
You discussed it before her testimony at the grand jury, correct?
We discussed it after. We don't talk about what we're going to say before testifying or anything like
in
that.
the 3 months between this
You
incident
offered that?
and the testimony by both you and Ms. Roberts, you two did not discuss this hypothermia issue?
It wasn't an issue. It was just something she said, but we don't discuss it every day. There's no need to.
I didn't ask you if you discussed it every day. I asked you if
Every
you ever
day.
discussed it.
Originally, yes, we did discuss it in the first days following all of
And
this.
that would have been before either one of you testified at the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
And we know that you were with her during her, just before her testimony at the grand jury. Is that right?
Yes.
And you're certainly aware that at the grand jury, that in prior testimony, Carrie Roberts corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded to Google hypothermia.
Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Are you aware that Carrie Roberts, well, let me ask it a different way.
He's
Have you
trying
and
to
Carrie
get
Roberts
her-
ever discussed
He's trying to get her to testify the credibility of another witness. You can't do that. It's the providence of the jury. You cannot do that.
the fact that she corroborated your statement that Karen Reed demanded that you Google hypothermia?
No.
She never told you that?
No.
Did you ever ask her that?
No.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search?
Karen Reed did ask me to do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not.
How about this, Leafy? Give me the answer to that fucking question. Try some hostile monologue in every question. So actually answer yes or no. 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 I'm sorry. You're watching a different trial. If that is your answer, you are watching a different trial. So I can take a lot of the comments and the perceptions. I get it. I will give you the benefit of the doubt on just about everything. But on something that is objectively a straight up answer without argument. Ready?
That's not what I
Here we go.
read was discuss
No argument. Just a question. Ready?
your statement that Karen Reed was the one that demanded that search.
Karen Reed did ask me to do.
Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed demanded that search? Did you discuss your statement that Karen Reed demanded that search? It's a pretty fucking simple question. You either say, yes, we discussed it, or no, we didn't discuss it. That's the answer to that question. That's the answer to the question. Or you can say, yes, we discussed the answer, but not in that like you can give something, but you have to answer the call of the fucking question. That's the problem.
Do the search. Yes.
Okay, that's not what I asked you. Did you and Carrie Roberts discuss that?
Yes, we've talked about that.
Are you aware that last week Carrie Roberts denied hearing that statement?
Sustained.
Have you?
Yeah, I kind of disagree with that a little bit. Just a little bit disagree. Like rule of sequestration, but again, not in front of the jury. I get it. I'm 50-50
been
on that.
told? Have you been updated?
I would have sustained the objection.
That last week Carrie Roberts denied ever having heard that statement?
Sustained.
May we approach?
Yes.
You're not going to get it in, Jack. You're not going to get her to testify to the credibility of another witness. Maybe you can get her to admit to violating the rule of sequestration. I don't know, but I don't think you're going to get there.
Become aware.
One question on this. Just one question on this, please. So just one question on this. Just one question on this, please, Mr. Jackson.
Have you become aware from any
Wait, why did I start doing that? Stop. I want to hear the
source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You aware of that?
No.
why is doing the weird back and forth stuff.
Become aware from any source that last week Carrie Roberts denied having heard the statement that was attributable to my client?
No.
You read that?
No.
You've reviewed the video from the dash cam out at the scene, correct?
I've seen it, yes.
You're aware that there is no video.
Now we get into the talking back and forth. I don't like that part. So I want to go to 4 hours. Hang on. That part I thought was fascinating. Right about there.
Come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
Dang
You could have
it.
walked 25 feet.
Yeah, this one. For me, if I'm the jury, for me, and this gets to the start strong, end strong. And I like this. So let's go to this.
Friend of yours,
Let's do the-
correct?
we're ending
Yes, he was
tonight.
a dear friend.
Not just a friend, but a police officer who was laying, as far as you knew, dying in the snow. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that you needed to get immediate medical attention, emergency medical attention to him as quickly as you possibly could. Is that right?
Yes.
You knew that minutes counted, right?
Yes.
You knew that seconds counted, correct?
Correct.
This man was grasping, as far as you knew, grasping and clinging to life at that moment. Is that right?
Yes.
If you're the witness and not seeing every red flag go off in your head and just kind of going, he's setting me up for something. You should kind of know where this is going, right?
That's why you called 911, to get emergency personnel who are trained in CPR and life-saving measures to the scene, to the gentleman, to Mr. O'Keefe, as quickly as you possibly could, correct?
Yes.
You called 911 at about 6:03 and 35 seconds. Is that right? I don't expect you to know down to the second, but it was about a couple of minutes after 6.
Right after, yeah, we found him. Yes.
And you're aware from the dash cam that Officer Seraph got there about 6:10, almost on the nose, right?
Didn't pay attention to the time.
You'll agree with me that there was about 6.5 minutes or so between the time you called 911 and the time Officer Seraph got there. Is that right?
If that's what the dash cam says, yes.
On that 911 call, you referred to John O'Keefe as a man passed out in the snow.
Yes.
You didn't say, "This is my friend."
I needed to get, like you said, emergency there. So
Did
I
you
wasn't
say,
going to
"This is
give
my
a
friend"?
I wasn't going to give a description and say my friend is in the snow. I was going to give them the information that I thought was the most important at the time.
Did
And
you say his name?
I just said a man because that was the most important identifying.
You didn't say John.
Eventually in the 911, I do say his name.
You didn't initially.
The man thing, that doesn't bother me at all. People also made the comment about at some point in time, Jackson says, "You said I'm sorry like 15 times yesterday." I don't read into that at all. I think that's let's face it, we're lawyers, we make stupid arguments. That's a stupid argument. I know people who say I'm sorry. I know people who say all kinds of stuff as a default. That is their default response. Like, I'm sorry, I don't know, or I don't know, or like that. I didn't read into this part. Calling him a man in the 911 call. It's a fucking 911 call. I'm not going to read into anything said during that.
Say
No.
O'Keefe, correct?
No, none of that matters. It was a man in the snow and
And
I
you didn't
wanted
say-
help there.
And you didn't say he's a Boston police officer or an off-duty police officer.
Again, a man needed help.
Yes or no? Did you
No.
say that?
I didn't.
Do you think that might, yes or no? Do you think that might have sped things up if they knew, if the 911 operator knew that this was a fallen officer, a fellow officer?
I think 911 comes to everyone equally. I don't think they would have.
Do you think that might have been something?
Well, ma'am, if the jury, I don't think the jury believes you. If we are in the Boston area, just like in this area, you cannot tell me that you are dumb enough to know or to think that cops don't respond a little more aggressively and assertively and rapidly to a officer down call than any other fucking call. Any of y'all ever seen one of those happen in your town where all of a sudden every cop car is screaming in one direction? Like all of them? All of them on a cop's lawn. That's the least believable thing you've said all day. Cops come to everyone equally, absolutely, with no additional fervor or zeal, regardless of who makes the call. Yeah, seen 15 cars of entire town responding off down. Yeah.
Important to relay to the 911 officials?
I don't know.
Why is it skipping?
That might have been something important to relay to the 911 officials.
I don't know.
You even asked by the 911 operator, does anybody know CPR? And your answer was no, correct?
I'd have to listen to it to remember my exact answers.
But it was basically in the negative. No, we're not professionals. We're just out here doing the best we can, correct?
I wouldn't say that, no.
You didn't believe Karen Reed knew CPR?
I didn't know. I don't think I answered that question. I don't think it was asked.
You didn't know if Carrie Roberts knew CPR, correct?
I didn't know if they knew CPR, correct?
And none of you were paramedics?
No,
None of you are first responders?
no.
None of you are trained in emergency life-saving techniques in any.
This is the most effective part of his cross, to be honest. I think this part here in particular was where I was most persuaded. Begin strong, end strong. Begin strong. Timeline. Loved it. Timeline. Great. Loved it. End strong. Where's she going with this? Where's he going with this?
Anyway, correct?
Correct.
I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
On all of Fairview, the entire road between Chapman and Cedar Crest, can you think of any person on that road who might have had life-saving techniques trained into them? First responder, someone who knew how to deal with someone in distress, someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then?
Oh, or let me add one that Jackson left out, which I wish he didn't. Anyone that might have equipment on their person, in their vehicle, or in their home that might assist in rehabilitating an individual who has fallen unconscious or who is not responsive to CPR. No. Nobody. No thoughts of the equipment that might be in there that might help. Just.
And which are you asking?
Did you then?
This was shocking.
Someone with high skill level training. Do you think of anyone on Fairview who had that kind of training?
Can I now or did I then? Which are you asking?
Did you then?
No, then my focus was on John O'Keefe.
Okay, let me narrow the focus. How about on the property? How about at 34 Fairview? Could you think of anyone that was a first responder who would have life?
Oh, let me rephrase Jackson's next question. My focus was on John O'Keefe. Oh, Jackson. I'm only going to be slightly critical because I think there's a better way of asking this next one. Exactly. Your focus was on John O'Keefe and his survival, right? So in focusing on his survival, you were keenly adept at what it was and what it would take to give him the best chance at survival, right? And that would involve someone who had experience and training, right? It was this part here for me was one of the most persuasive and has me asking most of the questions that I have asked.
Life-saving training, life-saving technique training under his belt.
Yes, my brother-in-law, Brian Albert.
And you didn't go in the house, did you?
No, I did not.
When you arrived at the scene, you didn't go in? Not until much later, correct?
Our focus was John.
You knew that Brian Albert was inside the house. You'd just been with him hours earlier, correct?
Yes.
You knew that his window was 30 feet away. You're staring at it. You could look at it if you wanted to, correct?
It's off to an angle.
And you didn't go in the house then either.
I did not know.
You knew that John O'Keefe was clinging to life during those precious minutes and seconds. Is that right?
I did, yes.
And you also knew that Brian Albert, your brother-in-law, was a first responder trained.
That question was technically objectionable because, one, facts not in evidence. Like, we don't know. Thank you, Apple Silver. Sometimes it's just to get my thoughts in order, especially late at night. But yes, I do sometimes close my eyes when I'm trying to think of words that sound important and special. God, I love the call out. But we've got Jen McCabe here. I lost my train of thought. Should I close my eyes to regain it? I probably should. That would probably help me to do it. I'll close my eyes to make sure I can regain that thought that I had. Actively try. It's not working. I lost it. Watching the chat, trying to make sure I'm making all the comments fair and being critical of myself. Damn it. Facts not in evidence. So it was facts not in evidence because at that point in time, he made the argument that it was like clinging to life. No, we don't know what his health status was at that moment. Now, you can ask her about her perception of it, whether she believed at that point in time that he was clinging to life. You can't really make the statement of he was, in fact, clinging to life at that point in time, yada, yada, yada. You can do that. I mean, you can't do that. You can't make that argumentative statement because we don't know that that's true or not. Honestly, based on the interpretation, based on the information by the medical professionals, he was unrecoverable at that point in time. You could not revive him at that point. So I didn't like that question. Kind of frustrated me because it felt like Jackson was being a little argumentative there. But again, that's just me being nitpicky.
Trained to deal with people in that kind of distress, correct?
In that moment, my only thoughts were John and everything we could do for John.
And you knew that there were warm blankets inside the house. Is
There
that
you
right?
go, Jackson. I knew you'd get there.
I did, yes. There were warm blankets in the house.
And you
Those
still
weren't-
never went in, did you?
No, I went and attended to John because once I finished calling 911, I went over to John and Kerry Roberts asked me to take over compressions. So I felt like that was more important and 911 was on the way. I never thought about going in the house. I just thought, how can I help John?
You have to be fucking kidding me right now. I'm sorry. This is why this bothered the fuck out of me. How much testimony was there? And this is why I get pissed at Jackson for the long cross. Alan Jackson, I got an issue to pick with you for right now. I love the fact that you ended strong. Great, wonderful, phenomenal. But bring it back to her testimony on direct about the scene and how she was complaining about Karen running back and forth, screaming, about Kerry Roberts trying to perform CPR. Bring it back to the fact that there were multiple breaks, pauses in the dialogue, pauses where one person steps off of the body and ends up doing something else, and the other person engages with the body and begins taking that over. This is infuriating because you cannot tell me, I don't care. I've seen any number of trauma responses. In no world am I sitting there in front of a house with my friends screaming and someone that I know that's on the ground that's dying or dead, where I am not running to every single door, every door. Fuck my cell phone. I don't care about my cell phone. Where I am not tasking someone to run to every single fucking door in sight in that neighborhood to bang on the doors until someone comes and opens the door to come out and assist in this issue. Even if that assistance is getting on the phone to 911 while I go over there and try CPR. This part just completely, there was not an ounce of this that was believable as far as her thought process was concerned. Now, let me give you a non-nefarious reason for why she wouldn't go in the house. Her brother-in-law is a cop. relatively high up. Let's say that he got utterly and absolutely shit-faced, and he is likely to still be drunk or hungover. They were partying until well past 2 o'clock in the morning. Are you now balancing getting your brother-in-law in trouble, having him come out, and in the process thereof, intoxicated in front of everyone else that works in the police force? I don't know that you're doing that. That's the part where I'm like, I can see logic to not to have a desire not to involve your brother. But don't tell me to my face that all you were caring about was John O'Keefe, and that is what prevented you from going inside the home or contacting your sister and brother-in-law to try and gain additional resources to save his life. Don't do that. Don't. Because there are things that can be true. You know, there is a truth that's out there that Karen Reed hit him with the car, and you didn't want your brother-in-law to get in trouble for something he didn't do. And you didn't want to open the door that might allow him to become the subject of this investigation by waking up your drunk ass brother-in-law and having him come outside hammered while the cops are there trying to resuscitate a body in the lawn, in his lawn. But don't sell me the line of bullshit where this was not a thought process in your head, that you actively avoided going in the house. That part. It is, do not fucking lie to my face and say that you didn't go in that house and there's nothing, you didn't think anything of it. We're not stupid. I mean, sometimes we are, but we're not that dumb. And when you resist a point like this and you fight a point like this and you push back on something that is so fucking obvious, I now have to question everything else you said. And that's the point. I now question everything else you said because you can't admit the most simple fact to me. You cannot admit that there was a reason you went into that house, the reason you didn't go into that house immediately. That wasn't, my focus was 100% on John. Because if your focus was 100% on John, I go back to this. If my Boy Scout, Eagle Scout, like, actually been involved. There was a scout who collapsed. We were on a snow camping trip. There's a scout who collapsed during the process, or when we were on a winter camping trip. And sorry, I'm gonna make 1 point, Ian. 1 point. There was a scout who collapsed when we were on a winter camping trip, and they collapsed and they fell off of a ledge. Now, I was a younger scout at that point in time. I was younger in age, and my task that was assigned.
Rob, did you have an alibi?
I did, very much. But this actually gets more to my point. Was even these kids, this is the Boy Scout troop, and I was maybe 12 or 13, and the senior scouts were 16, 17 years old. The senior scouts instantly started CPR. Instantly. Like, started rotating off of CPR. You know what I was tasked with? I was tasked not with CPR, but one of the senior scouts had rotated off of CPR and told me to get the younger scouts and tasked me with being in charge of them, getting them inside where they could be warm so that they were not getting frostbite while they continued to rotate in and out of doing CPR. They did CPR for 3.5 hours.
I mean, that's a reasonable thing to assign you.
It was great. But this is where I think I cannot believe Jen McCabe's story. I can't believe the story here.
That's the first place?
Nah, there's more. But when I said, I made the comment of start strong, end strong. I think Jackson began his cross today at one of his strongest points, which is the timeline. The timeline. It does not fit. You have to either believe Jen McCabe or the vehicle data or whatever else you're saying. Like Jen McCabe or Ian Whiffen. You have to believe one of them. You can't believe both at the same time. It's not possible.
I have a third option.
Yes.
I can believe neither.
That is the third option. So I think that's Jackson's strongest point, right? Timeline, attack that. Then the next strongest point, I think, is this last one he's making of he is on the lawn. You have gotten Karen Reed is running around. Carrie Roberts is yelling at her to shut up. People are performing CPR, and you recognize that you are on the lawn of your brother-in-law's house. And you are trying to sell me this line of bullshit that you did not go knock on the door strictly because for the only reason being that you were 100% focused on John. No. I was not born yesterday. No. You had another reason. Getting back to the story about the Boy Scouts and about that particular thing. Even individuals at the peak of an emergency situation, I'm talking about kids, were capable of recognizing that additional assistance was needed and delegating and tasking and yelling, where people weren't just hovering over the same thing and staring at it and not adding to that. And you had Jen McCabe and Carrie Roberts both testify to the efforts they made. They were on the call with 911. And there was nothing else that got done. Like they're saying they didn't go inside the house. In this case, the case of the scout, one, I got frostbite on my finger. Minimal, but the other kids did not because we got them inside. The senior scouts who continued to stay and perform CPR, they performed CPR until the helicopter came and lifted this child out. Now, this other scout, the reason the scout fell was he had a twisted bowel, which for anyone in the chat who knows medical, that's not really recoverable. At that point in time, by the time they've collapsed, the toxins have gone into their body and shutting down vital organs. It's not something you can bring back, but they kept that scout blood pumping, heart pumping for the 3.5 hours before a medevac could come and pick him up. So
your bowel is the part of you that should least be interested in doing the twist.
Yes. Yeah. So this story, even under the most extreme circumstances, just does not play. It's dumb. It's illogical. And the more she tries to explain it, the worse it sounds.
You never thought about going in the house, but you did pull out your cell phone and make 2 phone calls, didn't you?
After I called 911, I tried calling my sister, yes.
While John was out in the cold, clinging to life, you weren't doing chest compressions at 6:07 and 6:08, were you?
I was walking over when I was calling.
You were calling your sister on the phone, weren't you, Mr. K?
I was calling them to see if they would come out, but I was going right over to work on him.
And you could have walked 25 feet to the front door, walked in the house, and screamed for Brian Albert to come out and help you in those precious seconds and minutes, couldn't you?
That would have taken me away from helping John, getting Kerry blankets, giving him compressions.
And making those 2 very important phone calls at 6:07 and 6:08 that you
How'd the
said
helping him work out?
They were not important phone calls. I tried to call my sister, and then I focused on John.
They were not
Not important phone call. Not important
I couldn't
phone call.
leave John, but I also needed to call the weather line to find out what the weather would be in the next 10 minutes.
They were not important phone calls.
I couldn't leave John, but I had to make some non-important calls.
June, I'm not ignoring this. I'm wondering why everyone has not said anything about the chief police who lived right across the street and did not come out of their home. I'm not ignoring that at all. I'm not. What I am saying is that the notion and the idea. Well, hang on. Let me fast forward a little bit. Let's let her answer, and then I will get back. I promise I will circle back to that point because it's one of the larger points I need to make with this. The end of his cross here.
Important phone calls, but they were important enough for you to make while John is clinging to life right there in front of you, right?
As I was walking over, I called to see if she would answer.
And she didn't answer.
As her discomfort improves, that she gives answers to the jury and not to Al Jackson. It has become uncomfortable at this point.
So let's talk about that. She didn't answer according to you.
So if we're going to talk about it, we're beyond the luncheon break.
Your Honor, I have 2 more questions,
Okay.
and I'll wrap it.
Okay.
She's
Let's
like,
talk about
the
that
only
real
thing
quick.
I could do is
Sure.
check
She didn't
Hockomock
answer that.
Sports again.
The only thing you can do is what?
Check Hockomock Sports again. I'm not saying that actually happened, but it's
This was.
Oh, did she?
No, she didn't.
So you have a situation where a man is laying dead or dying in the front yard of your sister's house. You see nothing in terms of life inside the house. Lights aren't coming on. They're not getting up. They're certainly not coming outside, right?
They were sound asleep.
They weren't coming out.
Were they? That's editorializing, but not in your favor, dear.
how do you know they were sound asleep if you didn't go check?
No, but she did. She quietly knocked on the door, walked in and woke them up, and Brian looked up startled. Like, now there's a world where I can understand part of that, but I'll get to that in a minute.
Outside, were they?
Because they were asleep.
You didn't know if they were asleep. All you knew was there was a
Fucking check.
severely injured man on the front lawn of their house, and your sister didn't answer the phone, not once, but twice, correct?
Correct. She didn't answer the phone.
Did you think your sister might have been in peril? Did you think to go inside the house and check that they're okay?
I had no reason to think that they weren't okay.
You had no reason to believe they weren't okay. A man was dead or dying on their lawn.
I mean,
and
I'm
your
just gonna
sister
say,
not
if
answering
I
the
came
phone,
home,
and nobody is coming out to the
Go ahead, Ian. What?
so I was out all night. I saw somebody going, Runkle sounds hoarse. Yes, I do. If I came, like, I just got home in an Uber, and if I got home in an Uber and the first thing I saw was dead dude on my lawn, you better believe I would check on Mrs. Runkle and be like, hey, Mrs. Runkle, I saw a dead dude on the lawn. I want to confirm that you are not also dead.
Or just asking the question of, what the fuck is going on in our front yard?
Well, first I want to make sure that she's not also dead.
Well, yes, by
once I've confirmed
asking
that,
her the
I would be
question,
like-
the presumption is that she is alive to respond to you. That's what I'm saying.
And then I'd be like, so, do you know anything about the dead dude? Because, I mean, I might want to check that to find out, like, did she kill the guy? Because if she did, then maybe I don't want to call the cops because maybe she had her reasons.
But this part is shocking. This part really was. I think this is why I loved that Jackson ended with this part on cross. There's a whole lot to evade. There's a whole lot that you can hide behind with words and word salad and all the testimony and the prior statements. There's one thing that is just going to ring true as far as common sense. I almost said common fucking sense, but then I realized you were here and you would say it's also common sense. But
also regular sense.
it's also regular sense. It doesn't have to be fucking sense, but it's common sense. But there are certain things that common sense just dictates, which is emergency situation, emergency response. And I just, this part has bothered me more than just about anything else.
the chaos of Karen Reed screaming on the front lawn. You didn't think there was some reason to believe they could have been in peril?
I didn't, because your client was screaming she hit him. She had a cracked taillight.
Except you
You
said
gotta
you
be
didn't.
Fucking kidding me.
You
Yeah,
said
sorry.
you didn't understand what that meant at this point. You said you didn't think anything of it. You lying sack of crap.
Yeah. Also, at this
And the
point in
really
time, I mean,
impressive thing at this whole trial is that the cross she's wearing is not literally catching fire and consuming her. The cross she's wearing very intentionally showing off to the jury.
there are areas of her testimony. So, for example, let me finish this, and then we'll go back to certain things I thought were highlights and lowlights, and we can debate those. I think that's the best way of doing this. Get through this, and then I'll go back and we can talk about those things.
She was crying. She hit him. I didn't, but my focus. Can I finish, please?
You had solved the crime right then and there. You solved the whole case.
No, I didn't. I knew John never came in the house, so I had no concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house
Whoa.
is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril.
Now, here's the thing. They're both just screaming at each other. They're both argumentative. They're both not actually asking a question or getting an answer. They're both
But the
yelling
thing
at
is,
each other.
Jackson is landing points.
He is. And McCabe is losing points.
And I mean, this is where you want to be as a defense lawyer, is like, sure, you're being a dick, but so she, and you're like,
Loud
the
too?
scoreboard is moving in your favor. So keep going.
Yeah. This part was yeah.
You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you?
I don't know. See, I don't like that stretch. I don't like that. I don't like that stretch. I get the point that they are trying to go with the.
I think he took it a little step too far.
That was too far. I don't like that stretch. Don't go to the conspiracy. Let the jury reach whatever conclusion they're going to reach, because I guarantee you some are going to reach the conspiracy, some are going to reach the not beyond a reasonable doubt, some are going to just have fucking questions, some are just going to be, I mean, let the jury reach that conclusion. Don't go there, because you alienate people by doing that. Because if I am following your logic on you didn't go into the house, the second you said because you knew what happened, I'm going, all right, that's a leap too far. I can't get there with you.
And the jury might go, she knew what happened of Karen Reed hit him.
Yeah.
So, you know, you gotta watch out, because the conclusion they draw might not be a good one.
So people are saying, play that part again. I will play that part again. And for those of you who are saying that Alan Jackson sounds like a bully, I have made this comment throughout all of this examination. There are people on the jury who are watching this, and if you have perceived Alan Jackson as a bully before or during this cross-examination, you are going to perceive him as a bully throughout. Like you are going to be offended by his questions. You are. The question is how the jury is perceiving either of the parties, Jen McCabe or Alan Jackson, in this specific moment. So it's important. And these litigants better be judging that jury pretty accurately. Otherwise, they might be alienating several members of that jury, because Jackson comes in hot. Probably one of the most aggressive cross-examiners I've ever seen.
Yannetti.
Yeah. Yannetti just bothers me a little bit because he's like a kid in the sandbox that.
Yannetti comes in even hotter.
But Yannetti, I think Yannetti is just ineffective. Jackson, I think, is effective.
No, who's effective is Alessi.
Alessi, you gave me Yannetti and Jackson. You didn't put Alessi on the table.
I mean, Alessi.
If I knew I could choose Alessi among those three,
you're like, I didn't know that was an option.
That's not an option. Damn it.
No, I mean, the thing is Yannetti does have a decent style, but Jackson, I mean, I didn't take him as a bully. I just took him as calling bullshit, because you're watching this and I'm sitting there going, no, this is some bullshit. And I
Don't-
appreciate when Jackson is like, that is some bullshit.
Hang on to that thought. Hang on to that thought. Hang on. We're going to replay this a little bit. And then I think he's got like a minute and a half left. And then remember that thought about calling it bullshit and common sense, because I want to talk about his day on Wednesday.
At that moment, concern for anyone's safety inside the house.
The reason you didn't go inside the house is because you knew better. You knew better. You knew she wasn't in peril. You knew that Brian Albert wasn't in peril. You weren't worried at all about them, were you?
I was not worried at all because something happened on the front lawn that had nothing to do with anything inside that house.
You weren't worried about them at all because you knew what really happened, didn't you, Inspector?
At that moment, I didn't know that he was hit by a vehicle and there was taillight found next to him.
That's all I have.
All right, jurors, lunch and break. Let's take 40 to 45. Okay. Then you can follow out behind. Yeah, I understand this.
Okay. Now I have to get to the least effective rehab I have ever seen. And it was at, what is 319? Hang on, 319. The
If
worst
there was
is-
any other rehab that was less effective, somebody would get not only back on the original drugs, but on some new drugs as well.
So it was
Rob is like, I'm just going to let that go.
no 5 hours and 19 minutes. And it was right at the beginning. 5 hours, 19 minutes, and 50 seconds. So yeah. Real quick. Oh, so Hank viewed it as enough of a threat that he came straight in with it.
I want you to briefly tell us your memory of the weather when you first arrived at Fairview, when you left at Fairview, and when you returned the next morning a little after.
All right, that wasn't fair. I didn't realize I had paused it before he started talking about the fucking weather. I didn't realize that. Like, we can
Or the regular weather.
God damn it, Ian. It is late. You're not allowed to do that to me after I've been streaming for 5 hours. That is bullshit. You can't do that.
After 6 a.m.
I can and I did.
Okay.
Yes.
When I arrived at Fairview
Cold and snowy.
on the early hours of the 29th, the snow was falling, just starting to fall, starting to stick to the street and onto the windshields. When I left Fairview, it had, accumulated more
Maybe
where my
it was
husband
hot.
had to wipe the windows. And then the following morning, when we were driving there, it was dark and the snow was like coming at the car. Like, it was very hard to see.
When you return the next morning, we've seen video from the dash cam. The elements, the visibility, is that fairly depicted in that dash cam?
Yes. But obviously it was lit more because of the lighting and the spotlights, etc.
When you realize where he's going with this, and when he closes this loop, and you finally realize how stupid the argument is, I'm very interested to hear your reactions on this. On how dumb.
I can give you a preview, and it's
So right now we're going with the, can you give me the weather? There was snow. It was blowing from all over. It is a tumultuous evening with the weather providing any number of distractions.
From the moment that you first saw John until you went into your sister's home, is it fair to say a number of different first responders arrived?
Yes.
When the first responders arrived, did you see a number of different vehicles arrive?
I did, yes.
Did any of them have their sirens on?
Not that I recall.
Now we can recall things. I'm very glad Jen found the ability to recall
Well, it's the usual thing. The Canton brainworm is a very dangerous disease that causes complete amnesia, but is cured entirely by redirect.
Now, here's my question. That's pretty true.
There is a cure. It is redirect.
Any of y'all in the chat ever had an emergency responder on your street at any point in time? Call it the last 10 years. You ever had an emergency responder on your street in the last 10 years? Now, narrow that. Anyone that had an emergency responder in the last 10 years at night. No sirens.
Yes.
Did you notice said emergency responder?
Yes. And
Yeah.
I went out in a bathrobe as they were doing a tactical raid on my neighbor. And they were extremely annoyed because they're all sitting there in their extremely badass, like, we're all military kitted up, and I'm sitting there in a bathrobe.
Ian gave the worst example ever. Ian is giving the worst example ever. Ian is giving the loudest example of all time.
I'm just sitting there going, yo, and they're like, go inside. And I'm like, nah, I'm good. And they're like, go inside. And I'm like, I'm on my own property. Go F yourself. And they're like,
yeah.
But you are making us look bad when you're sitting here in your bathrobe as we're all like Tactical Tim. And I'm like, yeah, suck it.
So 2:00 in the morning. Now, wait till we get to Recross. But even in redirect,
yes, I am tipsy.
Even in redirect, it doesn't really help him because there's intoxication. Let me tell you this: I could be straight up blackout drunk. You know who is going to wake up when there is flashing red and blue lights outside of my house or anywhere?
Are you about to defame my client?
No, not your client. Your client would actually probably sleep through that. No, it is the beloved. It is Mischief who is going to wake up and make sure that my ass is up immediately. There's lights outside. Go. There's lights outside. What are those? Honey, I don't know. Are they knocking on the door? Okay, leave it alone. That's my.
So for me, it would be Zora and Potter. Would be like, there is some bullshit happening outside. I know we're technically supposed to be the dogs who guard you from the bullshit, but you need you need to go check it out.
To figure out what this is.
We'll guard you, but you need to go first.
Yeah, the dogs are translating. Dogs being translated are: there's loud noise, there's lights, this is bullshit. Dad, please go and make sure what that is. Make it stop so I can go back to sleep.
Somebody says, oh wow, this time Ian is tipsy. Yes. I sponsored a law conference. And so I was like, well, I should go to the meet and greet. And the meet and greet was like, so we got booze. So I had some booze. And it's a good night.
Good for you.
Rob's like,
yeah. You have a
and Rob, if you say that I should go to sleep, I will go to sleep.
You don't have to go to sleep. I'm fine. My office moved. I booked a trial the day after my birthday. So I was prepping for said trial until 1:30 on my birthday, while my office was currently being moved from one building to another. So I've had an awesome week. Now that trial settled day of, which is great, but
you had to prep it.
Yeah. And then you walk in having prepped it, and then opposing counsel comes in and is like, so where are we on settlement? It's like, you're sitting on my offer. And they're like, they would accept $2,000 more. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? This could have been a phone call, damn it. I was not happy.
It is the thing is I bet their client wouldn't have accepted 2,000 more until the day of.
And I know that. I know that's true too. because they saw my binders. They saw me. I know that's true.
I had a prosecutor at one point. They had been asking for a year in jail for my client. And then I show up day of and they're like, how about 3 months? And I'm like, no. They're like, how about
That's true.
probation? And I'm like, no. And they're like, what is it you want? And I'm like, I'm going to win this trial. What I want is for you to withdraw. And they're like,
yeah.
So you want to know what we settled on? The Crown withdrew the charges against my client if I would give my client a lecture not to do it again.
No. You got the scold your client?
I got the scold my client. And I'm like, so before this, you wanted a year. And after this, you want a please give my client a
Bro, I would have made the judge put that in writing so that I could sit my client down and say, here. I would have said, Judge, can I do it for 30 minutes? The judge's like, sure. Can you put that in the order? Yeah. And
it was off record.
Just set the order down and say, this is the order. I have 30 minutes. Sit tight. Buckle up. I'm going to yell at you for 30 minutes.
Well, what I agreed with the Crown, I agreed with the Crown that I should tell my client about appropriate behavior with interacting with the police. And so what I told my client is I have been directed to instruct you about appropriate behavior when you're interacting with the police. Your behavior was entirely appropriate. And you could do that again if you want, because you were within the law. And yeah,
clients.
So, well, the thing is, the client was in the right. The cops were in the wrong.
Yeah.
And the cops were very much in the I have hurt feelings scenario.
Yeah, that's.
And they were charging my client because they were pissed off about their hurt feelings. And I'm like, no, I am going to win this.
Yeah, that happened.
So, client did the right things.
Well, let's watch Jen McCabe, not win at the logical, coherent, and Brandon try to close the loop. He really can't.
Ambulance, fire truck, police cars. Do you remember ever any siren on at all?
Not that I recall now.
Also, Brendan's an idiot for that. Brendan, you just told the jury there were ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars. You just told the jury, not me, not Jackson. You just told the jury there were ambulances, fire trucks, and police cars.
And for some reason, nobody's got their siren on. And for some reason, nobody's got their siren on.
There are time restrictions in certain towns. Or
those time restrictions go away with dead cop.
Well, they didn't know he was a cop on the first report. On the 911
they still
call,
go away with dead dude on the front lawn.
I understand that part. It's also why Jen McCabe's other part of her testimony that was not credible was I don't think they would respond any faster to a cop or anybody else. It was like, oh, honey, no. Call comes in that a cop is down. You have 15 cars on your lawn in 5 minutes.
Yeah, and they're probably dragging every single other person out of the house to shoot them recreationally.
And this is interesting. Stu O'Connell says the jury was riveted at the end of Cross. If that's true, then Jackson left.
Then Jackson did a good job.
And I think it was like 5 minutes of buildup of, you didn't go in the house, you didn't do this, first responders. Because Brennan had a chance. Brennan had to somehow fix this. This is Brennan's version of fixing this.
Brother-in-law, you described how you went in the house and woke them up. They never came out before you woke them up?
No, they didn't.
There was a house right next to where you found John before 34. Do you know what address that is?
I would assume it's 32.
Did you ever see anybody come out of 32 Fairview and come over to John in the scene to help out?
No.
Across the street, there's a house that's in between 32 and 34 if you cross the street.
Yes.
Did you ever see anybody come out of that house and offer assistance to help?
No.
There's a house right across the street from 34 Fairview, isn't there?
Yes.
And did anybody ever come out of that house and come over to assist?
No.
None of this is helping my red flags that are all up in the air, like very much alert. Like none of this is helping.
This is basically like, isn't it true that this is even worse?
Yes, that's what this is, because I can tell you for damn well, you got to be out of your fucking mind that you have ambulances, fire trucks, squad cars, civilians, a screaming individual. Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? Running
And an
around,
ice cream truck.
pretty much. You have all of this activity on the street and not a single human being pops their head out of the house. I don't give a shit if it is 3 o'clock in the morning and we all had a rager the day before. And that's not even the case. The case is it's 6 a.m. You know what time people wake up? Well, older folk, like we wake up early. Not me.
Rob,
I'm not.
speak for yourself.
I don't wake up early. I don't wake up.
I'm going to sleep until noon.
But you have to be out of your fucking mind if you are trying to tell me that the argument you are making is that no one came out of their house, therefore the first responders were being quiet as a church mouse and they simply didn't know they were there. Are you crazy? You're nuts, right? Like, I'm not buying that in any sense of the word. And for everyone on the street, go. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm sorry.
Oh, I mean, I find this to be like as plausible as like a children's like excuse. It's like, who punched Johnny? And there's like Fred, and he's the only person in the room. Bob is taking a break. And, there's Johnny who's crying, and there's Bob sitting there, and he's like, I didn't do it. And it's like, well, do you think he punched himself in the face? It's like,
and you can tell me that a blizzard makes noise, but a blizzard doesn't make noise that whites out those red and blues, by the way, they are bright AF. And I'm sorry, but blizzards make noise, but so does a screaming individual like yelling that someone is dead on the lawn. To try and convince me that someone is not at their window staring outside at what is happening, because that's what they're trying to say. Jen McCabe's story is that I walked into their bedroom, Brian and Nicole's bedroom, and they were sound asleep and had no clue what was going on. And this is about an hour after they got there, because now first responders have taken over. She has made her phone calls. She is now walking in the home well after they first discovered John. No fucking way. No way. There is not a world that exists where that is true.
Yeah.
When you were trying to help John that moment, have you ever been trained in emergency aid?
Probably 25, 30 years ago.
Your state of mind. Best describe how you were feeling at that moment as far as your focus and what was going through your mind.
I was shocked, confused, nervous, scared, anxious. My friend was lying.
This is the other part. This is the dumbest part of his redirect. He uses state of mind to get in all the other text messages. Which,
I mean, that I was like, I'm stunned that he's getting away with it.
You know what? But the other thing was, I think that was part of the negotiation, the horse trading that happened when Alan Jackson got to use the group text, and they were like, we admit it's hearsay, right? Yeah. It's coming in for no other purpose than state of mind. Sure. Like, we want it for the substance, but we'll take state of mind if that's what you're going to give us, Judge. And the judge is like, I'm going to give it to you both. That's what it sounds like to me.
Mm.
It just. So they get through all those text messages, which were voluminous, of reading through, my gosh, are you sad? Is that accurately reflecting your state of mind? And I'm like, why is this coming in at all? Why is this relevant? So let's see. 7 minutes. Don't forget that number. 5 hours. 57. Let me see. This is the recross after that. Just the redirect.
In trying to recount for people who asked
Right.
you that morning and over the next couple days, some of what's reflected in those text messages, was that part of your state of mind?
Yes.
Was it in any
That's the part that I think is stupid. Don't tell me it's coming in for state of mind when you're clearly trying to get the subs to the text message in. Like, just stop. Like, I'm not dumb.
way affecting the way you were remembering and thinking about what had happened?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
Your Honor, subject to redactions, I would.
Of
seek
course she's
reduce
gonna allow
all of Ms. McCabe's text messages.
So we'll deal with that later.
Objection.
Is there an objection?
There is.
We'll deal with that later.
Yeah, there would be.
Thank you. I have no further.
If she was a referee at a soccer game, you'd be sitting there watching one side putting on brass knuckles, and she'd be like, I'll allow it.
I can't. Erica M. All the neighbors were looking. Some have tweeted photos they took of the vehicles that morning. Those photos, you can see the neighbors standing. Yeah. So where the fuck is Nicole? Where? This is what I don't understand. The logic that you're trying to tell me is that these two individuals, Nicole and Brian, were asleep when this is happening in their front lawn. That I can buy a lot of stuff. Like, I can give you the benefit of the doubt on a whole lot. I really will. But trying to convince me that you walked in and they were asleep, like, don't sell me the snake oil. Like, give me the real fucking answer. I walked into their bedroom and they were sitting at the front window staring at what was outside. And they said, do we go outside? I said, no, why don't you guys stay here? Because the first responders have it.
Rob, this
Give
is
me the
snake
real
oil.
answers. What?
It comes out a different hole of a snake.
Right. So we talked about the ambulances and the fire trucks. How it was
Ms. McCabe,
snowy and
a
windy.
couple of follow-up questions. You indicated on redirect examination that there were no sirens that you heard that morning with the approach of the first responders. Is that right?
I don't believe there was.
But they did have their lights on.
I saw a spotlight, yes, and I do believe they had lights on, yes.
She made it worse. Like, I saw a spotlight. Look, you could have said red and blues. You didn't have to say spotlight. Spotlight's worse.
Flashing red and blue lights or red lights, some combination thereof, correct?
Correct.
That was cruisers, police cruisers, correct?
Yes.
There were fire SUVs, in other words, a captain of a fire department.
Possibly.
There were fire trucks and fire engines. You know the difference?
No.
Fire engine, big one with a ladder on it.
Yes.
There was an ambulance, correct?
Yes.
And all of them had their emergency lights on.
Most likely, yes.
All of them had their motors running.
I'm not sure if they were all running. They could have been, yes.
Certainly you would agree that there was a cacophony of diesel engines and gasoline engines and internal combustion engines that were running right outside of 34 Fairview.
I
Although
don't
no
think she
sirens,
knows what an
correct?
internal combustion engine
I wouldn't
is.
exactly say right outside of 34 Fairview. I'd say there were some right outside of 30 Fairview.
And this one is like, if I'm the jury, I'm looking
She
at her going,
fights
are
over
you,
everything.
yeah. If I'm the jury, I'm going, are you out of your fucking mind? We are
If
talking
Jackson
about
asked her what weather, like what the
red
weather
and
was,
blues.
she'd suddenly be like, I don't know.
This was one of the most painful crosses I've ever seen. And Jackson does it. Let me finish this and then let me finish this answer and then we'll go back and circle back to some of the
34 Fairview, but the first vehicle pulled up kind of right just on the right end, and most of the vehicles with the lights on were to the left. So they were actually more in front of 32 Fairview. But there were vehicles. There was Miss Roberts' vehicle, and then I believe another vehicle pulled up. I think I remember from seeing the dash cam.
And Sarah.
Okay. That's about as much as I can take of her right now. But I did promise I was going to play one clip for you. I had saved
me?
39. Yeah, it was 39:49. So back here. We'll play the lead up to it. I wondered if you would have I wanted your input on it because I have an opinion on it that is I'm taking the lawyer hat off and I'm trying to put the hat on of how a juror perceives the litigants in front of them. Reading.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Did that express your recollection about
All right, watch.
what you told the grand jurors in terms of whom you communicated with or attempted to communicate with that morning?
Yes.
What did you tell the grand jurors?
I told them that I communicated with Miss Reed and that I called Julie Albert.
And Tom Beatty.
Oh, and Tom Beatty, I'm sorry.
Right. So in both of those statements, to Trooper Prince when you were asked about your communications, and at the grand jury, by the way, at the grand jury, when you were asked who you communicated that morning, who you communicated with that morning, you didn't need to see a report, did you? You didn't ask to see a report like you're doing here.
Well, I'm asking because you're asking specific questions about what I said on a specific day. And depending on who's asking the question, they ask questions in a different manner. So the answer is always going to be the same. If you ask me who I spoke to, I'm always going to tell you I spoke to Miss Reed and Julie. I called Julie Albert and I called Tom Beatty. The answer is always the same, but the way the question asked and maybe some of the words that I use may be different. And I don't remember on specific days. I've been questioned many times, but the answers are always going to be the same. The wording may be different.
You done?
Yeah.
Is that answer?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I'm going to allow that, but let's move on.
So, did you see the shock that she had on her face when he asked that question?
Yep, she hated it.
She hated it. Now, I said the jury could perceive that in two ways. If you are against Jen McCabe, if you believe that she is wiggly or slimy or trying to wiggle out of answers, you understand that, you're fine. But if you perceive Alan Jackson as being a bully, you hate that. So that was my take on it. They wanted you to see it. The chat wanted you to give your take on that back and forth. Sleep. I can't tell. He's not sleeping. What was your take on that? That you done?
I mean, it's a great way to be like, that is some bullshit.
It's also a pretty risky move. because you offend the judge and you possibly offend the jury instantly.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you run the risk there. So that was one thing. Can we agree that Jackson was not on his A game on Wednesday?
I agree. And no, I'm not sleeping. I'm just tired.
I know you are. But I went through some of Jackson's cross on Wednesday, and I thought the chat was going to light me up because I was not kind to him. I was like, why are we wandering, meandering? Why are we making a point? Why can't we impeach her? What is happening?
He struggled on the impeachments.
She was wiggly. And I think what it was he was expecting fire. He didn't get it, and he didn't adjust properly. But it was a sight to behold. I'll tell you that much. Came back and he did good today. So do we believe Jennifer McCabe? Does anyone believe Jennifer McCabe? Do I put up a poll while I'm going through super chats? I think I should. Because I don't know how to view this. It's not necessarily true. Let's see.
I thought he did land some punches on Wednesday, though.
A couple. The FBI one was good. It just it took him so long to land a punch. Right. So part of boxing that you're watching, right? When a boxer gets in there and they get in, they land the punch. There's a part of it that's like a surprise. It's like, oh my gosh, this is like boom. It's like you see it happen instantly. You're going, holy crap, that had a reaction. Now, if a boxer were to land a punch, but the punch looked like this. Like, would it have the same impact? No. It was a lead up. It took forever. It was a slog. People hate me for being critical of Alan Jackson. Can't disparage Alan Jackson on live streams. Otherwise,
I mean, you gotta call the, call it both ways.
Was Jen McCabe? Wait, hang on. Let me ask you this way: do you believe Jen McCabe's direct? I'm going to say yes, and I will say this, and I watched First Trial. Yes, and I didn't watch First Trial.
No, and I am conscious.
No. And this the one I really want to see is and I watched First Trial. It's this one. It's the one that I'm most curious about is people who are seeing this for the first time. No. And I didn't watch. Because I am not the jury. This first trial ended in a hung jury split, which means that everyone walking into this case had someone said guilty, someone said innocent, or not proven guilty, not proven guilty.
Same thing.
It is. I'm gonna let that run. Catch up on some of these super chats. To Sana Burfoot, have you watched any of EDB's coverage? I've caught moments. Honestly, I'm trying to play catch up so fast that I can't actually watch coverage on anyone who's doing commentary. I have to do 3x or 2x speed on Raw, like Law and Crime or Court TV. So I'd love to see the coverage. I try to catch. I watch Ian's recaps at night when I'm sitting down here.
My recaps are excellent. You should watch those.
They are. I watch them. I do. When I'm trying to catch up on what happened during the day, I watch them. That's been helpful. Bop it. I made an FNF. Happy birthday, Rob. Thank you, Bop it. Baby steps. Just be very specific with the rules. Otherwise, she will run all over you. Boxing Jen McCabe in. Yes, indeed. Jackie Lind. Don't tell Minnie one she has Fifth Amendment rights. Just buy her a copy of the U.S. Constitution and see if she figures it out. Also, does the 14th Amendment apply? No. Federal rules apply to state and city. The fifth is as applied through the 14th, but I'll give you a secret. Most states' constitutions have a Fifth Amendment privilege similar or ancillary Fifth Amendment privilege that is stronger than the U.S. Constitution's fifth. That's a little secret. Nance 70, thank you for gifting memberships. Wendy W, give it up. Rob, mini number 1 is the Shaolin Master, and you'll always be the grasshopper. I will win all arguments. She will lose. Just because a pox on YouTube, so YouTube didn't notify me you were on. I'm sorry I'm late. Don't be sorry. I actually put the link up like 30 minutes before going live, so don't be. Ryan Bibbs, thank you for gifting memberships. Just because, thank you for gifting memberships. Very generous of you. Tracy Sires, what does her complaint and confusion and forgetting about what she said to law enforcement investigators and grand jury matter? If she was telling the truth, her story would have been the same. That's the point that they're trying to make in Cross. Is it shouldn't be varying one way or the other. You should at the very least remember what you said or didn't say, unless you change that a bunch. Crazy Cat Queen, question. Can you review what cross-examination? Is it crossing only the testimony from this trial, or can they ask about the first trial? You can go back to prior statements, but you have to lay a foundation. You can't
just like read in their entire prior statement. You've got to actually have a basis for it.
Yeah, you have to have her say something that's inconsistent with that. So she testifies and says the sky is blue. If you have a prior statement that says the sky was green, you can then read that in and impeach her with it. But if she testifies the sky is blue and you have a statement that says sky is blue, you can't just read her testimony in. You have to have an inconsistent statement. You have to lay the foundation for that. Shell C, thank you for gifting memberships. Pure Fairy, wonder if someone showed her the behavior panel video on her performance in the last trial. I don't know. I mean, she probably watched every week.
Was that behavior panel episode set to yakety sax?
I don't know. That what I will say is Jen McCabe, based on testimony, is one that would have watched every single take of her testimony that she could find. Whether it was by me, Ian, behavior panel, I bet she watched a whole lot of commentary. Saying.
If there had been a porn parody of this trial, she would have watched that too.
Karen, maybe you get it Mother's Day. Karen, your pen is right here in front of me. I have gifts that need to go out. Moving the office was... I'm going to make this a priority. I'm going to get all these things out before the end of the weekend so that I can make sure that all these things are out of my door, because I need to get them out of this house. I need them out of the house. Eeyore RN. Hi, my friends. Just home from DIS, so heading to bed, headed to Alabama this week to walk across the stage for my MSN. J. Michael. Congratulations.
Nice.
Congratulations, sir. Eeyore RN. You changed your name, J. And congratulations. Well done. Well done. Enjoy the weekend. That's awesome. Just because Jen is getting ready to turn into a vengeance demon today. It was a hot mess. Just because, thanks for getting memberships. J. Michael RN / Eeyore RN. Thank you for getting memberships. June Sidloskus. Thank you for gifting memberships. Much appreciated. Fiona W. Thank you for gifting memberships. Karen, Catlin Shoot. Idea, education live stream answers about making stuff, do a project all together with chat, call it Shop Talk with Rob. That's what the member streams are. That's what I do. I just have to, Ian can join it as well. He does. I just need to get in the shop and actually do it. Happy Friday. I survived the plague.
Sometime we've got to end up in the same place and do like a Rob Runkle shop stream.
Oh, leatherworking, woodworking combo would be so much fun.
That would be awesome.
So much fun.
We could pick a project like a chest with like a leather interior.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, no, that'd be solid.
That'd be Linda M. Did Jen testify at more than one grand jury? I think it was just one grand jury. Lee Drake, thank you very much. We get the memberships. Angie, Ian, would you mind reading this one? I have to take a quick moment.
Off topic, but I want to thank you, Runkle and EDB, for making me realize I might be a bit neurospicy. I got evaluated because of that and was diagnosed with ASD and ADHD a few weeks ago. Wouldn't have realized without y'all. Yeah, the number of people who've been like, Runkle, I watched you and I saw a bit of me in you. And like, yep, I got to get that checked out. So I always appreciate these because it's good to know. Even if it doesn't immediately fix anything, to know it's an important step to fixing things. So, yeah. Let's see. Rob didn't tell me to read any more, but we're going to read some more because Rob's not here. And Rob is now freaking out as he's on the toilet. Gen V, thank you for the gifted membership. Greg says, in my opinion, using the group chat on Jen was a great curveball. She was blindsided by it because this wasn't part of her cross last year. It was Matt's cross. Yep. Got to mix it up.
This was better. Today was better crossing than I think last year was.
Yep.
Let's see. Lady Fang, did you see how fast Alessi sat when Bev said he was going to win? I know he wanted to argue more, but he was smart enough to not keep. Yes, this is something I tell lawyers all the time. You are designed to argue, but you are more.
The number of lawyers who would have talked their way out of that win is like so many. Yeah. And I see somebody saying Runkle looks weird in his not red shirt. This is actually a red shirt. It's just a dark red shirt.
No, but the smartest thing a lawyer can do that they often don't is when you are winning in points, sit your ass down, stop. Just stop. Because you can talk your way out of a win real quick.
And I've watched lawyers do it. And I've watched judges tell lawyers, why are you arguing? You are winning. And they're like, but judge. The judge is like, all right, fine. You convinced me. You shouldn't win then.
Jim P. Last year, it seemed to have been an avalanche of text messages when they were offered. He was putting on an act. I will say the cross today, if I had to assess it, I would say based on last year, the cross on Wednesday was a fucking nightmare. However, it was not the worst.
It did land some punches.
As planned. It landed punches, but they were few far between. It was a lot of downtime, a lot of fighting to get to that punch. Today was watching a different cross. It was immediately impactful, to the point, direct. It was effective. It was how he needed to be on day one. If I compare the two crosses from the trial in the first and the trial in the second, and this is taking into effect that day one, Jackson didn't hit his points. The cross of this trial, in my opinion, was more effective than the cross of the last trial. The way he ended today, I think, was better than it was last trial. M169, I caught one lie, jury can disregard it all. If caught in one lie, jury can, yes. That's the point. You say they have lied, therefore you cannot trust anything else they said. Arlene Navo, maybe that was a butt actually trying to dial. There's enough of those. Snoop begins. Any updates on previously promised gifts? Yes, they are literally sitting there waiting to be packaged. I'm actually staring at boxes I had to order to package some of them. They are going out this weekend. I am getting them out the door this weekend. SF, Rob needs Ziggy to stress unicorn after this. I do, and I did. Sleep on Tuturo's tummy. Sending you and Mischief Gang all the best from Paris. We'll shoot you a follow-up email at some point this week. Happy belated birthday. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Sleep on Tuturo. Kristen M96, Russ came out for at-home rental Friday. Maybe it's because it's late. 6 hours of streaming will do that. Sergeant Bukaki's tainted evidence. Jen is the reason I'll have to pair a pair of antique pliers in my briefcase with the words cross-exam teeth puller engraved into them as a paperweight. This was one of the hardest crosses I can ever imagine or ever remember seeing. I've been in a place where I've had to like drag witnesses over the line on every question or every answer. This was worse. I've never seen a witness that resistant to answers. Sergeant Bukaki stated evidence, part 2, to pull out and hold the important notes. Of course, not the teeth. Agent Angevine, or maybe fear that the BIL was as a cop, brother-in-law as a cop, would have a gun and might think she was a burglar and shoot. First asked later, but isn't it a blizzard? Assuming an ambulance wouldn't be delayed, huge side eye. A lot of that wasn't really logical. Maddie Redman, I did CPR on my best friend's older brother. Only reason I sent everyone out of the room is because I knew 911 was on the way, and it's hard to focus when people are screaming. I don't blame you. I actually think that's logical. Greg, I have no idea how to save this, so why don't you tell me about the weather? Oh, the Brennan redirect? What a fucking nightmare. What a nightmare. How do you rehab that nightmare? Yes, and Karen Reed's running back and forth screaming. Exactly. Winnie Bly, weird story. Dad was a cop. Fatal crash 15 meters from bedroom. Slept right through. We all did. Emergency lights and all. No special sound. Deadening. I'm not telling you it's not possible. There's a world I think that it can happen. I don't think that world and this world exist in the same multiverse. Just because this wasn't just fatal crash. This was like there were neighbors outside. There was screaming, all of the above. I don't know how the dog doesn't start barking. I don't know how you can believe. Here's the thing. Did someone walk into your house, up your stairs, knock on your door, and walk inside your bedroom and you didn't hear them? That part really just doesn't work. Annabelle Feinstein, I slept through the house next door being on fire. The whole fire department response with my window cracked. How? I can sleep through a lot. I can tell you what I can't sleep through: mischief shaking me awake.
I feel like I need to go sleep through some things right now. So I will bid you a good day because I am
go to bed,
starting to collapse. So good night.
Thanks for being here, buddy. Popping in.
Cheers.
Appreciate it. Bye. Shanta Sue O'Connell is Austin 10 commentator that's on Twitter and is in the courtroom every day reading the jury. Oh, interesting. I'll have to follow her. Winnie Bly, Looky Lose came out to watch my daughter scream in the front yard while I fought a fire. Waited for the firefighters. You'd at least get someone. Would get someone. Annabelle Feinstein, I did live on a military base at the time, and I was used to sleeping through the practice artillery. Well, that's the difference. I was used to sleeping through the artillery rounds from a mile away. See, I feel like you had to lead with that the first time. That provides context. Erica M. The neighbors were looking. Some have tweeted their photos. Those photos you can see. The neighbor, we pulled that up earlier. Jan, oh my God, I woke up 8 a.m. and you're still live. 6 hours and 8 minutes. Yes. Kayla Holder. They were exhausted from moving a dead body and rehoming their dog. That's the theory. I don't think you have to advance that theory. You don't have to advance that. Don't put the burden on yourself. Here's Cat Queen. I live on a half acre. The house behind me was an inferno. 2 fire trucks. Not going to lie, I didn't know shit until Donna, her house, came banging on the door, screaming she couldn't find her son. It's the screaming and the banging on doors. Why wasn't that happening? Why isn't that reported? Where is that information? Where is it? Why didn't it happen? Kayla Holder. When he finally landed it, the judge had to send everyone to lunch so JM could take a Xanax. Didn't really help. She ended not good. Aussie J, so glad to have found you, Rob, in this community. Thank you. Glad to have you here. Shanta, Ian's analogies, the Ian story times are bomb and funny. Yeah. I'll give you a pro tip. It is easier to when you're jumping into someone else's stream, throwing little wrenches, you're not managing them. But I do love his asides. Ian's a treasure. really good friend. He's one of the people that I will say he's in the best friend camp, firmly, without a shadow of confidence. If something happened to me, he would be there next day. No questions asked. Good man, good friend, lawyer, good advocate, good husband. I've seen a lot of sides of Ian. I appreciate all of them. Jen K, happy birthday, Rob. Thank you very much, Jen. Lauren Cremens, how does Jen know FBI conclude their investigation? She doesn't. She just said it out loud. Irina, guys, it's like 3 a.m. for you. Replay crew. It's 3 a.m. for me, 3:22. Music to my soul. Jen's memory sure was a lot better when Brennan was questioning her than when Jackson was. That was one of the things that came across sus to me. Me too. ABC's docket. Happy birthday. Thank you very much. Very much appreciated. ABC docket. Kelly B. I just feel it's off because you can't ask questions since cops have not been on the stand yet. So half testimony, null and void. It's very awkward. Proctor is going to be an interesting person on the stand. Carrie Wellborn, how do you feel about JM 10-minute calls with the feds? Oh, the break between the 10 minutes? Like, hey, I need 10 minutes, and then she calls a bunch of people. That bothered me a lot. A lot, actually. Courtney Lane, thanks for becoming a member. Much appreciated. Lone Star living the Smexy time 2 a.m. and Jen walks in the BR at 6 a.m. My door would still be locked. A lot of people don't lock their doors when they do that. Kristen M. said clarification. Rust movie now available for rent. Oh, it is. Oof. I don't know if I got the stomach for that. I don't know if I can do that. That's a lot. All right, folks. For those of you who suffered and slogged through the 6-hour marathon live stream well into the evening, it's 3:24 a.m. Thank you for being here. Much appreciated. I really do appreciate you guys, all of you. All that you guys do and make of this channel. For that, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do this. Let me give some memberships. All you guys do and make from this channel, I appreciate the hell out of it. I really do. I didn't know how much I would like doing this and explaining law and teaching law. Love it. Love being a mentor to paralegals, to law clerks, to associates. I love teaching, and I love trying to make something that is or has the appearance of being complicated or digestible. And when it comes to a trial that is high conflict, I like trying to wear multiple hats and figure out where things really do sit and viewing those through the appropriate lenses. So I really do love that you guys like traveling along this journey and discussion. And I like the fact that the chat likes to engage with that more. I wish I could do it more. I wish I could stream more. I wish I could be online more. But sadly, sadly and happily, I have a job I love, helping people that are important and that need the help and dedication. So I will do what I can to keep giving to the community, to keep putting out content, and I will try my very best to keep improving on the product I'm putting out and to make that more accessible. Only a certain number of hours in the day, do my very best, and I appreciate the grace that you guys extend to me in doing that. So yeah. Do you believe Jen McCabe's direct? 8% yes, and I watched the first trial. 2% yes, and I didn't watch the first trial. 79% no, and I watched the first trial. Same numbers. And 11% no, and I didn't watch the first trial. The 12% part is the one that I'm very intrigued. People who didn't watch the first trial, and then the people that believed but didn't watch the first trial. Y'all are the ones I'm taking a look at. For those of you wondering about members only live streams, I'm going to try. I am trying. The challenge is, I wish I could explain what a week looks like to you guys. I really do. It is a wild managing of all things. I wish I could have a night in the shop, hang out, for you guys on live stream and talk to you about what I'm doing. I wish I could. Get there. It's a work in progress. I'm doing my best. All I can do. Life is life. It's complicated. It's lovely. I love it. It's phenomenal. Never been happier because complicated is good. Complicated is happy. Life is good. Always find a positive part of it. Always. Always. There's always a way to take control of your life to make it happier, better, and make it a good place for you. There are things that happen outside of your sphere of influence, but you have one thing, exercise dominion over all of that. And it's control of how you interact with things. So to all of you that are out there, I hope you guys have a wonderful weekend. Do enjoy. Got some stuff to catch up on. Sherry Green gifted memberships. Well, the ones that I gifted. Annabelle Feinstein, happy birthday. Rob, happy birthday. Annabelle Feinstein, Sherry Green, thank you. Thank you for the birthday. 4 and 3, I'm up this late because the latest treatment seems to be working. That's wonderful news. I can stand up without assistance from a chair tonight. Take it easy. Heal first. Heal first. Rehab it while you're healing. Barb's happy belated birthday, Rob. Thank you. Appreciate it. Guys, live in the chaos, embrace the chaos. While you're doing that, get outside, get in the shop, go make something. Engage that artistic side of your brain. Enjoy life. And I will see you guys next time, which will hopefully be next Friday. Cheers. In the interim, please check out Ian Runkle the Bailey, and all the recaps. He's doing recaps almost every single night. They're funny, lively, they're phenomenal. Don't just show up and listen. Participate in chat, super chat, give memberships, be a part of that community. Okay. Thank you guys. Appreciate it. Have a lovely evening, and I will see you next time. Okay. Oh, look, Chris Clemens, thank you. Catching you on the way out. Thank you very much for the birthday wishes. Catch you guys next week.